Good morning. The time for convening has arrived. The Senate will come to order. Recognize the senator from the 6th.
Good morning, Mr. President. Happy crossover day to you. Glad you're here. I missed you. Mr. President, I got a great lineup of pages today. Out of Milton, Georgia, we have Ronak Bott. Out of Eatonton, we have Addison Brown. From Atlanta, Leo Dosat. From Valdosta, we have brother and sister David and Miriam Dennis. And another sister, Suad Dennis. So 2 sisters and a brother here together from Valdosta. From Dahlonega, I haven't got confirmation, but we may have the majority leader's son here, Seth Gooch. From Powder Springs, Adrienne Marriott. From Marietta, we have brother and sister KJ and Eden Grace Milliken. From Madison, we have the nephew of our very own senator from the 11th, Senator Sam Watson, Leighton Morris. From Decatur, we have Evie Owens. From Jefferson, Annabelle Pritchard. From Calhoun, Anna Lily Rivera. From Marietta, Holt Rogers. From Jefferson, Caitlin Roper. From Commerce, Will Sexton. From Marietta, Jimmy Simmons. From St. Simon's Island, Evelyn Staffens. From Perry, Lawson Stewart. From Atlanta, Wes Stewart. From Powder Springs, Jillian Taylor. From Hodgson, we have Noah Tyndall. And from Atlanta, we have Liam Mitchell. Y'all give these pages a big round of applause. We appreciate y'all being here to help us do the people's business here in the Georgia State Senate. We've got a long day and a lot of bills, so look forward to working with you. Mr. President, the journal has been read and found to be correct.
All right, thank you, Senator. Are there any motions to reconsider? Recognize the senator from the 26th.
Mr. Governor, I so move.
You move?
I move to reconsider.
You need to state your position, Senator.
Mr. Governor, I move that we reconsider Senate Bill 4.
The senator from the 26th has moved that we reconsider Senate Bill 4. From Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 4 by Senator Dolezal, the 27th, and others, bills being entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to elementary and secondary education, so as to revise provisions relating to fundamental roles of local boards of education and local school superintendents, to provide for requirements for the Model Code of Ethics for local boards of education to be promulgated by the State Board of Education, to provide for public complaints alleging ethics code violations by members of local boards of education, to provide for required and prohibited topics and training programs for local board of education members, to provide for a sanction for noncompliance, to provide for an effective date, to provide for later matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Senator from the 42nd, for what purpose do you rise?
Ask unanimous consent to excuse the senators from the 49th and the 50th for business outside the chamber.
Senators from the 49th and the 50th, without objection, will be excused. Now recognize the senator from the 26th to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Governor. Ladies and gentlemen, I hate to oppose my warm, close, and trusted friend. But let me say something to you about this bill. Many of you voted on it, and you have no earthly idea what it does. By law, every superintendent and board members have to get training. This excludes those and only for those who are new. if you elect a superintendent or you appoint a superintendent, you do it to make sure he manages the school system. Under this bill, you will have board members trying to micromanage. Now, my grandmama used to tell me something long time ago. Boy, you're meddling. This is meddling. When you go back home, you can't explain to your school board members you didn't know what this bill did. It basically tells them that they cannot come here and see us who make the laws if they got a problem. Board members, superintendents. Now it says training. But you're going to go in training and say you can't go up there and see them legislators? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are the seat of power. And when they have a problem, they come see us about it. And that's how we find out about it. But make sure you know that you pass this bill when your board members come to you and your superintendent and you tell them, well, I didn't know that. Well, I'm telling you what it does. It's meddling, and I'm going to tell you something else. This is a good way to get an exit out the Georgia Senate. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from the 27th, since it's your bill he's made the motion for, I assume you'd like to speak to it.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. The words on the page matter. Not the words that are spoken in a well, but the words on a page. And the words that are on the page of the bill that we voted to pass is, quote, that it shall be the duty of the local board to hold the school superintendent accountable in the performance of his or her duties. That's what the bill says. The bill doesn't say that the school board needs to meddle. That's one piece of the bill. So that's just, I think, an honest misunderstanding by the senator for what the bill does. As to the lobbying portion, there's nothing in the bill that says that school board members cannot come to the General Assembly. There's nothing in the bill that says that they can't have breakfast with their local delegation. This gets down to the training that happens, the mandated training in what these school board members can be taught. Because here's what's happening today without these guardrails. The board members get elected. They are then forced into compulsory education every single year. They are the only elected officials that have to be trained every single year. There is no other elected official that has to be trained every single year other than Board of Education members. And in some cases, not all, but in some cases, that training goes something along the lines of this. You're not the expert. Your superintendent is. Go sit in the corner and be a houseplant. Do whatever they tell you to do. Vote unanimously. Never disagree with each other in public. The you all being in public is the board. So they are encouraged to have all 5-0 votes. They are encouraged to never ask questions about the budget. And all that this bill does is says that they cannot be trained to go sit in a corner and be a houseplant. That they can also not be instructed that a key component of their job is to lobby the General Assembly, and this is the key word here, and it was a recommendation from the Senator from the 38th that we changed in the bill, on specific matters. They can be told that part of being a good Board of Education member is to communicate with the General Assembly. Part of being a good Board of Education member is to go meet with your local delegation. So I respect my friend. I think he has a little misunderstanding or a significant misunderstanding about what this bill does. I'm happy to answer any questions offline because I'm out of time. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Senator's yielded. So the question now is on the motion to reconsider, put forth by the senator from the 26th, and it's on Senate Bill 4. That's a bill that we took up Tuesday. All right. So the motion for reconsideration, all those in favor of the motion for reconsideration will vote yea. All those opposed will vote nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 37th. On the motion, the yeas are 20 and the nays are 32, and the motion has failed. On the journal, back to the journal, on the, is there objection to confirmation of the journal? Chair hears none, the journal is confirmed. All senators who have bills and resolutions to introduce, please bring them to the Secretary's desk. First reading and references the Senate bills. Mr. Secretary.
Senate Bill 323 by Senator James the 28th and others, Bill 2010 Act to amend Titles 31, 33, and 43. The
Health and Human Services.
Senate Bill 324 by Senator Harbin the 16th and others, Bill 2010 Act to amend Chapter 25.
Insurance and Labor.
Senate Bill 325 by Senator Harbin the 16th and others, Bill 2010 Act to amend Code Section 20-2-182 of the official.
Education and Youth.
Senate Resolution 342 by Senator Strickland of the 42nd, a resolution creating the Senate Study
Health and
Committee.
Human Services.
Senate Resolution 343 by Senator James the 28th and others, a resolution honoring the lives of those lost during the war.
Rules.
Senate Resolution 344 by Senator Orrick of the 36th and others, a
Health and
resolution.
Human Services.
Senate Resolution 347 by Senator James of the 28th
Health
and
and
others.
Human Services.
Senate Resolution 348 by Senator Moore of the 53rd.
Transportation.
Senate Resolution 349 by Senator Moore of the 53rd.
Transportation.
Mr. President, that completes the order.
First reading references of House bills.
House Bill 30 by Representative Honer of the 3rd. A bill.
State and local government.
House Bill 37 by Representative Leverett of the 123rd.
Education and Youth.
House Bill 77 by Representative Franklin of the 160th and others, Bill 2010 and Act to
Public
amend.
Safety.
House Bill 79 by Representative Newton of the 172nd and others.
Finance.
House Bill 123 by Representative Wickford.
Judiciary.
House Bill 129 by Representative Cannon of the 172nd and others, Bill 2010 and Act to amend Code Section.
Finance.
House Bill 144 by Representative Newton of the 127th and others, Bill 2010.
Finance.
House Bill 154 by Representative Richardson of the 125th and others,
Health
Bill
and Human Services.
House Bill 175 by Representative Jones of the 25th and others, Bill 2010 and Act to amend.
Children and Family.
House Bill 179 by Representative Smith at 18th and others, Bill 2010 Act to amend Article 2, Chapter 6, Title 5, the official code of Georgia Annotated related to appellate practice.
Judiciary.
House Bill 180 by Representative Smith at 18th and others, Bill 2010 Act.
Judiciary.
House Bill 197 by Representative Hawkins of the 27th and others, Bill 2010 Act to amend.
Insurance and Labor.
House Bill 200 by Representative Bazemore of the 69th and others, Bill 2010 Act to amend Chapter 2, Title.
Education and Youth.
House Bill 219 by Representative Stevens of the 164th and others.
Regulated Industries.
House Bill 225 by Representative Washburn of the 144th and others, Bill 2010 Act to amend Article 2, Chapter.
Public Safety.
House Bill 235 by Representative Townsend of the 179th and others.
Education and Youth.
House Bill 238 by Representative Lumsden of the 12th and others, Bill 2010 Act
Public
to amend.
Safety.
House Bill 244 by Representative Cannon of the 172nd and others, Bill to lead title and Act to amend Code Section.
State and Local Government General.
House Bill 268 by Representative Persinger of the 119th and others.
Judiciary.
House Bill 297 by Representative Anderson of the 10th and others, Bill 2010 Act to amend Code Section 40-1.
Finance.
House Bill 304 by Representative Yerta of the 152nd and others.
Judiciary.
House Bill 309 by Representative Clifton of the 131st and others, Bill 2010 Act to amend Chapter 8 of Title 30.
State and Local Government General.
House Bill 314 by Representative LaHood of the 175th and others, Bill 2010 Act to amend Chapter 5.
Regulated Industries.
House Bill 322 by Representative Hawkins of the 27th and others, Bill 2010 Act to
Higher
amend.
Education.
House Bill 325 by Representative Martinez of the 111th and others. Bill 20
Judiciary.
House Bill 339 by Representative Leverett of the 123rd and others, Bill 2010 Act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 1 of Title 40, the official code of
Transportation.
House Bill 340 by Representative Hilton of the 48th and others, Bill 2010 Act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 20.
Children and Family.
House Bill 348 by Representative Williamson of the 112th and others, Bill 2010 Act to amend Chapters 14.
Insurance and Labor.
House Bill 369 by Representative Sharper, the 177th, and others, Bill to be entitled an act to amend Part
Public
1.
safety.
House Bill 406 by Representative Lever, the 123rd, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 20.
Judiciary.
House Bill 426 by Representative New of the 40th, and others, Bill to be entitled an act to amend.
Ethics.
House Bill 432 by Representative Kelly of the 16th, and others, Bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section.
Natural resources.
House Bill 443 by Representative Pritchett of the 166th, and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code
Natural
Section.
resources.
House Bill 449 by Representative Rhodes of the 124th, and others, bill to be entitled an act to amend Title.
Regulated industries.
House Bill 455 by Representative Powell of the 33rd, and others, bill to be entitled an act to amend.
Economic development.
House Bill 436 by Representative Blackman of the 146th, and others, bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 2, Chapter 5, Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated.
Finance.
House Bill 465 by Representative Gilliard of the 162nd, and others, bill to be entitled an act to
Public
amend.
safety.
House Bill 516 by Representative New of the 40th, and others, bill to be entitled an act to amend Code
State
Section.
and local government. General.
House Bill 534 by Representative Jackson of the 68th, and others, bill to be
State
entitled
and
an act.
local government.
House Bill 536 by Representative
State and
Jackson.
local government.
House Bill 539 by Representative Reeves of
State
the
and local government.
House Bill 540 by Representative Reeves of
State and
the
local government.
House Bill 551 by Representative Ridley of the 6th, and others.
Transportation.
House Bill 563 by Representative Bennett of the 94th, and others.
Public safety.
House Bill 569 by Representative Howard of the 71st, and others. Bill to be entitled an act.
Insurance and labor.
House Bill 572 by Representative Persinger of the
State
119th.
and local government.
House Bill 575 by Representative McCollum of the 30th.
Transportation.
House Bill 584 by Representative Petrie of the 166th, and
Health
others.
and human services.
House Bill 594 by Representative Green of the 154th. Bill
State and local government.
House Bill 595 by Representative Green.
State and local
House Bill
government.
596 by Representative Cannon.
State and local government.
House Bill 603 by
State
Representative.
and local government.
House Bill 608 by Representative Reese of the 140th, and others. Bill to be
State and
entitled.
local government.
House Bill 619 by
State
Representative.
and local government.
House Bill 622 by Representative.
State and local government.
House Bill 625 by Representative Silcox of
State
the
and local government.
House Bill 640 by Representative Martin in the 49th, and
State
others.
and local government.
House Bill 648 by Representative
State and local
Schofield.
government.
House Bill 651 by Representative Powell of the
Public
33rd.
safety.
Mr. President, that completes the order.
Secretary read reports of standing committee.
Mr. President, Senate Committee on Education and Youth has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 81 due pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hickman of the 4th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
It is now time for the morning roll call. Are there any motions to excuse? Recognize Senator from the 42nd.
Ask unanimous consent to excuse the senators from the 49th and the 50th. They still have business outside the chamber.
Recognize Senator from the 33rd. Without objection, senators from the 49th and 50th are excused.
Thank you,
Recognize
Mr.
Senator from the
President, and
33rd.
good morning. Following the sentiments of the senator from the 6th, welcome back. I also missed you. But in the meantime, I'd like for you to excuse the senator from the 5th for business inside the Capitol.
So much love in the air, I tell you. I don't know what to do with it. Recognize Senator from the 50th. You're back from your business.
I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 42nd.
The 42nd? Oh. Y'all over there playing jokes, huh? All right. Any other motions to excuse? Secretary will call the roll. Senator, signify your presence by voting the yay switch. Secretary, unlock the machine. It is now time for our daily devotion, and I recognize the senator from the 6th to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance and introduce our pastor of the day. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Y'all please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Georgia flag. I pledge allegiance to the Georgia flag, to the principles for which it stands, wisdom, justice, moderation, and courage. Friends, colleagues, it gives me great pleasure to have the pastor of the day, Reverend Matt Sapp, who is the pastor of Central Baptist Church in my hometown of Noonan, Georgia. And before serving at Central, Matt served churches in both Canton and in Atlanta. He's a graduate of Mercer University as well as Mercer's McAfee School of Theology. In addition to his work at Central Baptist, he also serves on the Board of Trustees at Mercer University, on the Board of Visitors for the McAfee School of Theology, and as the moderator for the Cooperative Baptist Fellowship of Georgia. Matt's wife, Julie, who actually is on a trip this week, couldn't be with us, but Julie is a native of Waynesboro, Georgia, and is also a graduate of Mercer University. And Matt and Julie have 2 sons, Hudson and Joey, and a daughter, Mary Jane. And many of y'all know that I go home every single night, and one of the reasons I do go home every single night is so I can get up the next morning and I can take my children to school. And when I take my kids to school, now I drive my kids to school. It's 2 blocks, a long way from me. So, but when every single morning when I'm taking my kids, I look, and then there's Pastor Sapp walking up the street with his children, dropping them off at the same school, and I can always just see the joy in his face. I know he enjoys doing that, and it really, to me, gives me joy to see him not just being a pastor to our community, but also being a loving father to those dear children. And I know he'll tell you that walk is uphill both ways in the snow, and it's a tough walk. So Elm Street can be treacherous. But without further ado, I give you my friend and neighbor, Reverend Matt Sapp.
Mr. President, thank you. Senator Brass, thank you for that introduction, for the invitation to be here today. Matt and I do live in the same neighborhood. Our kids do go to the same school. Most mornings we do pass each other on those mean streets of Elm Street in Noonan, Georgia, as you described them, to and from dropping our children off at elementary school. Representative Lynn Smith, by the way, also lives in our neighborhood. I have the privilege of being her pastor, so the Sapp family is well represented here at the state legislature. And we love being from Noonan. We like to think that we're from, Matt, you'll agree with this, I think, the greatest town in the greatest state and the greatest country in the history of the world. And down in Noonan, we work pretty hard to keep it that way. Senator Brass and his family are committed members at a church just down the street from ours, but I always like to tell Matt there's always room for him and his family at Central Baptist Church too. So, for those of you who follow the Christian calendar, yesterday was Ash Wednesday. That makes today the 2nd day of Lent. For the next 46 days, just over 6 weeks, which is more than 10% of the year, by the way, those of us in Christian traditions that observe Lent will use this season of the year to prepare for Easter through an intentional focus on things like prayer and fasting. When you hear someone say they're giving up Instagram for Lent, for example, that's a kind of fasting. And for those of us who observe Lent, we will spend 12% of our lives this way, 46 days, year after year. That's 40 days of Lenten fasting, 6 Sunday feast days scattered in between. We always feast on Sundays. But 12% of our lives, and eventually, if you're old enough and faithful enough, 20 Lents go by. I think this is about the 20th Lent I've observed in my adult life. And you're left to wonder, giving 12% of your life over to this kind of observance, if you're really making any spiritual progress at all, or if you're just living the same year over and over again each Lent. As the weather starts to warm up, we'll start to get into the heart of blue crab season down along the Golden Isles, St. Simons, Jekyll, Cumberland Island. My wife's actually on her way down to that part of our state right now. Maybe we've got a senator in the room who represents that area of our state. I grew up in Virginia around the Chesapeake Bay. Blue crabs were the source of crab cakes all summer long in Richmond, Virginia, where I grew up, and soft-shell crab was a delicacy. Blue crabs can molt as many as 20 times during their lives, shedding their hardened outer shell to make room for a new, more fitting shell to take its place as the crabs grow. And as they get larger, shedding their shells, getting rid of that accumulated outer layer, can be a painful process for crabs. It is for sure a vulnerable process, but they cannot grow without it. Lent each year for us is kind of like that. It's like shedding our hardened outer layer to make room for us to grow. Imagine how uncomfortable it must be to be stuck inside a shell that's grown too small, and how stunting it can be to your growth. Most of us don't have to imagine. Year after year, season after season, Lent after Lent, we refuse to shed the shells we've outgrown, because it can be a painful process. It is hard to shed and leave behind the thoughts, the beliefs, the attitudes, the behaviors, even the relationships that we've outgrown. And it for sure can leave us feeling vulnerable, but we cannot grow without it. For a blue crab, the process of shedding that outer layer to make room for new growth begins with a hairline crack along the length of its back. For those of us who observe Lent, that process began yesterday with ashes placed in the shape of a cross on our foreheads as we begin to shed the things that have grown too small for us. The crab, by the way, never gives the old shell a second thought. It just sheds what it has outgrown and moves on. In that way, the crabs maybe are more evolved than we are. But just like the blue crab, our growth is an iterative process. We have to be willing to shed our shells over and over again. That's why Christians observe Lent every year, 12% of our lives. Somewhere along the way, we got the idea that we could demonstrate our strength by all the things we carry. On the day after Ash Wednesday, we remember with the blue crab that we grow by what we leave behind. Let's say a prayer together. Heavenly Father, bless the men and women in this room and bless the work they do together. Give them the wisdom to carry out their work in a way that best serves the people of our state and in a way that best honors you. We offer our prayer in Jesus' name. Amen.
Are there any unanimous consents? Does any senator wish to rise on a point of personal privilege? Recognize the senator from the 24th. This doesn't happen much.
Thank you, Mr. President. On your desk, you have a letter about the trout fishing from the Sportsman Caucus. We'd like for everybody to go, but make sure you put your name in the pot so we can make sure we have all the equipment we need. But it's March the 11th. Sign up. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Senator. Senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise this morning to recognize a special group of friends to me. On Saturday, we will commemorate the 60th anniversary of the 9th Marine Expeditionary Brigade's landing at Da Nang, Vietnam on March 8, 1965. These brave Marines were the first major U.S. combat unit to fight on the ground in Vietnam, marking the transition from an advisory role to direct combat. The arrival, the courage and resilience of these Marines paved the way for thousands who followed. Their unwavering commitment to duty embodied the Marine Corps motto, Semper Fidelis, always faithful. These Marines faced not only the harshest combat conditions, but also the uncertainty of what was to come. They were the first to take a stand in this land, setting the stage for sacrifices that were to follow. Throughout the struggle, they remained steadfast. The 9th MEB was pivotal in the early years of the war and their role in establishing the military strategy in the region for years to come. They are the true definition of American heroes. Today, I would like to honor some of the men who served alongside me, heroes whose sacrifice defended our nation. Willie Giles, Montgomery, Alabama. Cleveland Whitehead, Atlanta, a former police officer here. Clarence Jenkins, Atlanta. Steve Pepe, California. Terry Houghton, who served from Canada, who just deceased. Henry Stiltner, Tony Stiltner, was a sergeant who commanded me in Vietnam. He relocated recently here to Georgia. He recently deceased. Al Hampton, Warner Winborn, Paul Maxwell, Dennis K. Eaker, who was KIA in 1966 on Operation Hastings. Ralph Ortega, KIA in 1966. As we reflect on their courage today, let us also remember the sacrifices of all who served. Over 58,000 Americans lost their lives in Vietnam. Many more were forever changed by their experiences, and we must ensure that their sacrifices are never forgotten. As we honor them, let us reaffirm our commitment to the values they fought for: freedom, liberty, and the defense of all that is good and just. Let us continue to stand by those who have served and continue to serve in the defense of this great nation. To all the men and women who served in Vietnam, Army, Navy, Marine, Air Force, we salute you. Your sacrifices helped shape our nation, and your courage will never be forgotten. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for that, bringing that to us today, and thank you for your service too to our military. Recognize Senator from the 56.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today is Georgia Chiefs of Police Day at the Capitol. We don't do presentations on Crossover Day, otherwise we'd have them up on the rostrum right now, but you will see many of our local police chiefs in the building. Please take a moment to thank them for their extraordinary leadership. They are our finest throughout the state. It's been a challenging several years, never been harder to serve in law enforcement, and we know here in Georgia we have their back. So thank you to each and every one of you who are serving as our chiefs of police throughout our great state of Georgia. Thank you.
Recognize Senator from the 50th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise today just to recognize the little girl that made me a dad, Hallie Hatchett. My oldest daughter turns 8 years old today. Hallie, I hope you have a great birthday. I can't wait to come home to see you. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
All right. Happy birthday to Miss Hallie. Senator from the 53rd for appointed personal privilege. Recognize the senator from the 42nd for appointed personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. I just want to take a second to recognize all of our leaders that are here today from the Prince Hall Freemasonry. It is their day here at the state capitol. Of course, they were founded back in 1784 out of Boston, Massachusetts, and ever since they came to Georgia, now we have almost 6,000 members statewide. We appreciate the work you do in our community, especially what you do for young people through the scholarships that you offer. If y'all please help us welcome them to the state Senate today. Thank you.
All right. Always good to have our Masons down to the Capitol today. We appreciate each and every one of y'all, all you guys up there. Appreciate all y'all and what you do in your local communities. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against? Any other senator wish to want appointed personal privilege? We're going to introduce our doctor of the day, too, so. Our doctors have actually been busy today. We've unfortunately had a couple of instances where duty has called. So, but we're glad to have our doc of the day in the chamber, and I recognize the senator from the 52nd to introduce our doctor of the day.
You know, this is the second time I'm going to bring a doctor up here to introduce him. I had an emergency that I had to go to. I think this one was a seizure, and we had a House member pass out today. But the last one I had here, when I was bringing her up, she had a problem too. Dr. Jason Harrison here is a neurosurgeon. I work with him in the operating room. All my neurosurgeons are really politically active for some reason. I can tell you more than a couple of times I've gone in there and he said, "Oh, good, it's you today, Chuck. We've got lots of politics to talk about today." And I'm in there, oh my God, I'm going to be in here for hours. But he loves school. I know that. He claims he hates school, but I added it up. I think it's 17 years he spent after high school, 2 years as an x-ray tech, 4 years of college, 5 years working on and this was the University of South Alabama in Mobile, 5 years working on a PhD in DNA repair, and then medical school, and then 7 years of residency and fellowship to become a neurosurgeon. He did that at the University at Virginia Commonwealth in Richmond, is where he did his neurological surgery work. And I'll have to tell you, I've been there and watched him navigate the intricacies of the human brain and the spine. And most of the time, I even keep the patient asleep and still for him. Yeah. Maybe not all the time, but most of the time. He really does great work with all our patients up there, part of the Advent hospital system, but works at both Advent and Atrium there in Rome. On a personal note, his wife and my wife, for you agriculture people, They graduated together and now certified master gardeners in the area. So they take care of the plants for us. Anyway, a great surgeon we've got up in Rome is Dr. Jason Harrison, presenting to you to the Senate today.
Thanks, Chuck. As Chuck alluded to, he and I work together. He's a great guy. It's an honor to be invited to our state's capital to be your doctor of the day. And as Chuck alluded to, I specialize in spine and brain. If you guys experience any chest pain or respiratory issues, I think there's a reverend in the house today too. So, but just come see me if you need anything. It's really my honor to be here, and I'm glad to do it.
All right. You have a consent calendar of privilege resolutions. Does any senator wish to remove a resolution from the consent calendar? Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution on the consent calendar? Chair hears none, and resolution on the consent calendar is adopted. Are there any motions to withdraw or commit? Recognize the majority leader for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate engross the following resolutions at this time in bills, SB 129 and SB 212.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 129 by Senator Albers with 56 and others. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 2 of Chapter 5 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to property tax exemption so as to increase the amount of a statewide homestead exemption for certain totally disabled veterans, to create new statewide homestead exemptions for certain partially disabled veterans and partially or totally disabled first responders, to provide for definitions, to provide for related matters, to provide for compliance with constitutional requirements, to provide for a short title, to provide for a referendum, effective dates, and automatic repeal, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Senate Bill 212 by Senator Still, the 48th, and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 14, Article 6, Chapter 2, Title 20 of the OCGA, related to other educational programs under the Quality Basic Education Act, so as to prohibit the disclosure of public student directory information to political candidates, campaign committees, political action committees, political organizations, or persons or groups acting on their behalf. To amend Article 15 of Chapter 2 of Title 1 of the OCGA related to miscellaneous offenses relative to election of primaries. To amend Article 1 of Chapter 5 of Title 21 of the OCGA related to general provisions for government transparency and campaign finance, derived for related matters, provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 51st, would you like to speak to the motions?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, we're about to start our session for the day. I know many of you are meeting with constituents on the floor and out in the hallways. We need everyone to get up to the chamber. We're going to engross these two bills, which is customary and traditional when these bills come from the Finance Committee and the Ethics Committee, and that's the case with these two pieces of legislation. So if you would, please make your way to the chamber, and we will call the question, and I ask for you to vote to engross these two pieces of legislation. Thank you very much.
Senator from the 41st, for what purpose you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it in order to make a motion to divide the question so that we can vote in engrossment on these individually? Would that be in order?
That would be in order. Yes, it would. So we can take them up one at a time if you like, yeah.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we divide the question.
The senator from the 41st has made a motion that we divide the two issues, SB 129 and SB 212. Is there objection? But without objection, motion granted. All right, so now we'll take up SB 129. And is there objection to engrossing? Is there objection to engrossing 129? Object. All right, 14. Senator from the 14th objects to that motion. So we'll vote on this. The vote is on SB 129, a motion to engross. All those in favor will vote yea. All those opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to engross, the yeas are 33 and the nays are 18, so this motion has prevailed. So now we will take up the motion to engross SB 212. Is there objection to engross? No? There is objection. I can't hear you back there, Senator. Your voice is gone. All right, there's objection from the senator from the 41st. All those in favor of the motion to engross SB 212 will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to engross, the yeas are 32, the nays are 20, and this motion has prevailed. Moving on to the rules calendar. What's exciting about today's rules calendar is we actually have a couple of members that have bills on for the first time in here today. I'll let y'all know when they come up. Senate Bill 105. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 105 by Senator Anavacharte, the 31st, and others, a bill to Title Act to amend Chapter 50 of Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to veterinarians and veterinary technicians so as to authorize licensed veterinarians and veterinary technicians to practice veterinary teleadvice, to authorize licensed veterinarians and veterinary technicians to practice veterinary teletriage under certain circumstances, to authorize certain licensed veterinarians to practice veterinary telemedicine under certain circumstances, to provide for the regulation of the practice of veterinary telemedicine, veterinary teletriage, and veterinary teleadvice by the State Board of Veterinary Medicine, to revise and provide for definitions, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senate Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Goodman, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 31st to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, friends. Senate Bill 105, we are updating portions of the Georgia Veterinary Practice Act. A couple of things that this bill will do: it will enable all licensed veterans in the same hospital to provide care based on established medical records. It will allow veterinarians to use telemedicine for patients for existing VCPR. It will clearly distinguish telemedicine, teleadvice, and teletriage. And finally, it will ensure oversight and accountability in the sense that it will prevent out-of-state veterinarians from exploiting telemedicine and unethical practices like remote-only prescriptions, and will maintain alignment with federal regs, USDA accreditation, and state standards. Bottom line, this is a great bill to protect our veterinarians across the state that are taking care of our animals, whether you're in the city or whether you're in the country. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the will.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52, the nays are 0. This bill, having received requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary read Senate Bill 17.
Senate Bill 17 by Senator Anvitarte, the 31st, and others. Bills being titled Act to amend Article 11 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 and Article 10 of Chapter 3 of Title 38 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to public school property and facilities and statewide first responder building mapping information system, respectively, so as to enact Ricky and Alyssa's law, to require local school systems to implement a mobile panic alert system capable of connecting desperate emergency services technologies to ensure real-time coordination between multiple state and local first responder agencies in the event of a school security, to authorize the Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency to adopt rules and regulations for the requirements for school mapping data, to provide for definitions, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hickman, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth offers the following substitutes to Senate Bill 17, a bill being titled Act to amend Article 11, Chapter 2 of Title 20, and Article 10 of Chapter 3 of Title 38 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to public school property and facilities and statewide first responder building mapping information system, respectively, so as to enact Ricky and Alyssa's law and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from 31st. Speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the morning of September 4th, lives were changed forever at Appalachia High School in Barrow County, Georgia. On that day, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation said at 10:20 a.m., the Barrow County Sheriff's Office received alerts about reports of an active shooter. The victims were identified by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation on that day as student Christian Angelo, student Mason Shimmerhorn, teacher Christina Irami, and teacher Richard Ricky Aspinwall. That day changed Georgia forever, and I know on behalf of my family, your families, and this entire Senate body, we think about those four individuals every day. We think about the students, the teachers in that building, and what they experienced, and we think about the Barrow County community in general. To this day, I know Shayna Aspinwall. Some of y'all met her. She testified in the senator from the Force Committee about this bill and the lasting impact it's had on response and responses to an active shooter or a health emergency on a school campus. Very similar to what Alyssa Aldehef's mom and family experienced on February 14th of 2018 during the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School shooting in Parkland, Florida, where this bill that you voted on last year with bipartisan support was born, unfortunately. This bill basically is to improve public safety response times to life-threatening emergencies. And this bill requires that public schools provide classrooms with a mobile panic alarm technology to basically save lives, reduce the amount of time that it takes for law enforcement to respond and get to an incident. The other part of this bill is a school mapping piece, and very simply, all it does is require that every school property in the state be mapped. So that data is provided when an incident happens in real time. Our folks and friends in the public safety community know where to go to find the assailant, where to go save lives, where to evacuate people. Seconds count, minutes count. Nothing will ever change what happened in Parkland or Barrow County. But I think we all agree we can make our systems better, our schools better, and make sure that our schools are as safe as they humanly possibly can be. I do want to recognize the President of the Senate for his work on this and his support, the Senator from the 46th, the Senator from the 45th, and the Senator from the 49th, and others, those senators that represent the Barrow County community, for walking alongside a lot of these families who still have questions about what happened in that school that day. And I do want to thank the Georgia Emergency Management Agency, their entire team, Chris Stallings, who has moved on to other things now, the Barrow County Sheriff's Office, Governor Kemp, and many others who showed up that day and that night after an event that changed our entire world. So with that, Mr. President, I'll yield if there's a couple questions. Otherwise, I'll yield the will.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a green vote.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 55, the nays are 0. This bill, having received a requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Good job, Senator, from the 31st. Those are bills that I know you worked very hard on, those first two bills, so good work on those two. Secretary Reed, Senate Bill 61.
Senate Bill 61 by Senator Dolezal, the 27th, and others, bill to maintain an act to amend Article 6 or Chapter 11 of Title 15 of the OCGA relating to delinquency so as to provide for additional offenses over which superior courts are authorized to exercise exclusive original jurisdiction for the trials of children 13 to 17 years of age, to include the offenses of certain terroristic threats or acts involving public and private schools, an attempt or criminal conspiracy to commit certain offenses, to provide for which such cases shall be subject to the Class A Designated Felony Act provisions of Code Section 15-11-602 upon transfer to a juvenile court, to amend Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to elementary and secondary education, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill be passed by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 61, a bill to maintain an act to amend Article 6 of Chapter 11 of Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to delinquency, so as to provide for additional offenses over which superior courts are authorized to exercise exclusive original jurisdiction for the trials of children 13 to 17 years of age, to include the offenses of certain terroristic acts involving public and private schools, and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senator Dolezal, the 27th, offers the following amendment number 1. To amend the Senate Committee on Judiciary substitute to Senate Bill 61 by replacing lines 130, 183 through 195 with the following. A. On public or private school operating property, including but not limited to school buildings and school grounds, by replacing lines 190 through 192 with the following. A. Public or private school operating property, including but not limited to school buildings and school grounds, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 27th. Speak to his bill and his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. We have a couple of school safety bills here in a row, and Senate Bill 61 comes about after a conversation between the Lieutenant Governor's office, some of our juvenile court judges, my Sheriff Ron Freeman, my school superintendent, Mitch Young, and we had a number of things that we heard from them, some of which remain in Senate Bill 61, and then some of which are in the bill that the senator from the 45th will have, I believe, coming up next. Senate Bill 61 adds to the list of crimes that are heard in Superior Court, adds terroristic acts committed against a school. I want to pause here and point out that we did change from the original bill. We add 2 new criminal acts in the code: terroristic acts committed against a school and terroristic threats against a school. Originally, threats was also given to Superior Court, but after feedback in our committee sub, we have it such that only the act is what will be heard in Superior Court. The bill also expands this list to include any aggravated assault or aggravated battery committed with a firearm. Currently in code, that only applies if it's against a public safety officer, and so on lines 43 and 44, you will see that we strike the underlying requirement that it be committed against a public safety officer for those to be in Superior Court. And in addition, the bill provides Superior Court with the exclusive jurisdiction over cases involving criminal conspiracies or criminal attempts to commit the underlying offenses for which Superior Court already has exclusive jurisdiction. As you know, those are things like manslaughter, second-degree murder, rape, aggravated sodomy, etc. And you will see that on lines 49 to 51. I think it's important to point out at this point as well that the bill preserves the existing authority for a DA at any time before indictment, after investigation, and for cause to decline the prosecution in Superior Court and bring the case to juvenile court for those between the ages of 13 and 17. And you will see that on lines 68 through 71. Section 3 requires DJJ, DHS, and DFACS to notify a local school system when a child has been, because of their behavior, placed on electronic monitoring, intensive supervision program, or home confinement program. One thing that I heard from my sheriff was that often you have kids moving through the system and the school is unaware of that. And so we want to make sure there's an open line of communication between law enforcement and the school system. But you'll see on lines 154 to 167 that we put guardrails in place to ensure that that information can only be used to keep the school safe and that they will not be used for any sort of confinement in the school against the student that applies to. Lines 171 through 235 outline the 2 new criminal offenses that I talked about. And the amendment that's before you, Amendment 1, follows through on a commitment that I made in committee to someone who can express concern about the inclusion of adjacent playgrounds off of school and parks off of school property. So all that we're doing with the amendment is cleaning that up to strike the language as it relates to parks that are adjacent to a school. And then lastly, as you all know, members, we have a current school safety plan process that is in place. We strengthen that school safety plan process in Section 5 of the bill by requiring each public school to perform an annual site threat assessment, either with local law enforcement or with individuals who GEMA has identified as being qualified to do so. We will use that site threat assessment to inform the school safety plans. We move that to an annual process so that every year at every school in the state of Georgia, we are assessing the threat and threats and vulnerabilities around unlocked doors, open doors, vestibules, things that professionals will identify as vulnerabilities so that they can then work those, shoring up those vulnerabilities into the annual school safety plan. With that, Mr. President, I'm happy to answer any questions if we have any. If not, I will yield the well.
You do have a question, Senator. I recognize the senator from the 10th.
I'm looking for no.
I'm sorry, Senator, you do not have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Now I recognize the senator from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. President, a member of this body. First of all, let me say I appreciate the senator from the 27th bringing this legislation. And when you look at this legislation, you would think it is a great thing to do. And certainly there are some elements of this legislation that, to me and certainly to some of my members, appears to be problematic. And the reason why it appears to be problematic is because we are criminalizing our kids, creating new code sections, and the whole thrust behind this is sending kids, incarcerating kids, rather than rehabilitating kids and getting them the services that they need. I believe there's a different approach when it comes to school safety. We have an opportunity to identify early on who those kids are with early alert systems. We also have an opportunity to get the kids the care that they need. This isn't a novel idea. These are all ideas that we discussed during our Firearms Safe Storage Study Committee. And these are ideas that I heard overwhelmingly from all those that attended, from the clinicians down to the parents and even students themselves. Most kids do not have that commit these offenses in our school system, do not have a prior record. And I will say that again, most kids, not just in Georgia, but across this country that commit these offenses do not have a prior record. So trying to use our departments of juvenile justice to identify who those kids are really is problematic, and we need to look at how to address this issue on the front end. I've offered up several bills to do exactly that, Senate Bill 54 and Senate Bill 53. And I would hope that this body would consider looking at this legislation so that we can provide early intervention, we can provide the social services and the clinical care that these kids need, and not just provide it, but also continue to ensure that if those kids move out of their original setting, we would still have an opportunity to track those kids, and those new settings that they would happen to move to would still be made aware of the issues and the problems that they had in the previous school system. This is, in my opinion, and those of members of my caucus, the best way to address the concerns, not by criminalizing early on and trying to look at our Department of Justices and Department of Corrections and trying to create more sentences for these kids. They need help, they need care, they need the clinicians to work with them early on. And Mr. President, thank you, and I yield the well. And encourage you to vote no and consider the approach that we offer in terms of treating this issue, this plague in our great state. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. Previous question is ordered. Actually, we do have amendment number 1 authored by the senator from the 27th, who is the underlying author of the bill. Is there objection to amendment number 1? Without objection, amendment number 1 is added. Question on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 33, the nays are 22. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary reads Senate Bill 179.
Senate Bill 179 by Senator Dixon of the 45th and others, bill to be entitled Act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to elementary and secondary education, so as to require that the academic and disciplinary records of each transferring student shall be provided by each student's previous school to the receiving school within 5 days. To reduce the number of days by which a parent or guardian of a transferring school shall receive copies of such records, to provide for evidence-based youth violence prevention training programs, to provide for student violence prevention clubs, to provide for local policies for anonymous reporting, to provide for definitions, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date and applicability, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary offers the following substitutes. Senate Bill 179, a bill to be entitled Act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to elementary and secondary education, so as to require that the academic and disciplinary records of each transferring student shall be provided by the student's previous school to the receiving school and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senator Dixon of the 45th offers the following amendment number 1 to amend the Senate Committee on Judiciary substitutes to Senate Bill 179 by deleting the at the end of line 12, by replacing lines 13 and 14 with definitions, to provide for related matters, to provide for an and. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize Senator from the 45th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I bring Senate Bill 179 before you today. It is the third school safety bill you've heard this morning. This one is more of a preventative side of school safety. It has several provisions in it, starting out under current law. When a student transfers from 7th grade and up, they have to, on a conditional basis, they can be accepted into the school before their transcript reaches their receiving school, as long as their parent or guardian has executed a document providing the name, address of the last school that they attended. What this bill changes is that it would require those records to be transferred to school administration within 10 days by the local superintendent or principal of the last school the student attended. Also, under this new provision, parents and guardians would have access to the student's records within 5 days, and they also must be required to list any Class A or Class B felony acts Under current law, if there's adjudication for delinquency under such acts, they must be disclosed already. This is required by current law. Also under current law, students or parents or guardians, they must disclose if the student is currently serving a suspension or expulsion from the other school. This all must be contained in their disciplinary records that's being transferred. What this bill changes is if a parent or guardian fails to do so, they would be subject to a misdemeanor, a fine up to $1,000, 30 days in jail, or a combination of community service. The next provision in this bill, it also requires law enforcement, if a student is arrested on a Class A or Class B felony, that must be reported to the school superintendent within 7 days. The next portion of the bill has to do with foster children that are under the custody of DFACs. In order to comply with federal law, students must be immediately admitted, enrolling into the new school, but their transcripts must be transferred within 10 days as well. And the last piece of the bill has to do with mental health. It would require from 6th grade to 12th grade students would be required to take a minimum of 1 year class or training on suicide awareness and prevention. Also, youth-based violence prevention, either being able to recognize if a student is potentially going to harm themselves or someone else. With that, Mr. President, be happy to answer any questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Question is on amendment number 1, authored by the senator from the 45th. Is there objection to amendment number 1? Without objection, amendment number 1 is added. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 51st, you
Parliamentary inquiry.
state your inquiry.
Mr. President, isn't it true that the senators from the 45th, 27th, and the 31st have worked extremely hard for the last 12 months to prepare these 3 bills to protect our children in our school systems?
No doubt about it, Senator. No doubt about it.
I think we owe them.
I was just about to say the same thing here, but I appreciate you reminding me.
Yes, sir.
So thank you for that, Senator. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 54, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. And I'd like to echo exactly what the majority leader just stated. Senator from the 45th, the 31st, and the 27th. Thank y'all very much. Those were priorities. Thank y'all very much for all the hard work you did for school safety measures. All right. We greatly appreciate that. Moving on to Senate Bill 276. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 276 by Senator Eccles of the 49th and others, a bill to maintain an act to amend Code Section 49-4-148 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to the recovery of medical assistance from third party liable for sickness, injury, disease, or disability, so as to revise certain provisions to comply with federal law, to bar liable third party payers from refusing payment solely because a healthcare item or service did not receive prior authorization, to require a third party payer to respond to an inquiry from the Department of Community Health regarding a healthcare claim within 60 days, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Walker, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 49th. Senator, did I see your wife here earlier? The former senator? Well, good. And your daughter's here? Well, good. Well, when they come back in the chamber, let us know so we can recognize them.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. This morning I bring before you Senate Bill 276. This is an agency bill. It passed our chamber last year. This legislation addresses federal requirements impacting DCH and Medicaid third-party liability. It brings the state of Georgia into compliance with the U.S. Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2022. It requires states to have laws in effect that bar liable third parties from refusing payment to Medicaid for a service based solely on the fact that prior authorization was not issued. Medicaid's always been the payer of last resort and only pays for covered services if there are no other liability third-party payers. This could be a commercial insurance plan, a lawsuit settlement, or a workers' compensation settlement. This bill will ensure that those primary payment sources cannot unreasonably deny payment to Medicaid for the services for which they are responsible. That is all, Mr. President.
You have one question, Senator. I recognize Senator from the 42nd.
Senator Yield.
Yes, Senator.
Senator, I noticed on lines 18 and line 24, you struck the words health care and replaced it with health care. What is the difference between health care and health care?
It should have been written together, not two separate words, Senator.
Do you further yield?
Yes, Senator, I do.
And so whoever wrote this bill previously, or this law previously, had it misspelled?
The gentleman knows what he speaks.
Do you further yield?
One more.
One more. On line 32, there's the 60-day requirement. Someone must respond within 60 days of inquiry. If the 60th day falls on a weekend, does it go automatically to the Monday, or how does that work?
Pretty sure it goes to Monday.
You further yield?
Yes, Senator.
Are you pretty sure it goes to Monday, or does it go to Monday?
It goes to Monday.
It goes to Monday. All right, thank you.
I yield the will.
Senators yielded. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Hearing none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 54, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary reads Senate Bill 259.
Senate Bill 259 by Senator Brass of the 6th and others, Bill 2010, an act to amend Chapter 11 of Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to the Juvenile Code so as to provide for certain procedures to be followed when there is a determination of suspected child abuse or neglect, to provide for a physician holding temporary physical custody of a child based on a suspicion of child abuse or neglect, to provide for certain information to a parent or legal guardian, and the Division of Family and Children Services to provide for a definition, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date and applicability, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Children and Families recommends this bill to pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Kirkpatrick, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Children and Families offers the following substitutes in Senate Bill 259 and Bill 2010, an act to amend Chapter 11 of Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to the Juvenile Code so as to provide for certain procedures to be followed when there is a determination of suspected child abuse or neglect, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. A little over a year ago, I got a call from an old friend, and he was calling me from the hospital that he had been removed from. Just days earlier, his grandchild had gone and had some medical complications to where he couldn't breathe. They took this child to the nearest fire department. From that fire department, they life-flighted the child. The child's name is Ridge. Ridge was life-flighted up to CHOA. And at CHOA, it was determined that the breathing stopped from some swelling on the brain, and there were some other complications that were caused. And so a medical evaluation was commenced on the child. And at that moment, the medical professional had deemed that Ridge had been abused as a child. He was abused, and Ridge at this time was about 6 weeks old. The grandfather was calling me in despair, not knowing what to do, and so I made a few calls to kind of understand the process, get a little better handle on what was about to happen. And I called him back, and I told him, sir, it's going to be awful. What you and your family are about to go through is going to be a nightmare, but you have to let this process take place. You want to be sure that child is not being abused. Because the nightmare that you're living now would only be worse if that abuse did exist and that child did, in fact, one day pass away. So when I told him that, I was thinking the process might take a few days, worst case scenario, maybe a couple weeks. Well, the process played out, and through court and various other means, they had to hire attorneys, they had to hire doctors, other doctors to come in and give second opinions in the court of law, to where the abuse was, it was found there was no abuse. It was all from some complications that Ridge had at birth that did cause that swelling on the brain. And through all that, hundreds of thousands of dollars later, Ridge was able to go home. 15 months later, Ridge was able to go home. For 15 months, a family went through a nightmare situation, family torn apart, a child from 6 weeks old to just over a year old was removed from his family. So what this bill does, SB 259, also known as Ridge's Law, thank you to the senator from the 50th who offered that amendment in committee. What Ridge's Law will do is when a child goes to a facility like CHOA and goes to see a medical professional, and the child is taken into temporary custody. What this will allow the parents to do is to get a second opinion, and they can get it at that time instead of having to wait and go through the court system. This is modeled after Texas. They have a second opinion law there. It's very similar to that, and the bill is very simple. In the first part of the bill, it says that the doctor, number one, has to review the child's medical records, and that will be filed in the DFAC system, that they did in fact review those records. And should there be a reason that those records were not reviewed, that also will be filed in the DFAC system called Shines. And they must then notify the parents of their right to get that second opinion. And then the second part of this bill simply makes it very clear that the family can get that second opinion. Now, I wish I could tell you that Ridge is the only case that this has happened. I will say it is very rare that this does happen, but rare is too many. CHOA does review over 2,300 cases of child abuse every year, and the number of times this happens is very small. But it does, in fact, happen, and we must give these families a second chance by allowing a second opinion. With that, Mr. President, I will yield for questions.
You do have one question, Senator. Recognize Senator from the 44th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the Rules Chairman yield?
Absolutely.
Senator, thank you for bringing this bill. Is it not true that I had constituents that had a very similar situation to Ridge's family?
I believe so. We had a couple other mothers. We had 3 mothers in total that testified in committee. I believe one of them may have been yours. And unfortunately, that's not the only 3 that this has happened. There is a bigger number than that this has happened to, and so thank you for that.
Yes, and isn't it true that the Holschuck family, who are my constituents, upstanding employees at the CDC, 3 children, and due to a misunderstanding and lack of second opinion, lost all 3 of their kids for over 2 years, and were also criminally charged until finally those charges were dismissed, and it destroyed their life.
That's correct. The mother gave a very compelling testimony, very emotional. In fact, that was one of the most emotional hearings I've ever sat through. It's very sad. I can't imagine my children being taken from me.
Yeah, and isn't it also true that they came to me to ask to run interference with DFACs on this issue?
I believe that to be true.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 32nd.
Thank you. Senator, would you yield?
I do, Madam Chair.
Isn't it true that during the committee testimony that just about the entire committee was in tears, including yourself?
I was bawling. That is correct.
And isn't it also true, Senator, that you work closely with the Department of Human Services, the commissioner in particular, to be sure that we were doing the right thing on this bill?
That is absolutely correct, and you bring up a great point, because during a separate committee hearing that you held, I had invited Commissioner Broach and Regina Quick to come back to my office to meet with this grandfather. They were very familiar with the case. Throughout the 1.5-year process that went on, I was in touch with the grandfather frequently, and many times I reached out to the commissioner directly to get answers, and she was very helpful. And in that meeting, as we were discussing the problem, that is when the grandfather brought a solution. And the commissioner jumped right on it and said, if we can figure out the details quick enough, I will absolutely support this. And that is how good government's supposed to work. We're supposed to listen to our people and then come up with solutions.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate your work.
Thank you for all your work on this, on the great committee that you chair.
You have no more questions, Senator.
Thank you. I urge for everyone's favorable consideration so that we can prevent families from being ripped apart. Please support SB 259, Ridge's Law. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the Senator from the 50th.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I will be brief on this. I just want to applaud Senator from the 28th for what he's done with this bill. I've had two constituents that have dealt with this. My wife actually is a juvenile attorney, and this was one of the main things she dealt with was parents who had their children taken away. And while it is rare for the doctors to get it wrong when they do get it wrong, this will help families stay together. And I want to thank the Rules Chairman, the Chairman of Children and Families, and Lieutenant Governor for starting this committee. If you haven't had the opportunity to come, it's an emotional committee, and it always leaves you feeling better when you walk out. So with that, Mr. President, I'll yield the well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none, and the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, the main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 55 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Good job, Senator. Good job. Secretary Reed, SB 33.
Senate Bill 33 by Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd and others, the bill to entitle an act to amend Chapter 23 of Title II of the Official Code of Georgia annotated the Georgia Hemp Farming Act so as to provide limits on the total THC concentration of consumable hemp products, to revise positions concerning the certificate of analysis applicable to consumable hemp products, to revise and provide for definitions, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Regulated Industries and Utilities recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Cowsert, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Regulated Industries and Utilities offers the following substitutes to Senate Bill 33, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 23, Title II of the Official Code of Georgia annotated the Georgia Hemp Farming Act so as to provide limits on the total concentration of intoxicating cannabinoids in consumable hemp products, to revise provisions concerning the certificate of analysis applicable to consumable hemp products, to revise and provide for definitions, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the Senator from the 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill relates to Delta 8 and other intoxicating cannabinoids that were not included in Senate Bill 494 last year, which required testing and labeling of Delta 9 THC with a maximum concentration of 0.3%. We have reputable processors of consumable hemp products in our state who are already testing and labeling appropriately, including one in the district of the Senator from the 13th. But we also have products from China and other places that are being sold in gas stations, convenience stores, and smoke shops that come from that are not being appropriately tested. These cannabinoids appear in trace amounts in the plant and they're then enhanced with various chemicals to increase their strength. The products may be contaminated with industrial solvents, heavy metals, and other contaminants. This is a health risk, and the FDA has written a number of warning letters due to adverse events resulting in emergency treatment, including right here in Georgia, and there's one case that I'm personally familiar with in Henry County. This bill includes other intoxicating cannabinoids like Delta-10 that were not captured in last year's bill because there are others besides Delta-8 that are in this category, including a chemical called HHC, which was actually pointed out to me by the Agriculture Department. Senate Bill 494 already has restricted consumable sales or purchase to adults over 21. As you know, hemp currently has a definition of less than 0.3%. Anything above that is marijuana. Hemp products are regulated by the Department of Agriculture, marijuana by the Marijuana Commission. This bill has nothing to do with medical cannabis. What this bill does is add Delta-8 and other intoxicating cannabinoids to the total THC concentration of a product on lines 110 and 111 after defining intoxicating cannabinoids on line 55 to 63. It adds authority to the department to add any compound or group of compounds considered to be a health and safety threat on line 141. This bill is not a ban. It's a consumer protection bill that is not intended to impact processors that are already testing and labeling their products appropriately. It's intended to make sure that consumers buying these products are clear on what they are buying. The Agriculture Commissioner and his team are working hard to implement the program we put in place last year, and this bill is intended to help them in their efforts to protect consumers. I appreciate their input into the bill. You have a letter on your desk from the Georgia Sheriff's Association in support of this bill due to the many challenges faced by law enforcement in dealing with impaired individuals. The bill passed the Regulated Industries Committee unanimously, and I would appreciate your support. I'm happy to answer any questions.
You have no questions, Senator?
Thank you. I yield.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 6. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, has passed by substitution. Secretary reads Senate Bill 254.
Senate Bill 254 by Senator Cowser of the 46th, a bill to maintain an act to amend Chapter 23 of Title II of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated, the Georgia Hemp Farming Act, to provide milligram limits on Delta-9 THC and consumable hemp products, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Regulated Industries and Utilities recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Cowser, Chairman. Mr. President, Senate Committee on Regulated Industries and Utilities offers the following substitutes to Senate Bill 254, bill to maintain an act to amend Chapter 23 of Title II of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated, the Georgia Hemp Farming Act, to provide milligram limits on THC and consumable hemp products, to provide for a definition, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 46th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, it's interesting all the different subject matters we learned serving in this body. This year and last year, we've learned an awful lot about hemp products and THC. We first regulated this in last year's Senate bill that gave the enforcement powers to the Department of Agriculture and also gave them the power to issue rules and regulations further controlling the use of hemp products. What we've learned is that the federal limit of 0.3% THC in a hemp product is an enormous amount of THC when you extrapolate it out to the volume. We've learned that this 0.3% dry weight is the equivalent of over 1,000 milligrams of THC for a 12-ounce beverage. Most states are limiting greatly the amount of THC that can be included in a beverage or in a tincture or any kind of lotions or in gummies. And the reason is to protect the consumers, protect the public from the psychoactive components of THC. So you're going to get high. What the science has shown us, we learned an awful lot in regulated industries, is 2.5 milligrams will get you high. 5 milligrams, no question. And if you look on your desk, the senator from the 56 has sent out a little chart that shows the equivalent of 2.5 milligrams of THC to beers. And basically, the best they can translate that is 2.5 milligrams is equal to a beer, a glass of wine, or a shot of liquor. What we're trying to do in this bill is just follow up on what the senator from the 32nd just passed on capturing all forms of THC, not just Delta 9, which naturally occurs in hemp and marijuana, but also capture Delta 8, Delta 10, other variants that are still THC. This bill captures them all as well, but it essentially codifies the rules and regulations that the Department of Agriculture came up with. Back in the fall, the original rules and regulations of the Department of Agriculture limited you to 5 milligrams per 12-ounce beverage and would not allow you to have larger than a 12-ounce container for the liquid forms of these hemp-infused beverages. It limited the gummies to 10 milligrams per gummy and no more than 150 per package, which would be 15 servings. As far as the topical creams and whatnot, it limited you to 1,000 milligrams of Delta 9 THC per package. And then the tinctures, which are little oils, it limited you there to 1 milligram, not to exceed 10 fluid ounces in a container. This January, those rules were updated and they increased the beverage amount from 5 milligrams to 10. And it increased the amount per package from 150 to 300. What this does is go back and codify the original rules. Takes it back down to 5 milligrams per beverage and back down to 150 milligrams per package of the gummies. This is for public safety. You may hear other people speak on this, but these current 10 milligram beverages are like 4 shots of liquor, 4 glasses of wine, or 4 beers, all in one can. So what we're doing is allowing folks to sell beverages that will impair your ability to do a lot of things, but for one, to drive. And it is still illegal to drive under the influence of alcohol, and we tell you what's the level that we deem to be intoxicating or to impair you. You may have heard 0.08, so that's roughly 4 beers we say is intoxicating, you're impaired. On THC, I don't know if the science is there to tell exactly how many milligrams or nanograms it takes to impair you, but I think everybody in the industry agrees that if a 10 milligram serving is equal to 4 beers, or 4 glasses of wine, or 4 shots of liquor, you take that in one time, you're going to be impaired. And the law in Georgia is your DUI drugs if there's any THC in your blood test. So we're putting loaded guns in people's hands in the form of a can or a gummy, and we need to protect them. We need to keep it away from children, and we need to make sure that people are responsible in their usage of these products. So with that, Mr. President, I strongly encourage passage of this as we just codify the stricter rules and regulations and try to sort of get our arms around this new industry. I yield for any questions there may be.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you. I yield the well and ask for your support.
Secretary, read the amendment.
Mr. President, Senator Robertson on the 29th and Alvarez the 56th offer the following amendment. Number 1, to amend the Senate Committee on Regulated Industries and Utilities substitute to Senate Bill 254 by replacing line 2 with the following. Hemp Farming Act so as to prohibit the sale of consumable hemp beverages that contain THC, to provide milligram limits on THC consumable hemp by replacing lines 44 and 45 with the following. B, a drink or beverage that, inserting I, contains, striking contains alcohol or constitutes an alcoholic beverage under Title III, inserting or I contains THC. Mr. President, that completes the, and for other purposes, Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognized Senator from the 29th. Speak to the amendment.
Hello, colleagues. This is a very simple amendment. I'll keep it very brief. We're on a bullet train when dealing with marijuana. And let's be clear, that's what we're dealing with. You can call it cannabis, you can call it CBD, you can call it whatever you want to call it. You can call it, a farmer's product, whatever. We're dealing with marijuana, weed, the chronic, whatever you want to say. That's what we're dealing with. What this amendment does is it prohibits the sale of beverages that contain THC in Georgia. And I never thought I would stand in this well and say this. The state of California just put out an emergency order 3 weeks ago, signed by Governor Gavin Newsom, to pull all beverages containing THC off the shelves in California because of the adverse effects on people that were buying it out there and the damage it was causing and the numbers of individuals going to the emergency room. California has been dancing in the arena of marijuana for years and years and years, and they realize that they don't have control over it. We need to pump the brakes, slow down, and let's make sure we're doing the right thing for our state. And another very political thing to say, but is absolutely true in this case, I was talking to two of my colleagues just a few minutes ago. It's not about those of us in this room sitting here, the adults that I'm looking at. It's about our children. It's about my 5 granddaughters. It's about your children. Think of the world they're coming to while we're making these fast decisions related to something that there is so limited study on because it's a Schedule I drug, and we have not been allowed to run the types of medical tests on these that we should. So I would ask you please to support the amendment, and I would also ask my friend from the 46 not to object. And with that, Mr. President, I'll stand for any questions if I have any. If not, I'll be happy to yield the well.
You do have one question, Senator. I recognize the senator from the 1st.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
I do.
I just wanted to applaud you for bringing this amendment. Certainly the senator from the 46 does put brakes on that and tries to thread a needle when it comes to that. But basically what we're talking about is not the next bill where we're discussing medical marijuana. This is really recreational marijuana that we're getting to. We're combining alcohol and THC in a formula that we really don't know what the outcome is going to be. Because there's not been good studies relating to this, because this has been a Schedule I drug. So I agree with you. We do need to pump the brakes on this. As far as I'm concerned, doing away with beverages I think is a good idea. Let's keep it in the medical marijuana arena with the other 18 states that do this. Isn't that true?
That is true. My good friend and the doctor from the 1st, I appreciate your support and thank you. And with that, Mr. President, I'll happily yield the well.
You have one question, but you're always welcome to yield, Senator.
I will take that one question, Mr. President.
Senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
I do.
Can you just say in plain English again what exactly your amendment is trying to do?
If you read the If you read on line 3, you'll see so as to prohibit the sale of consumable hemp beverages that contain THC.
So, to be clear, if you will yield,
I do.
you are attempting to take from the market any drinks that have THC in them. Is that not true?
You and I just communicated perfectly. Yes, ma'am, that is true.
Thank you.
Thank you. I yield the well.
Senator's yielded. Any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Questions on the adoption of Amendment 1. Adoption of Amendment 1 authored by the senator from the 29th. I was getting to that, Senator. We do have objection. Would you like to speak for your objection, Senator? No? No? All right. So the question is on adoption of Amendment 1. We do have objection from several members. So all those in favor of the adoption of Amendment 1 will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the adoption amendment number 1, the yeas are 29, the nays are 27. Senator from the 14th, for what purpose do you rise?
Move to reconsider that amendment vote, Mr. President.
All right. The senator from the 14th has moved for reconsideration. So all those in favor of the amendment will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, hold on one second. This is for the reconsideration. This is for reconsideration right here. All right. All those in favor of reconsideration will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion for reconsideration, the yeas are 27, the nays are 29, and the amendment has passed. The amendment has been adopted, excuse me. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 42 and the nays are 14. This bill having received the requisite constitutional majority, therefore passed by substitute. All right, so we're going to go ahead and stand at ease for lunch. I know the pro tem and his staff have got a good lunch lined up for all the members here. So we're going to just stand at ease, and we'll come back. We'll come back about 1:15. All right. The Senate will come back to order. Secretary reads Senate Bill 220.
Senate Bill 220 by Senator Brass of the 6th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend various provisions of the OCGA so as to rename low THC oil as medical cannabis, to amend Chapter 12 of Title 16 of Article 2 of Chapter 13 of Title 16 and Article 1 of Chapter 2A of Title 31 of the OCGA relating to offenses against the public health and morals, regulation of controlled substances, and general provisions relative to the Department of Public Health, respectively, so as to clarify and revise criminal penalties, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 220, bill to be entitled an act to amend various provisions of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated as to rename low THC oil as medical cannabis, to amend Chapter 12 of Title 16, Article 2 of Chapter 13 of Title 16, and Article 1 of Chapter 2A, Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated, related to offenses against the public health and morals, regulation of controlled substances, and general provisions relative to the Department of Public Health, respectively, so as to clarify and revise criminal penalties, to clarify and revise exemptions to criminal penalties, and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senator Setzler of the 37th and others offer the following amendment number 1 to amend the Senate Committee substitutes to Senate Bill 220 by replacing on line 88 the words 50% with the words 10%. Mr. President, Senator Brass of the 6th and others offer the following amendment number 2 to amend the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services substitute to Senate Bill 220 by inserting between lines 340 and 341 the following. Said chapter is further amended by revising subsection A of Code Section 16-12-230 related to requirements for dispensing low THC oil as products as follows. A, rejecting low THC oil and inserting medical cannabis or medical products shall only be dispensed and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senator Burns of the 23rd and others offer the following amendment number 3 to amend the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services substitute to Senate Bill 220 by striking line 9 and inserting in lieu thereof the following such information by striking lines 389 through 391 and replacing it with the following reserved. Mr. President, Senator Robertson, the 29th, and others offers the following amendment number 4 to amend the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services substitute to Senate Bill 220 by replacing on lines 433 through 456 with the following. A, cancer when such disease is diagnosed as end of stage or treatment produces related wasting illness or recalcitrant nausea and vomiting and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the distinguished Rules Chairman. Speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I bring to you SB 220, Medical Marijuana Bill. And I first want to tell you a little bit about why I'm passionate about this bill and the program as a whole. Back in 2019, when we were going through the study committee to figure out how we were going to set up this program in the state of Georgia, we were in our last study committee, and laying on my desk was a letter from a neurosurgeon, neurodoctor with the Shepherd Center in support of medical THC for this state. And I thought I recognized the name on it, but I wasn't real sure, so I actually texted it to my mother. My mother got diagnosed with multiple sclerosis back in 1999, 2000, around that time. And I texted my mom the letter, and I said, "Mom, do you know who this doctor is?" She said, "Yes, that's my doctor." And it dawned on me right then that I wanted my mom's doctor to have every tool in the tool chest he could possibly have to treat her, should she ever need it. Now, she's fortunate. She never has needed it. In fact, the medicine she was on for over 2 decades, she's now off of and living drug-free and living with MS, but still healthy. But there's others out there that aren't so lucky. And some of them need this medicine. Some of these doctors need this tool to treat their patients. So I'm going to be very clear on what this bill does. In 2019, when we passed the bill, we set a limit of 5% THC oil. When you look at 18 other medical marijuana states in this country, medical marijuana only, not recreational, the lowest percent is 50%. Of those 18, the highest is 70%. So this bill would take us from 5% to 50%. The other thing in this bill that is going to get the most debate is going to be the vaping. Under current law, we don't allow vaping. And I understand the concerns. I am concerned around vaping. But I also have concerns for those with epilepsy who may be going into a seizure and may need this medicine to work a little bit faster than 1 hour or 2 hours, however long it normally takes, which I think an hour is about the normal. If they're about to go into a seizure, they're going to need immediate relief. That is the need for vaping. And if you're going to allow vaping, which I think we should for those types of patients, and there's others, I believe you've got to increase that percentage from 5 to 50 at a minimum. Because the 5% is not going to give them the immediate relief they need. So instead of having to vape one time, they're going to have to vape 10 times. And the amount of the percentages of additives that go into that vaping, which some say can cause as much harm as the actual anything that's in there, you're looking at a 95% ratio of additives versus a 50% ratio. So that is another purpose of taking that 5 to 50. And the third and final thing that really is probably going to get the most debate today is around the conditions. Back when we set up the study committee, the chairman of HHS and myself, and then Lieutenant Governor Casey Cagle, put in a law that said DPH, in conjunction with the Composite Medical Board, would make recommendations around conditions for the list of diagnoses. And DPH, in conjunction with the Composite Medical Board, sent a letter requesting that we add lupus. They also sent a letter requesting that we strike Crohn's disease and add inflammatory bowel disease. The conditions are start on lines 429 and they run through lines 456. That's on pages 18 and 19. The other thing we've done with the conditions, we found that it's confusing for doctors and patients with the language severe or end of life. So we have removed that from most of the conditions. We did leave it on peripheral neuropathy. We left severe. We took end of stage because there's no such thing as end of stage peripheral neuropathy. But it does still have to be severe, and that was to make sure people weren't using this for carpal tunnel and things mild like that. My original bill under autism inadvertently struck through the lines when such disorder is diagnosed for a patient who is at least 18 years of age, or severe autism when diagnosed for a patient who is less than 18 years of age. That language is back in the bill. I want to be very clear on that. So for autism, they have to be 18 or up, or it has to be severe. One other thing we added under conditions, because we moved that severe or end of stage, I wanted to put it more back into the doctor and patient's hands, and we added this language that says, any of the following, this is under definition of condition, starting on line 429, any of the following, provided that the patient's symptoms associated with any such condition can reasonably be expected to be relieved by the use of medical cannabis, and the potential benefits of such use to the patient outweigh the potential health risk that such use might pose to the patient. So that's the meat of the bill. Most of the rest of the bill goes through a patient and doctor listening tour that was sent out by the commission. There was a lot of confusion around the program for the patients and for the doctors. And one of the things was calling it a low THC program. And so you'll see multiple references through the bill striking through low THC and now referring to the program as medical cannabis. So that is the bill. I will yield the well to allow time for plenty of debate, and I'll be back for closing. Now, I'll speak to the amendments. I want y'all to vote your heart. I want you to vote your district. But I'll say this. Nobody came and talked to me about these amendments before I looked at them on my desk. Nobody's come and talked to me about these amendments before I came in the well. I'm not mad at you. You're still my friends. Just a little disappointed. But I'll be voting no. Encourage you to do the same. I do. Amendment 2 is mine. It was, this came from the nursing homes. They are finding that THC is being good and is a good tool to use for patients with dementia. And they ask that their caregivers be able to pick up the cannabis for their patients that cannot drive. So that's what Amendment 2 is. Again, vote your hearts, vote your district. I yield the well.
The senator has yielded. So, any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Okay. Recognize the senator from the 37th who also authored Amendment Number 1. Senator, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, author of the bill, co-sponsors, this is an issue that's worthy of debate. Scientific double-blind research tells us that with the regular use of THC, marijuana, 3 times a week, from the late teenage years to middle age, adults in the prime of their lives have an IQ of 6 to 8 points lower with the regular use of THC. Now, what that means to you is, maybe not much. We don't live in the world unless you're an educator and think about such things most of the time. It's not a world we live in. But 8 points on your IQ is what's called a half standard deviation. And what that means is, if THC use regularly over the course of a decade and a half or so lowers your IQ, your brain power, by 8 IQ points, that means the average American in the prime of their adulthood, who would be at the 50th percentile of intelligence, with lowering their IQ by 8 points, is now in the 33rd percentile. That means if you're the average Georgian, you're now dumber than 2/3 of Georgians by the regular use of marijuana over the course of more than a decade. This is not a victimless crime. No, when we passed low THC oil in 2015, I was a member of the House. There was a sweet little girl there rolled into the back of the House and said that she needed the cannabinoids that was in the oil that came from the cannabis plant because there were things that happened, there were conditions that even though the research wasn't super solid on it, we knew anecdotally it helped them. And the discussion in 2015 was there needed to be a trace amount of THC, maybe 0.5% in there, but there was the cannabinoids and all the substances in this low THC oil that made the difference. No, after a couple years of debate of this, myself and others came together and said, you know what, let's do this for these people. That we recognize all the things that we need for medicine are provided for us if they're used properly and they're used responsibly. But I would tell you, friends, that taking young adults and taking the words of a General Assembly in our law that says it's okay to do these things, to take the kind of concentrations of THC that we're proposing this bill has a big effect on our nation. It's not a victimless crime. Not only does it make people dumber, that's proven in research. Even the proponents of this bill would recognize the idea of motivation and zeal and energy of people who are regular users of marijuana is lowered. And friends, when we think about what this does, what high THC used day in, day out, week in, week out does to health, even the websites of the THC community says, don't take THC, don't take cannabinoids during pregnancy. It increases the likelihood of children having ADHD, autism, and we see that with these high concentrations of THC, even though we may call it a medicinal substance, increases the cases of psychosis and even schizophrenia. It has a massive impact. At the concentrations we're talking about in this bill, there's a massive impact to human health. And that doesn't even speak to the fact that in Colorado, who's embraced THC openly, one person dies every 4 days in Colorado from THC-induced auto accidents. Friends, this is not a small step. The cannabinoid bills that came through the House and came through this legislature in 2015 and 2019 came through my subcommittee in Judiciary and Non-Civil. And the discussion about low THC oil that has this sort of hard to define but meaningful impact is made a mockery of in this bill. I say that hesitantly. I say that because the sponsor of this bill is a friend of mine. I say that because the co-sponsor of this bill I count as friends. But as we debate this, as we look at what Georgia law is going to allow, friends, this is not a bill about medicine and solving medical conditions that the medical community cannot otherwise solve. This is a bill that, with complicit doctors around our state, effectively puts in place recreational marijuana. The medicinal benefits of these substances happen at much lower rates of THC. You don't need 50% THC honey oil or vape oil to accomplish the medicinal to achieve the medicinal value that cannabinoids can provide. Friends, I provided you on your desk a little flyer. If you're a member of the public watching this, you can't see this, but what it says is, what Senate Bill 220 does, and I say this hesitantly and I say this regrettably, it takes the THC content from 5% to 50%. The concentration of what people are able to ingest in their bodies illegally goes up 10 times in this state by this bill. It's indefensible medically to do this. Unless the purpose of this bill is to get people stoned, and being stoned is the medical value that we're trying to glean from this bill, it is indefensible to take the legal limit from 5% to 50%. No, many of us don't have a lot of personal experience with low THC oil or the vape oils and these kinds of things. Many of us haven't traveled around the country and experienced these. What I've got for you here, friends, though, is the 28,000 milligrams that's allowed to be possessed under the bill. Technically, it doesn't change. 20 ounces at 5% is the same as 2 ounces at 50%. But the 20 ounces at 5% allows someone to kind of stock a year's supply if they were to travel to another state to buy it, and they can. The 20 ounces kind of gave them an opportunity to have a shop stock, a warehouse stock of supply. But what this 2 ounces at 50% does, in the hands, in the context of vape pens, takes 28,000 milligrams of THC and puts it in the hands of any Georgian legally. 28,000 milligrams of THC that this bill allows to be in the hands of Georgians, and a stack of vape pens you can hold in 2 hands, puts in your 2 hands the equivalent THC that would be present in more than 8,000 marijuana joints from the 1980s. I don't know that any members of this General Assembly have any experience with such things. But I will tell you, the content, the density of marijuana, of THC in marijuana in the 1980s was around 1%. And based on the research, I can show you the studies, a person in this bill is allowed to have, in these 56 vape pens they're able to have under this bill, at 50% pure THC. That's the same amount of THC that exists in 8,000 joints from the 1980s, friends. The density of marijuana we're talking about here is about getting people stoned. It's not about helping people with cannabinoids. Friends, what this furthermore does is it takes the delivery system of THC from being an oil that's put on your tongue or that's on an edible, and it makes the most bioavailable system that we can deliver. Vaping vaporizes the THC that you're able to ingest it and breathe it in like oxygen. Think about, the way we were created, our bodies through our lungs take in oxygen, automatically translate into our blood system so we can use it. Things that are eaten or consumed through the tongue go through our digestive system and work their way into our bodies. And as the author of the bill and the sponsors say, this is one of the advantages of the bill. They want to be able to get the THC to people as fast as they can. But the bioavailability of 50% THC that's vaporized and goes right into your lungs, the impact that has nothing to do with medicinal effects of cannabinoids. It's about getting people stoned. Guys, this is a serious bill. This is a serious shift. 10 times the density of this hallucinogenic drug we're going to legalize by the power of the state Senate. Friends, the concentration we're talking about, if you want to understand what this means, you think about naturally occurring marijuana that occurred in nature 100 years ago, what the cannabis plant produced. About 0.3% of that cannabis plant by dry weight was THC. We're taking the allowable amount in Georgia to 150 times the concentration of THC that naturally occurs in nature. Nature gives us what we need. If someone were taking low THC oil or consuming cannabis in some natural form, those hundreds of cannabinoids that are in that, we believe has some medical impact for people. But not by getting rid of all those and distilling down to 150 times the density so it can be smoked, vaped, and ingested right into our lungs in a way to make people stoned. And then lastly, friends, if we're uncertain about this, why would we consider something that shows these negative medical impacts for adults? Why would we allow it for children? The American Academy of Pediatrics says that for people under the age of 18, there is no circumstance in which THC is needed to solve children's medical conditions. This bill, in 16 of the 18 conditions that are referenced, not all 18, but in 16 of the 18, allow this 50% THC concentration to be delivered to children at any age. Now, do I believe parents are going to be giving infants this? No, I don't believe that's what parents will do. But there is no age limit on who this is delivered to, friends. This is serious policy. And if you believe that the 200 cannabinoids that are in low THC oil and that are naturally occurring cannabis are meaningful, let's protect that. That's what's in law now. But taking the concentration to 10 times what it is today is not about the medicinal value of cannabinoids. It's about getting people stoned. It's about legalizing de facto recreational marijuana to the tens of doctors around the state that will give this out for intractable pain or other conditions folks can present and demonstrate, and radically change the value of what we did back in 2015 with Haley's Hope Act, to give cannabinoids legally to people in an oil form or otherwise of folks that had unique medical conditions and needs. I say this in hesitance to my friends who proposed the bill, but friends, Senate Bill 220 is a dangerous bill. I don't say that lightly. This bill increases what can be given to people legally by 10 times the concentration that exists today, and it is not about medicine, but it's about legalizing getting folks stoned and legalizing de facto recreational marijuana under the name of medicine. Mr. President, glad to take questions.
Have you yielded, Senator? Senator, have you yielded? Did you yield for questions?
Glad to take questions, Mr. President.
Okay, I'm sorry. Recognize the senator from the 23rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
Yes, sir.
Could you refresh my memory when we began discussing the medical use of cannabis? What was the original THC content proposed?
Yeah, we were in 2014, I think. It might have been 13 or 14. It ended up passing in 15. I don't want to quote it wrong. I know there was discussions around 0.3%, 0.5%. That was where we started. There was an effort in 2019, I think that the senator from the 6th alluded to, when the author of the bill in 19 brought the bill before our House committee, he didn't propose 5%. He proposed unlimited THC content at 20 ounces. Now, had we passed that, had we not done our homework, that would have authorized 80% THC at 20 ounces, which at the time, about $2,000 or $3,000 an ounce of street value. That would have been $60,000 of pure THC honey oil would have authorized. We stopped it. Instead of making it unlimited, we limited it to 5%, which was still a 10x increase over what was originally proposed in this. And 5% was really not low THC oil. It was radically higher, but we left that alone and said, you know what, let's just leave it here. It's got all the THC anyone would ever need because it's supposed to be about the cannabinoids.
Thanks, Senator. You further yield for
Yes,
one
sir.
follow-up.
Happy to.
So I think my recollection is that we started somewhere around 0.5%, at least a number of years back.
Yes, sir.
And then we went to 5%, which was 10 times greater.
Yes, sir.
And now the proposal is to go to 50%, which would be 100 times greater. Is that not true, Senator?
Correct. And I think it's under the false premise that, other states that call themselves medicinal are 50 to 70. Well, that's really not the question we had to ask ourselves. I don't doubt what other states have done. Many states have wanted to be medicinal in name, recreational in practice. That's what this bill does. This bill's following that lead. If we care about the cannabinoids and the value of this for people with difficult conditions, 5% is probably 10 times what they really need in terms of THC content.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator, you have no more questions.
Mr. President, appreciate that. This is a hard debate to have, but it's a serious question to deal with. I would ask for your opposition to the bill as written and the adoption of the amendments. If we pass the amendments that are being offered, I think this is a bill that preserves the integrity of what's proposed initially and that serves Georgians well. Mr. President, with that, I'll yield the will.
Senator from the 6th. So what we're going to do now, I'm going to let each senator that has an amendment speak to their amendment, and then the senators that want to speak, I'll invite them up. So senators from the 6th, do you want to speak to your amendment, or do you want to wait to your closing? You wait to the closing? Okay. Senator from the 23rd, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, as has been pointed out, this is a serious discussion, and we're moving quickly to a place where I'm not comfortable. I want to speak specifically to Amendment Number 3. What it would do is, under current law, vaping is not allowed as a method of use. So, if you'll note in the bill on lines 388 through 391, that would allow, it would repeal the ban on vaping. So, currently, vaping is not allowed. If adopted as is, we would repeal the option of using vaping as a method of delivery. What my amendment does simply removes the repeal and goes back to the underlying bill, which would require that vaping not be used for the delivery of THC. There are a number of other questions and concerns about the bill, but I look forward to having that conversation with the author. I'm happy to yield the well or yield for questions.
Sorry, Senator, I was listening to my boss lady up here, the First Lady of the Senate.
There you go. There you go. Glad she's here.
So she had me distracted there. So you have no questions,
Thank
Senator.
you. I yield the well.
Senator from the 29th. Floor is yours to speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. Amendment number 4 is really simple. It puts the language back the way it was before we got here today, with small exceptions. Under E, on line 9, where one time it said Crohn's disease, those responsible for looking at the conditions and determining the conditions felt, along with the chair, Senator from the 1st, that inflammatory bowel disease would be better as opposed to Crohn's disease. And if you look on the back, it strikes lines 23, 24, and 25. 23, the reason for that amendment, I have a very clear understanding of that condition. I understand the therapies and medications that are out there to address that condition. I have a lot of close friends and late friends who suffered from that condition, and the use of marijuana to address that condition is an extremely dangerous mixture. In many cases, it worsens the condition. In number 25, intractable pain, we have all been to the hospital where they hold up the little sunshine and there's a 1 on one end and a 10 on the other end, and they ask you to let them know where you feel your pain is there. Have a good friend, retired Colonel Carl Savory, that said that is absolutely the worst idea that anybody ever had to measure pain. And basically, in an environment where recreational marijuana is at the front door knocking, the last thing we need is a condition that cannot be measured, cannot be confirmed. But if you look on the front side, we can measure cancer. We can stage cancer. As the author of the bill said, multiple sclerosis, we can measure it. And all the others as you come down, whether it's Parkinson's, sickle cell, when such disease is diagnosed as severe or end stage, Tourette's, when such syndrome is diagnosed as severe, all of those are being measured. But the others, we cannot. So all this is doing, with tiny exceptions and under the advice of those responsible on line E, all we're doing is putting this right back to where it was and not turning it into something that could be easily manipulated and create an environment of recreational marijuana in the state of Georgia. Thank you, Mr. Chair. If there are no questions, I'll yield the well.
You have one question, Senator.
Yes, sir.
Recognize the senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
I do.
Senator, so you talk about having some concern about people being able to get this marijuana card based on a disease that cannot be measured. We've had this program in place for a little while now. Are you aware of people using intractable pain in order to get thousands and thousands of medical marijuana cards or low THC oil cards?
Did you say thousands and thousands?
Are you aware of current abuse?
Senator,
Yes.
You said thousands and thousands?
Yes.
I think this is where we lose something in the debate, where we become hypothetical, where we want to blow some number up. I was happy to yield to you for a legitimate question.
So, may I replace the question
no,
for
ma'am.
you yield?
No, ma'am. I'll go ahead and yield the well. Thank you, Mr. President.
The senator has yielded. Does any other senator, well, we have a number of senators lined up to speak, so recognize the senator from the 13th.
Well, I'm confused. And if you're not confused about all the stuff coming out here today you've heard, then you're a much smarter person than I am. But I'm going to read you the definition of confusion from Google, so we know it's true because it comes from Google, okay? To cause someone to feel uncertain or unclear or to make something difficult to understand. Are we not there? Well, that's where we are. Let's talk about that for just a minute. First of all, I want to applaud the senator from the 6th for having the wherewithal and the ability to stand up here and try to do what's right for the people of Georgia. You know it's not popular always. Let me tell you something, folks. Before I came here, and I remember being here in 2020, and I hear about all this stuff about hemp, marijuana, hemp, whatever you want to call it, that we promised the people of Georgia that we were going to supply them with a quality medical grade marijuana program. We promised them. What have we done? We give them oil to put under their tongue. Why do you think our registry is 22,000 people and Florida's hundreds of thousands? Because they go to Florida to get what they want. We don't give them what they want. Let's take that one step further. You can drive anywhere in this city and get out of your car, and guess what you're going to smell? Anywhere you go. We have created a black market in Georgia like nobody's business. And the black market has continued to grow and grow and grow because of what reason, folks? We didn't do what we promised them to, and that's including me, and I wasn't even here. Now, I have never drank or smoked. I'm good with banning alcohol, banning everything. No, we'd have a real fight if we tried that. I mean, everybody would come unglued if we tried that. But, you know, it's been legally killing people for 200 years. But let's just keep on drinking, okay? But here we are. We're offering to do a medical grade marijuana for people who need the medical products. Did y'all miss me anywhere in that? I didn't say we were going to go out there and start distributing it like marijuana is going to be legalized and we're going to be taxing it and all that. I didn't say any of that stuff. I said we're going to supply medical grade marijuana for people who need it. Now, you take a gummy, and I've talked to the scientists, I've talked to the people about this, and they'll tell you a gummy takes 45 minutes basically to take effect. About 45 minutes. Now, who's going to wait on a gummy to take 45 minutes where you can just pop an opioid? And we want to addict people on opioids. That's where we go with this. We just want to addict them. So here's the bottom line on the opioids and the gummies. You give them oil. Nobody wants to put oil under their tongue. I've heard from people telling me it's horrible and it doesn't give you the effect that you need to get. Now, if they vape marijuana, from what I'm told, and I've been told by many, it's instantaneous. And they get the relief they need. And guess what? We're talking about vaping medical grade marijuana. And here's something you haven't all talked about today. If you don't get it from a medical grade supplier in Georgia, you're going to get it from somebody else. We don't know if it's laced. We don't know what it's got in it. We heard that big word, fentanyl. We keep hearing all this stuff. You don't know what it's got. But if they get it from a medical grade facility where we pass laws to make them spend $20+ million on their facilities, and yet we don't allow them to sell their products. Something's wrong with that picture, people. Something's wrong with that picture. So here we are, we're sitting here thinking to ourselves, oh, let's just take that right away from them. Well, guess what? There's this little thing called the internet. Any of y'all ever heard of the internet? You know, I'm real tickled to death about the internet. You can find anything you want on the internet. You can buy anything you want on the internet. Like them beverages we talked about this morning. Take it away from them, they're going to order on the internet. Guess who is the largest supplier of drugs in the country? United States Postal Service. UPS. They're going to bring it right to your door and put it on your doorsteps. Because why? We don't allow them to get it in Georgia. Our medical registry will triple, it'll quadruple, it'll do more than that if we allow people to get quality products in Georgia that makes what they have to have in their system. And I'll tell you something, folks, I've seen the effects. I watched where people have epilepsy, and a child would have epilepsy, or a young person, elder adult, whatever. They can take a vape, and instantaneously they don't have that problem anymore. But no, let's just dope them up on regular medicine. You know, let's just go and get them hooked on something that, you know, for the rest of their life, hooked on something. Now, everybody keeps talking about deaths on marijuana and deaths on this. I swear to you, I keep trying to find anywhere that shows where somebody has died with an overdose of marijuana or a vape. I can't find it. I can't find it. Now, they may have been a little high and got hit in a car accident. I ain't going to go there, okay? They also could have been a little drunk and got hit in a car accident. Okay? They also could have been a little stupid and got in a car accident and got killed. Okay? The bottom line of it is it happens. But the reality of it is medical grade is what we're trying to do to prevent what? The black market that we have in Georgia. And the black market will supply it if we don't allow them to supply it. And I'm telling you right now, I want you please to vote down the amendments except number 2. All the amendments except number 2 that Senator from 6 offered, and allow and do what we promised we would do to people that need this product. Because if we don't do it, they're going to get it somewhere else. And there's nothing we can do in here, us 56 people. We cannot change that fact. It will happen. We know it will happen. But at least we'll be giving them something that's medical grade, quality made, and coming from people that we gave licenses to that cost them $100,000+ they had to go build 50,000 or 100,000 square foot building just to grow this and process this, and we will allow them to get these products to the people that need them. Please vote for this bill and vote down these amendments except number 2, and let's move Georgia forward and not be caught in the rat race. Thank you. I yield well.
Senators yielded. Recognize the senator from the 56. Speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an important issue with a lot of passion on both sides. I think it's important we have some historical context, because not many of us were here when this debate first started 13 or 14 years ago. We had a lot of folks here, many with children who may have had epilepsy or other types of medical conditions. And from that, there was determined that we needed CBD oil. And the CBD oil was going to be the answer to help these children, which I think everybody's heart went out to, and we wanted to solve that problem. During that time, there was actually a prescription that was created, you can still get today, called Epidiolex, which was designed specifically to treat those with seizures by using the CBD oil. But even though that was available through a doctor and a prescription, we were told, oh no, we must have this, and it must be at 0.3% THC. And that debate went back and forth for about 18 months. Finally, they came back and said, it's actually not 0.3, it's 0.5. That's the only way we'll be able to cure these intractable conditions with 0.5 THC. And that went through the committee process and went back and forth between the chambers up to sine die one night at about 11:58. When the conference committee bill came back, and it wasn't at 0.3 and it wasn't at 0.5, it went to 5. 5, a multiple of 10 from what the absolute amount which was requested was going to solve all those problems. Think about that for a moment. Now we're talking about going from 0.5 or 5% to 50. Again, another 10 times from 5 to 50. Mark my words, 2 years from now, it'll be 100% because that'll be the next ask. But if it was going to be perfect at none and then ideal at 3, but then the only solution was 0.5, and now we went to 5, and now we want 50, to what end? There's a reason why THC is still a Schedule I drug. How many times do you watch the television and see one more pharmaceutical commercial of somebody playing with their dog and throwing a frisbee because the next great medicine is going to solve whatever ailments we may have? If this was solving real medical ailments all the time, I promise every big pharma company in the country would have a product on the market already. How is it that since the beginning of mankind, we just found out in the last 12 or 13 years that the solution to every single one of our ails has been pot? It should sound foolish because it is. Let's follow the real science here. Why do we keep doing this? I'll never forget when I met with some folks out in the hall. After the 5% was passed, the very next year, they sat there with tears in their eyes saying, we can't do this unless we can grow our own marijuana. I asked them who paid them. They turned around and walked away, as did their lobbyist. To what end, I'll ask you one more time, will we keep doing this? There's a process for medical conditions. You go to a doctor. The doctor prescribes you whatever medicine or whatever you need in order to hopefully heal you and get you better. We are at such a slippery slope now, and if you don't understand what's happened over the last many years, I hope it will give you the perspective you need to support any amendment that will lessen this, or perhaps more importantly, not pass this bill. I think it came from those purists of reasoning and thoughts. I respect the senator from the 6th, but the history doesn't line up with the results. Thank you. I yield the will.
Recognize the senator from the 52nd to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try not to take any more time than necessary. And I was around for the 0.3%. And I remember when the House member brought it over and it said 3%, and I said, I thought it was 0.3. He said, oh, it's a typo. But then it was 3% after that. So I knew incrementalism was the goal there. I want to make sure everybody knows how this came about. There was a patient listening tour. Now, this tour didn't have the Georgia Department of Public Health, the Composite Medical Board, the Georgia Board of Pharmacy, but their input is that the Composite Medical Board did recommend lupus and the Crohn's to IBS thing change, I think. But this isn't, you know, a randomized, double-blind controlled study that we're doing or something like that. This is just a listening tour. You're at 5%, what do you want? We want 50%, okay. We want a vape, okay. Whatever people put on the listening tour was up for this bill, and even the department that handles this says the commission and staff prepared this report and should not be construed as an expression, perspective, practice, or viewpoint of the commission or its staff. Now, having said all that, I want everyone to know that that's what it is. My biggest concern, though, is for the children. The American Academy of Pediatrics do not recommend this, and in fact, they've stated that it could be considered child abuse. Now, there are a condition, too, that, you know, there's some studies that say it could help. They also feel like there's other medicines that could be helpful there. But this doesn't limit it to those. I mean, we're at the point now we're letting 3-year-olds vape. You know, and you could say, well, if they've got a terminal condition and they're going to be gone in a few months or something, what's the harm? But a lot of these are not terminal conditions. The evidence is there. Then the brain, it increases the gaps in what's called the synapses. It slows down transmission. It's not good for the brain for these children, and that's my most disappointing part in this bill, that we're having this wide open for all these children here. And so because of that, I can't support the bill. With that, Mr. President, I'll yield to Will.
Recognize the senator from the 54th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Friends, as many of you know what I did for 30 years working with the kids on probation, and 80% of those kids came from broken homes, single-parent situations. And literally what I did is I worked with the kids of families. The kids were not necessarily the problem. They were actually the result of the problem too many times, of the desperate and the destitute. And that's what these vices continue to reach out and coddle to. This is not an answer, and you know, since I've been here since 2017, and going back to 2015, in 2015, THC cannabis oil legalized for medical use in the state under HB1. In 2018, I was here at that point. The Georgia House Bill 65 added intractable pain and post-traumatic stress disorder to the conditions to qualify. In 2019, House Bill 324 allowed for the cultivation of cannabis and the sale of low THC oil within the state of Georgia. And in 2021, the Georgia Senate passed Senate Bill 195, which allowed the sale of cannabis tinctures and transdermal patches and lotions and capsules. And each one of these, since I've been here in 2017, I brought up the point that it's still a Schedule I drug. And for those of you unaware, a Schedule I drug, the federal government has deemed as having zero medicinal purpose. Zero medicinal purpose. Cocaine is a Schedule II drug because cocaine has been deemed to have medicinal purpose. But marijuana has been deemed to have zero medicinal purpose. So federal law under Schedule I says we're not allowed to touch this. It said that in 2015, it said that in 2018, it said that in 2019, and it said in 2021, and it's saying it today. The schedule classification has not changed on marijuana in this country. And that takes me back to the reason why you've not got any medical reports on your desk of any Georgia medical facilities or institutions of study, because all of these can't put something on your desk. Because all of these are at threat of losing their federal funding for even touching marijuana. They can't do the studies in our institutions legally out of fear of losing their federal funding. Why? Because marijuana is still a Schedule I classification. Until we've got the cart so far in front of the horse on this, it's time to get the horse back out in front of the cart. And if we are a nation of law, and I don't want to go into the history, but the term rule of law came out of the Age of Enlightenment. Could people live by the rule of law rather than the rule of kings? We were the great experiment. And that's why we became a nation of laws, where every job I've had since high school, from the Army to 30 years as state probation officer, now serving the Georgia State Senate, just like all of you. We put our hands on our Bible and raise our right hand. We didn't swear an allegiance to a governor. We didn't swear an allegiance to the president. We swear an allegiance to the law. The law is our king, and we are all to have reverence for the law, to uphold the law, and make sure that the law is, that sense of understanding is there for generations to come. But going down this path, we opened Pandora's box. I voted all against those because I could see where this was going. And not in one time, and anyone that was here back then can attest, I didn't go speak against any of those. This is my first time coming to speak against this issue. But it's just getting to the point where raising these levels to these amounts, this is just a pathway to get to the point of legalization. And it's still a federal law. The federal government still says it's a Schedule I drug, which brings me back to our oaths of office. That, my friends, is why we all put our hands on the Bible in this room in January and swore an oath to affirm and support the Constitution of this state and the United States, meaning we are all obligated to uphold both state and federal law in everything that we do in this chamber. And so the mistake happened in 2015 when they pushed that aside and did what they chose to do rather than doing what the law allowed. I would just encourage you not to do, don't keep going further and further and further and further down this road. I don't know if we'll ever close Pandora's box, but going further and further and further down that road is certainly not the answer. At the end of this, one of these days, other people are going to fill these seats in this room. And I would like for us to be remembered in this body in this time as a people that maintain the rule of law for future generations to come, not the rule of our lust or the rule of our desires, but the rule of law. Thank you, Mr. President. I will yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. Senator's yielded. I will say that the senator from the 54th, we do have a special guest. The former senator from the 54th, Justice Charlie Bethel, is here today. Let's give Justice Bethel. Charlie, Justice Bethel was a good friend of mine in this body, and he and I were young. We were young when we started out over here, Bethel, but he taught me a lot and I always appreciated his friendship, and he definitely enjoyed representing the people of Dalton, Georgia. So he always does well, and he does well in his current role too. He's one of those level-headed, common sense guys. So always good to have you there, Justice Bethel. Recognize the senator from the 1st.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief, but I just want to give a little bit of a background relating to this. I, too, like the senator from the 56, was here. I was in the House, actually, as the second co-signer for medical marijuana. And what we chose to do then and now is separate out the difference between recreational marijuana and medical marijuana. What we're discussing right now is medical marijuana. What we were discussing the previous two bills was recreational marijuana. And I voted against the recreational marijuana. I voted against the beverages and so forth. This bill came through Health and Human Services, and I helped the senator on this bill, and we modified it and made some good changes.
Yes, it is true that marijuana is a Schedule I drug, but it's also true that the DEA is looking to reclassify it as a federal rule. 1 year ago, almost to the date, they said that they're going to reclassify it as a Schedule III drug. So that is to be determined. As you know, the previous administration moved a little bit more slowly than this present administration, so I expect that to speed up. But I'll digress. I'm digressing. That's going on too long. This is about access, actually. That's what this is about. Access to the medical marijuana, coming to see your physician who has gone through the training and taken the test, and the person has the card. They go get it at the dispensary and they get that. What we have done with this, yes, like 18 other states in which only medical marijuana is prescribed, in other words, 18 states that do just like the state of Georgia, medical marijuana, not recreational marijuana. What we have done, we have aligned ourselves to make the nomenclature the same. Those states do it 50% up to 75%. And as explained by the author of the bill, we chose the lowest percentage possible. But what we also did was we took down the volume of the oil from 20 ounces to 2 ounces. A big difference, because what people were doing, obviously, were consuming more of the oil to get a higher percentage. So we just changed the nomenclature basically on that. We added on a portion of public education and assigned that to the Department of Public Health. We also took the recommendation of Department of Public Health and the Georgia Composite Medical Board, working in conjunction, and adjusted the definitions. Adjusted the conditions. The conditions, basically, we cleared up and made it inflammatory bowel disease. We made it so you could actually use it for peripheral neuropathy instead of end stage, and we made it to just severe. We allowed it to be used for cancer, just cancer in general, rather than waiting until end stage or terminal cancer. When people have cancer, they want to be able to use it. If we're not allowing it now, they're going to go to Florida or other states that are adjacent to us that do allow that. I think that's just a common conception. That's all it does. It doesn't do much more than that. Yes, it does push the envelope a little bit more, but I think we are looking at that from that perspective, from a medical marijuana, not from a recreational marijuana. With that, Mr. President, I'll yield the well. Thank you.
Senator's yielded. Recognize Senator from the 29th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate everything everybody has said up here so far. I would say my good friend from the first, while he's right on a lot of the stuff he said, I'm somewhat disappointed that by striking after cancer, when such disease is diagnosed as end stage or the treatment produces, and after all the others, they strike afterwards, so it's cancer. And I understand it's not skin cancer. And I have a little familiarity with cancer and end stage and all this. I lost my mother and my father to very preventable cancers. My dad died of lung cancer at the age of 56, and my mother died of colon cancer at the age of 65. And I saw them from the healthy people they were as their life went in the direction it went in, and as they dealt with morphine and other medications and the great treatment they received up here in Atlanta and back home and everything else. And at no time was marijuana ever an option, but we managed their pain. So I don't understand, does cancer mean when you get diagnosed with cancer and before you do chemo and all this other stuff, I'm okay to go get it? And I don't have to tell everybody in this chamber, I have witnessed the effects of marijuana. And I'll give you something that's old school that makes me old and rusty and out of touch and all of this. It is a gateway drug. It is. You don't go to a house and find crack cocaine or meth or heroin and other stuff of that nature where you rarely do you not find an amount of marijuana there amongst it. But the senator from the 6th intent, I do not believe, was to create the wild, wild west of marijuana. I don't think that was his intent. But I think that is a collateral effect that will occur as we continue to expand this. To my friends that came up, to my friend from the 56th and others that came up here and talked about how this all came about, I was here when CBD oil was voted on for children. And I came to this well and I made a painful prophecy that in a few years, children would not be part of our conversation. It would be adults who saw an opportunity. And there are people that go to Florida to get it. And I say that because Florida has yielded. Florida is a marijuana state. The owner of Morgan & Morgan spent millions and millions and millions of dollars fighting the sheriff of Polk County, Grady Judd, in an attempt to make recreational marijuana everyday business in Florida. And the reason he did it is because it's business. It's money. That's what they see it as. They are not thinking about sick children. But limited research has been done on this product, and you've heard it because it's a Schedule I. And while the senator from the 1st is absolutely right, they have attempted to do this and reschedule it for research. They've been attempting to do this for almost 20 years to reschedule this so it can be researched. This isn't some new silver bullet that's going to come out. 2 years ago, I offered up the opportunity for us to put a study committee together and look at this and do the right thing. That never happened. What we're doing here, there's medication out there to handle these problems, but we don't want to do that. But I want to tell you, if you want to keep pushing the envelope on marijuana, then when you talk about homelessness, understand the impact that marijuana has on the homeless community. When I was in Denver, I went to the largest homeless shelter I've ever been to. And I asked the man that ran it, I said, did marijuana make them homeless? He said, no, sir, Mr. Robertson, it didn't, but it keeps them homeless. Because now they smoke it and nobody will hire them because they test positive for marijuana and nobody wants to accept that liability. When the state of Washington legalized marijuana, they told the Chamber of Commerce for the state of Washington that they could not recommend drug testing through their programs that tested for marijuana, and the Chamber of Commerce of Washington State had to sue the state of Washington to make sure that they still had the right to tell their members that they could continue to test for marijuana. If you want to see the continuation of addiction, then you create this marijuana community. The people that step up in this well and talk about it. If you want to continue to talk about unemployment, then expand the marijuana industry in the state of Georgia. If you want to continue to talk about violence amongst young people, school violence, street violence, everything that comes along with it, then expand marijuana. Then you can continue having violence. Research has shown, legitimate research has shown, that young men between the ages of 15 and 25 develop psychosis. These are regular marijuana users. And understand the vaping aspect of this. Alcohol consumption by young people, down. Vaping is up. The average kid vapes enough THC or tobacco during a single day that equals 2 packs of cigarettes. Think about that. This is what they're putting in their bodies. These are young minds that aren't fully developed, and we expect them to follow all the rules of life. This is the danger of expanding marijuana. The impact on the economy is going to devastate. Crime will rise, and again, I said the other day in the well, build bigger jails, build bigger prisons, because we're going to need them. And Atlanta will be able to fall into that group along with Portland, along with San Francisco, and along with the open drug markets in Philly. Because y'all may not know it, but there's somebody over in the House pushing a bill forward to make hallucinogenics a possibility to deal with PTSD. But my friend from the 13th came up and gave a passionate speech. And my only retort to that is, I never promised anybody anything. I never promised anybody a clean and open and healthy marijuana industry in Georgia. And yes, there's marijuana being sold in the city of Atlanta right now. And if we legalize it all, there's still going to be the illegal sales of marijuana in the city of Atlanta, as there are in New York, California, Colorado, everywhere, because they aren't going to be able to sell everything they produce in stores and in shops, so they're going to sell it on the street. That's what it's shown for all those times. And you asked a great question, I think the senator did, about somebody dying from it. But what you forgot is a week ago here in the city of Atlanta, a child at a daycare overdosed on a gummy that she got out of the pocket of the daycare worker. There have been overdoses throughout this country of children with gummies and other things that are supposed to be safe. And you're right, they can buy it on the internet. There's other horrific stuff they can buy on the internet too, but we outlaw that, right? And people came in and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars banking on an industry that they hoped would come here so they could get a good return on their investment. It is not the responsibility of the 56 men and women in this chamber to prop up the businesses of other people. There are people in this room that are business owners that have been very successful and have failed at times. It is not our job to support those industries. The senator from the 6th is well-intended. I absolutely believe that. But this is not how we do it. We have it done already. Give it time. Let it work. We're moving too fast. Please vote yes on Amendment 4 or vote down this legislation. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
All right, Senator. I forgot to let you up here 2 times. I was out of order on that, but all right, I think we got one last speaker here, Senator from the 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the senator from the 6th for working to make changes from his original bill. And I just wanted to point out a couple things. First of all, we got some problems with our current process, and I'm going to continue working on this, and I think the senator from the 6th will work with me. We've got a doctor in New York who certified over 2,000 people in Georgia for medical marijuana cards. There's something wrong with the process we need to fix. Full disclosure, I have some friends in the medical cannabis business, but as a physician, I've always spoken against smoking and vaping. And I've got with me 2 studies that basically show that cannabis vaping is more harmful than nicotine vaping, and I'd be happy to share that with anybody. Many of the conditions on the list are not terminal conditions, and so people might be doing vapes or pre-rolls for months, years, or decades. So I know everybody's tired of this subject, so that's all I had to say. I'm yielding the well. Thank you.
All right. We are now at the point where we're going to close debate with the senator from the 6th. Senator, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this can be an emotional topic for all of us. It's more emotional for some of those at home, those living with cancer, ALS, seizures, MS, Parkinson's, sickle cell, Tourette's. several others. And for those of you listening at home, I want you to know that my colleagues that are speaking against this, they're not against you. They're not against whatever illness that may debilitate you. They're simply against recreational marijuana, which this bill does not do. Under current Georgia law, any one of us sitting in these seats, no matter if you got one of these illnesses or not, anybody walking these halls, anybody walking the streets of Georgia without a doctor can walk into a gas station, buy a gummy, and get, as the senator from the 37th so eloquently stated, you can get stoned. In fact, we just voted on it earlier. Senate Bill 33. You can walk into a gas station with nothing wrong with you and get stoned. This bill says, and our program says, under the direction of a doctor, someone with a listed diagnosis in law can go get medicine from one of the most regulated industries, if not the most regulated industries we have in this state. What separates us from other states that went the way of recreational, and even separates us from medical marijuana states like Florida, is we did two things that they failed to do. We got hold of our list of diagnoses, and we got a tight grip around the amount of licenses that we put out there. That is what separates us from those states. That is why we have a good program. And now all I'm asking is that we provide the proper access that will allow the proper dosage to some of these patients that are in need. While we were debating this, I got two text messages. One from an MS patient who actually happened to know her mother actually was a pastor at one of my previous churches. Said her MS is so bad, she's not as lucky as my mother. Her MS is so bad, she's tried many drugs, and the pain is too much. She too goes to the Shepherd Center. Her doctor is now recommending that she try medical marijuana. Another patient texted me, or I got a patient from someone else whose cousin was end of life with cancer. Throat was so bad, could not eat a gummy or any other form of marijuana, and the vaping was the only relief he could get in his last 8 weeks of life before he passed. And that is all we're asking, is for relief for these poor people with one of these diagnoses that we have written in law. I urge that you vote against the amendments, except for mine. Number 2. And I urge that you help me pass Senate Bill 220. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. The senator has yielded the well, and we have closed debate. It is time now to take up the amendments. We're just going to go in order. Amendment number 1, authored by the senator from the 37th. Is there objection to amendment number 1? There is objection to amendment number 1. All those that are in favor of amendment number 1 will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the adoption of the amendment, the yeas are 12 and the nays are 44, so this amendment has failed. On amendment number 2, authored by the senator from the 6th, who is the author of the underlying bill, is there objection? We have objection. All those in favor of the amendment will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On amendment number 2, the yeas are 47 and the nays are 8, and this amendment is adopted. Moving on to amendment number 3, authored by the senator from the 23rd. Is there objection to amendment number 3? There is objection to amendment number 3. All those in favor of the amendment will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. We should have a lot of House members in here right now. Y'all see all these House members we got in here? What are y'all doing over here? Over there, I thought y'all had like 160 bills on or something. Recognize senator from the 51st.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that the House members heard there were free samples in the Senate and they all came over for something to snack on?
Senator knows what he speaks. Recognize senator from the 27th.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true the House members are over here looking for some good ideas?
Man. Tell you what, I hope you don't have your bills over in the House, Senator. On the adoption of the amendment, the yeas are 13, the nays are 43, and this amendment has failed. All right, now we're down to amendment number 4. Authored by the senator from the 29th. Is there objection? There is objection, all right. There is objection. All those in favor of the amendment. I was wondering if you were paying attention over there, Senator from 6. All those in favor of the amendment will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 41st, what purpose use our eyes?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that if this bill were to pass, we would make it so that people with PTSD could not receive this medication?
I believe the senator knows what she speaks. Senator from the 14th.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Is the next bill about THC, Mr. President, or are we going to move on to something else?
You never know around here, Senator.
Thank you.
On the adoption of amendment number 4, the yeas are 12, the nays are 43, and this amendment has failed. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Chair hears none. The committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 39 and the nays are 17. And I will, this bill having received requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary reads Senate Bill 218.
Senate Bill 218 by Senator Robertson, the 29th, and others, bill to be entitled Act to amend Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to courts so as to provide that the Prosecuting Attorney's Qualifications Commission shall be assigned for administrative purposes only to the administrative office of the courts and shall be funded by funds appropriate or otherwise available to the judicial branch of state government to amend Code Section 16-11-130 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to exemptions from Code Sections 16-11-126 through 16-11-127.2, sets provide for exceptions for current and retired members, staff, and other employees of the Prosecuting Attorney's Qualifications Commission to provide for related matters to repeal conflicting laws and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary offers the following substitutes to Senate Bill 218, a bill to be entitled Act to amend Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to courts so as to provide that the Prosecuting Attorney's Qualifications Commission shall be assigned for administrative purposes only to the administrative office of the courts and shall be funded by funds appropriate or otherwise available to the judicial branch of state government to provide for appeals from the decisions of hearing panels of prosecuting attorneys and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senator Robertson of the 29th offers the following amendment number 1 to amend the Senate Committee on Judiciary substitute to Senate Bill 218 by replacing line 11 with the following: commission investigators to provide for subpoenas. 2 by striking lines 129 through 153. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 29th. Speak to the bill.
Colleagues, SB 218 is something you're familiar with. It is the Prosecuting Attorney's Qualification Commission. The bill's very simple. What it does is it moves the commission from the PAC over to the Administrative Office of the Courts for better management. It also creates the subpoena power necessary to conduct the investigations. In the original bill, if you look on lines 129 through 153, you see where the council had asked for the ability to also have search warrants. I met with PAC, met with the district attorney from, I believe it was DeKalb County, and the president of the Solicitor General's Association, and we have struck that language. We feel that any investigation done under these circumstances, a subpoena power would give them the necessary evidence without them being intrusive or to be able to carry out the investigation under the power issued in a search warrant. So the amendment is to strike lines 129 through 153. And with that, Mr. President, I'll yield the well unless there are any questions. Yes.
You do have one question. The senator from the 44th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the chairman yield?
I do.
Thank you so much. Actually, I should have said the whip. Mr. Whip, thank you for your amendment. Thank you for working with the DeKalb County District Attorney's Office on that. Very much appreciated. Just two quick questions. Number one, I'm looking at line 55 and lines 55 and 56, where in the original bill, the privilege of confidentiality, I believe, and confirm for me if this is accurate, could only be waived by the person who is the subject of the investigation. And now we're adding also that the complainant or the person lodging the complaint can also waive confidentiality. Am I right about that?
Yes, that's the way. That's yes, ma'am.
What in this within this rubric that's set up for the PAQC, what does waiving the privilege of confidentiality mean exactly?
That in my understanding is the way that when the commission asked for it was that some individuals start out attempting to file anonymous complaints and other things, and this would give the commission the opportunity, if they wanted to make themselves known, they could. And again, when we met with PAC, the DAs and the solicitors, like I said, there was no objection to any of that other than the search warrant issue that we had. But yeah.
Thank you. One more question. On lines 84 and 85, why does your legislation change the effective date of complaint submissions retroactively and to go backward in time so that they could have occurred between April 1, 2023 and May 5th, 2023, when originally it was only May 5th, 2023?
That was a friendly amendment made in judiciary. I believe that was offered up by the senator from the 19th, and there was no objection. And to be honest with you, the dates were of no concern of mine. My primary concern on this legislation was the oversight as far as moving it into the administrative office of the courts and the subpoena power. And so that was a friendly amendment made in judiciary.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Yes, sir. Senator's yielded. Does any senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Questions on the adoption of amendment number 1, authored by the senator from the 29th, the author of the underlying bill. Is there objection to the amendment? Hearing none, the amendment number 1 is adopted. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 34, the nays are 21. This bill, having received a requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary reads Senate Bill 207.
Senate Bill 207 by Senator Strickland, Little 42nd, and others, bill to maintain Title Act to amend Titles 20, 26, 31, 33, and 43 of the OCGA relating to education, food, drugs, and cosmetics, health, insurance, and professions and businesses, to amend Chapter 4 of Title 25 of the OCGA relating to firefighter standards of training, to amend Article 2 of Chapter 3 of Title 35 of the OCGA relating to Georgia Crime Information Center, to amend Article 3 of Chapter 8 of Title 42 of the OCGA related to first offenders, to amend Code Section 17-10-21 of the OCGA related to vacating of sentence for trafficking victim defendants, to provide for related matters, provide for effective dates and applicability, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 42nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I bring you Senate Bill 207. You may recognize this bill. This was Senate Bill 157 last session. I remember that number because we passed it at least twice on our side, trying to get the House to take action on this bill. Several of y'all went to the well and gave speeches about how important this bill was. We did not get it done last year, so we're bringing it back again. We know now that 1 in 6 jobs in our state require an occupational license. Despite that, all the boards we have set up treat criminal records differently. What we're doing with this bill is standardizing the process to help people who want to go work in our state get a job. We're also helping employers find workers as well. You'll see on your desk a letter of support for this bill from the Georgia Chamber of Commerce, the Metro Atlanta Chamber of Commerce, and the Georgia Faith and Freedom Coalition as well. Also want to thank the Georgia Justice Project for their work on this bill the last few years. In particular, what the bill does is it confirms the type of crimes that a occupational licensing board will look at when it comes to people that want to apply for a license. It makes certain there's a direct relationship between the previous offense someone committed and the occupation those people will be working in. It also creates due process with an appeal process for someone that's denied a license. And one of the most important things it does to me is it creates what's called a predetermination process. So someone that wants to work in a certain industry can find out before they go and spend money on training, on education, whether or not because of their past crimes they can work in that industry. It requires information you put on websites. It's for everybody to see from each board as to what the process is when it comes to how to apply and how to have your predetermination process made out based on your previous criminal record. Lastly, we're going to collect public data over how criminal records are impacting those that want to work in licensed fields in our state. Thank you, members of the Senate, for sticking with me on this issue. Again, thank you to supporters that have been there the last couple of years work on this. It's a very important bill that will help a lot of people in our state find a way to get a job. I'm happy to answer any questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
Ask for your favorable support. Thank you.
Senator has yielded. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passes of the bill, the yeas are 55, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. I see all the special ladies back there in the back, the spouses of so many of our gentlemen here. We got let's give them a round of applause. Got the majority leader's wife, senator from the 45th, senator from the 8th, senator from the 49th, the former senator here from the 49th. So glad to have all you ladies here. And we also have the fiance of the 53rds here today. There we go. So, all right. I don't know what y'all conspiring and doing back there, but I think I'd rather be back there with y'all. Secretary, Senator from the 41st, what purpose do you rise?
Ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 22nd.
The 22nd? Without objection, the senator from the 22nd is excused. Secretary will read Senate Bill 109.
Senate Bill 109 by Senator Harbison of the 15th and others, bill to be intended and act to amend Chapter 25 of Title 33, the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to life insurance as to prohibit a policy of group life insurance from excluding or restricting liability for certain deaths occurring while an individual is an active duty service member, to provide for related matters, provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Veterans, Military, and Homeland Security recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Payne, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Veterans, Military, and Homeland Security offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 109. A bill to be intended and act to amend Chapter 25 of Title 33, the Official Code of Georgia annotated, related to life insurance as to prohibit a policy of group life insurance from excluding or restricting liability for certain deaths occurring while an individual is a service member, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
The Dean of the Senate, Senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. Thank you very much. Senators, I bring to you a very personal kind of piece of legislation today. And I want to add by starting off with the Insurance Commissioner, I want to offer a great deal of thanks to the Commissioner of Insurance, Commissioner King, for his assistance in this matter. Today, I speak to you on a bill that is deeply personal, not just for me, but for a family in our state who has endured unimaginable hardship. I'm here to share the story of Mr. Paul Frazier. He's lost almost everything dear to him. In the past year, Mr. Frazier has suffered the tragic loss of his 2 sons and his beloved wife. His oldest son tragically took his own life. Soon after, his wife succumbed to an illness and passed away. And just under 2 years ago, his second son, Brandon Frazier, who served with honor in the National Guard, lost his life in a fatal car accident. But the pain Mr. Frazier faces doesn't end there. After all of this, when he tried to claim the life insurance benefit for his son Brandon's policy, he was met with an unimaginable obstacle. The insurance company refused to pay out the claim simply because Brandon was a member of the National Guard at the time of his death, nothing else. A provision that was buried in the fine print, but it paid his premiums. This is not a matter of policy, it's just a matter of justice. No one, no family should have to suffer this kind of treatment, especially not a man who's already endured so much tragic hurt. That's why today I introduced and bringing to you Senate Bill 109. Hopefully that will be a cure for this kind of action in the future. This bill is about fairness. It's about making sure that men and women who serve in our armed forces and their families are treated with dignity and respect, especially in their time of grief. It's about ensuring that no one else in Georgia ever has to face the heartbreak that Mr. Frazier has gone through. This legislation, if passed, will make sure that no insurance company can exploit a provision to deny a life insurance benefits to family like Mr. Frazier. Families who have already given so much to our country and to our state. And please, please support this in favor of our National Guard, our men and women of the military, so they'll never have to do this again. And I want to once again add that the Commissioner of Insurance worked very sincerely and diligently and effective with the Senator from the 15th to solve this problem. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield for questions, if any.
You do have a couple questions, Senator.
Yes, sir.
Recognize the Senator from the 13th for a question.
The distinguished Dean yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that you are one of the longest serving members in this distinguished body?
Well, if you say so, sir.
Senator Yield?
Thank you.
Is it not true that we look up to you and we always kind of follow and we want to emulate what you do and make sure everything's done right?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you.
Is it not true that you walk down the center of the aisle to get to the podium?
I did. And I'm a strong advocate of not walking down the aisle. But remember this, there was no one in the well at the time.
Woo! Mr. President, I yield to his superiority.
Wise man. Senator from the 40th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me, is this the very first Democratic bill that's been heard on the floor of the Senate this entire session?
I don't know the answer to this, but I'll yield to your knowledge of it.
Can you repeat, please?
I said I don't know that for sure, but I yield to your knowledge of it.
Okay. And is it the 28th day of the session, or session day, and at 3:11 p.m.?
I didn't hear the.
Is it the 28th session day?
She's correct. It is 28 days.
3:11 p.m. in the
Yes,
afternoon?
yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry. I
Thank
didn't
you.
quite hear you. Thank you so much.
Senator,
if there are
when
no
you-
other questions, I
You have
really
no more.
appreciate
You have
your
no more
support.
questions, Senator. But when you get done being in politics, you need to go be a reader for audiobooks because you got that silky smooth voice. So, this sounds like a radio voice right there.
You raised me right, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you very kindly. Appreciate your consideration.
All right. Any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. Previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received a requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Good job, Senator. Secretary reads Senate Bill 149.
Senate Bill 149 by Senator Hickman of the 4th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 20-3-411 of the official code of Georgia annotated related to definitions regarding tuition equalization grants at private colleges and universities, so as to revise the definition of approved school to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Higher Education recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Burns of the 23rd District. Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this is another great workforce development bill, Senate Bill 149. This bill was actually passed out of the Senate last year and went to the House and passed out of the House, but the House attached some institutions didn't quite have the qualifications that the bill needed, and it got vetoed by the governor. But let's just those institutions have been taken out of it. Georgia Tuition Equalization Grant Program encourages Georgia residents to attend eligible private colleges in Georgia by aiding towards educational costs. This tuition equalization program was started in 1971. This is a non-needs-based scholarship for Georgia students that currently provides $550 per semester and $367 per quarter. Currently, there are 32 private colleges in Georgia that qualify for this program. Senate Bill 149 will keep the rigorous requirements for qualified institutions, but allows the program to serve more students as this workforce demands of the Georgia economy grow. Senate Bill 149 would allow for newly qualified four-year college institution students to participate in the TEG program. The colleges and universities must be accredited by the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges as a Level 6 institution. This is the highest level of accreditation and is only awarded to colleges with the highest ethics and practice in Georgia. As I stated earlier, this bill was passed by the Senate last year, but was not successful ultimately because the House attached some lesser institutions to the bill. Through consultation with Georgia Student Finance Commission, we believe that the current level of appropriation is sufficient to support this slight adjustment in the TEG program. As Georgia grows, it only makes sense that we support quality educational opportunities for our best and brightest here at home. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the will. Please vote green on the bill.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. Main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 4. This bill, having received requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Moving on to Senate Bill 163. Senate Bill 163. Secretary?
Senate Bill 163 by Senator Moore of the 53rd and others. Bills being entitled Act to amend Part 5 of Article 4 of Chapter 11 of Title 16, the official code of Georgia annotated related to Brady law regulations so as to revise standards for bringing in action against the government for an unauthorized act relating to regulation of weapons, to provide for definitions, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary offers the following substitutes to Senate Bill 163, a bill to be entitled Act to amend Part 5, Article 4 of Chapter 11, Title 16, the official code of Georgia annotated related to Brady law regulations so as to revise standards for bringing in action against the government for an unauthorized act relating to regulation of weapons, to provide for definitions, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the minority portion of Senate Bill 163 has been attached. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Oh, wait a minute. This is the senator from the 53rd's first bill here. Ever in the history of the legislative, even in your time in the House? Boy, y'all better go after him. Come on. Senator from the 53rd, come on.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've got a simple bill. It's a good bill. It's a cleanup bill. You see, back in the mid-90s when the Democrats controlled things, the Democrats put this into law. My piece of legislation doesn't create any new law. It just updates existing law. So my friends in the Democratic Party, I certainly hope that you will continue on and strengthen up our preemption laws in this state. It's a very simple bill. It says that we, in the Georgia General Assembly, we get to make the laws that govern our states. And municipalities, they don't get to come up with ordinances that subvert what we debate and legislate on in this room. So when citizens in Northwest Georgia go to a place like Savannah, and there is a mayor there who has put in ordinances that violate their Second Amendment rights, my piece of legislation simply says that those citizens, just like your citizens, have a right of tort to sue those governments for violating those rights. The Democrats said that that tort would be $100. This piece of legislation simply raises that to $50,000. Mr. President, I'll yield to any and all questions.
You do have a couple questions. Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, I was looking at lines 14 and 15. Lawful weapons carrier shall have the same meaning as set forth in Code Section 16-11-125.1. Can you tell me the definition as stated in Section 16-11-125.1?
So a lawful weapons carrier, I believe as it relates to that code section, is a rifle or a handgun. But you'll notice in the legislation there's two definitions. There's the lawful weapons carrier, and there's also the definition of a weapon. And the lawful weapons carrier is what relates to this piece of legislation. That's where the tort comes from, and the definition that you see on 16 simply defines what the tool to be used is.
So you don't know Section 16-11-125.1?
Well, Senator, this code section, as you see, has been used in constitutional carry. It's been used in many different other gun-related bills for the last probably, I don't know, half a decade or so. And I certainly trust legislative counsel in that regard.
Did I hear you say you trust government?
No, sir, I do not trust government.
Will you further yield for one last question?
Absolutely, Senator.
Senator, most pieces of legislation have an effective date, and I was looking through your bill and did not see an effective date. Is there a reason for that?
Well, there is, Senator, because right now, as it stands, law-abiding citizens may be subject to incarceration if they don't pay a $1,000 fine or even more in places like Savannah. So until this bill becomes law, ultimately law-abiding citizens could face jail time. So that's why the effective date should be immediately.
Should be, or when does your bill become a law?
Well, upon passage and signature by the governor.
Glad you know that. Or.
And if there's any more questions, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy. I want to make sure I get your vote for sure.
Yeah. I hear you. All right, Senator from the 54th. Senator from the 54th, your light's on.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield?
Absolutely, to my seatmate.
I was looking through this, through your legislation, and what part of this reclaims the Tennessee River?
Senator, there is another piece of legislation that will hopefully make it through this Senate. You know, it's very sad that the 35th parallel of our state, we've been arguing it since the mid-1800s, and unfortunately, our state has never had the courage to advance upon the Tennesseans and reclaim that land.
Thanks, Senator.
Recognize the senator from the 42nd.
That's Senator Yield.
Absolutely.
Senator, I support your bill, but to be honest with you, to address the elephant in the room, I'm concerned whether or not, because it's your bill, this bill can get passed in the House. Do you share that concern?
No, Senator. I really don't share that concern because it's such a good piece of legislation that certainly they would recognize that and put personal differences aside and work for the people of Georgia and not for their self-interest.
Do you further yield?
Absolutely.
I agree with you, but isn't it true that you personally have had difficulty physically getting in the other chamber in this building?
That's correct, Senator, and that's why it's so important. I recognize what it means to be a law-abiding citizen and have to go to jail, okay? So I don't want other law-abiding citizens to have to go through that same circumstance, and that's why it's critical we pass this legislation.
Do you further yield?
Absolutely.
So you agree with me, for this bill to become law, it has to physically go from this chamber into the House chamber, correct?
That's correct, and I've made the same constitutional argument that I've got right to do that. You know, that's they burnt the Constitution down over there a couple weeks ago, and hopefully they've learned their lesson, and we don't have those problems anymore.
You yield for one more question.
Absolutely.
To be fair, Senator, you have been successful in physically entering the House chamber. I wonder if you could show me, if the bill was watching right now, show us physically how you think this bill should move its body to get into the House chamber.
Well, Senator, I think it should go in with what I call the Fonnie Willis hands. So you got to put your hands back here, because if they come up here, they'll get you with felony assault, right? So it's got to go in peacefully.
Oh, man. All right. Senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senator Yield.
Absolutely.
Senator, obviously we serve together in the House, and so I'm somewhat familiar with the way you draft bills. You picked the number $50,000 as actual damages for a lawsuit in this bill, right?
That's right.
Regarding the number 50,000, can you describe the location that you pulled that out of?
Well, 50,000 is commonly used in a lot of other places and not what you're referring to, Senator.
Okay, that's all. Thanks, Senator.
Senator, you have your first bill coming up later on, don't you, from the 14th? Yeah.
Mr. President, I would like to articulate too that, you know, the senator from the 14th and I, we do have a long history. And,
yeah, we don't care about
and
that.
I'm going to be.
Here you go. Yeah. Senator from the 13th. Senator from the 13th, please.
Senator from the 14th. I am going to be voting for your legislation today, and I certainly hope you'll vote for mine.
Sir, do you?
Absolutely.
Senator, I appreciate this bill. I just want, in a very, very quick answer, if you don't mind, why do you think the Democrats might have voted against this bill?
Why they might have voted against it?
Yeah.
Well, personally, Senator, I think that they're very soft on crime, and I think that creates a lot of violent situations in a lot of these cities, and ultimately, the Second Amendment is there to protect law-abiding citizens from things like violent crime. So I think that's why they have a difference of opinion of both myself and the majority caucus.
All right, Senator from the, actually your light is on, Senator from the 53rd, but
I'm up here, Mr.
obviously
President.
nobody's home, but the Senator from the 51st.
This is too much fun. Senator, will you yield?
Absolutely.
Can you explain what that lapel pin is on your left lapel of your jacket?
It's an AR-15.
Can you explain to those folks in this building and the people listening back home what an AR-15 really is? And that is it an assault weapon, or what is it?
Absolutely not, Senator, but I would refer you back to a very well articulated argument by the senator from the 13th earlier in this session, where he gave the exact definition of where it comes from. The AR comes from a branding of a manufacturer that manufactured this style rifle.
And is it a fully automatic weapon, typically?
Senator, this actually is not a weapon at all. It's a pin that just goes on my jacket.
Could it be used as a weapon, Senator?
Well, Senator, there are some of my Democratic colleagues who have seen it and flinched a little bit today, but I had to remind them it is just a pin.
And if it were a weapon, could it hurt someone without the person pulling the trigger?
Absolutely, it could not. The killer is the person who's behind the trigger.
That's correct.
That's right.
Thank you. I support your bill.
Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 2nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. The gentleman from the 53rd, do you yield?
Absolutely, to my friend.
Now, Senator, we had a tort reform measure just a couple of weeks ago. Is that not true?
That is true.
And you voted in the no posture. Is that not true?
That's correct. I was the only Republican to vote no.
And so, Senator, is it further true that you're asking for the support of our colleagues in the majority who overwhelmingly say that we need to end frivolous lawsuits? So therefore, Senator, is this not then another frivolous lawsuit for cities who don't have a cap on damages to then be sued with the maximum damages? Is
Senator,
that not true?
Senator, I believe that the majority caucus does recognize moderation in this state, and since they have eliminated a lot of tort with their tort reform, maybe they can, appreciate bringing a little tort back.
Does the senator further yield?
Absolutely, Senator.
So, Senator, it is my understanding that would this not be like the saying that comes from South Georgia that says sometimes people talk out of both sides of their neck? Is that not true?
Well, Senator, we are a bunch of politicians in this room, and I think people outside of this room say that about us all. So hopefully we can rectify that, and we can all vote for this legislation.
All right, one more question. Senator from the 31st.
Will Senator yield?
Absolutely.
So in all seriousness, if I'm a lawful weapons carrier and a criminal breaks into my car and takes my weapon and I'm following the law, should I be penalized as a Georgian, or should the politicians in that local community be cracking down on the criminals who took my weapon unlawfully?
Senator, you make the point quite well with that question. Ultimately, as I said previously, the Second Amendment protects us all. It's the great equalizer. And we have places in Savannah. Let's not forget about the Ellis Square shooter in Savannah who was out on bond when he did that violent crime. So maybe if we prosecuted criminals, they wouldn't have these types of situations in Savannah. But when constituents in Northwest Georgia want to visit a place like Savannah, they shouldn't have to be worried about facing jail time for doing their legal duty to protect themselves and their family.
All right, Senator, this is a point in time where you can yield the well at any given time.
Mr. President, I just want to make sure I've had one opportunity in 5 years to present a bill here. If there's any more questions, I will be happy to answer.
You just want to field some questions, don't you?
I want to make sure this thing passes.
I can tell you right now, you can't oversell something in this chamber now, Senator.
All right.
So, but I'll let you have one more. Senator from the 8th, I'll let you have one more here.
Does a senator yield?
Absolutely, to the senator from the 8th.
So, Senator, I hear you often when you go to the well, you say that you're from the Northwest.
That's right.
Is the Northwest a sovereign nation?
Senator, we've contemplated it. If you'll look at a state quarter, you'll notice that my home county of Dade County is not present on that state corridor. We're the independent state of Dade. We only have one state highway that connects us to the rest of the state. And, you know, I've had senators say because I voted against the budget that, you know, maybe we're not going to get our roads paved. And ultimately, you know, that Georgia's not been courageous enough to take back the 35th parallel. Will they be courageous enough to come and get us?
Senator, yield for one more question?
Yes, sir.
So I just want to make sure that the Northwest may or may not be sovereign. So this bill will apply to all Georgians. Is
Senator,
that
we're
correct?
paying our taxes and we're paying too much taxes, so I hope we are a part of the group.
But Senator, this will apply to all Georgians.
That's correct, Senator. We appreciate your vote for those Southeast Georgians.
All right, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for your favorable consideration to Senate Bill 163.
All right, all right. All right, good job, Senator. We do have an amendment here. Secretary, read the amendment.
Mr. President, Senator Perrin of the 44th and Jones of the 10th offer the following Amendment 1 to amend the Senate Committee substitute to Senate Bill 163 by inserting at line 93, I, except where possession of a firearm by a child is lawful under Code Section 16-11-132, a person commits the offense of making a firearm accessible to a child if such child gains access to a readily dischargeable firearm and the person with criminal negligence, 1, fails to secure the firearm, or 2, let the firearm in a public space to which the person knew or should have known the child could gain access. J, a violation of subsection I shall be a misdemeanor. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Senator from the 44th, would you like to speak to your amendment? The floor is yours. Senator from 53rd, he didn't want to leave, did he? We'll let you close debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'm very pleased to bring forward for your consideration an amendment on a topic that we really have talked about for a long time here under the Gold Dome, and that is the safe storage of guns around children. The well-being of our children here in our state of Georgia should be a top priority, but right now, unfortunately, we are failing our kids. The recent mass shooting at Appalachia High School, that was 6 months ago, 2 days ago, highlighted a harsh truth. Minors here in Georgia, kids, have easy access to firearms because we lack laws requiring gun owners to secure their weapons around children, which, if one is a responsible gun owner, shouldn't be too much of a stretch, I would posit to you, my distinguished colleagues. Right now, in our code, there are no consequences for parents or other adults who enable kids to obtain weapons and use them intentionally or not, leaving kids, many toddlers, unprotected from this harm. And it is a harm because as we know, as you've heard many of us say many times over the last few years, firearms are the leading cause of death for children in Georgia and the United States. And that's why we have groups led by pediatricians and emergency room physicians who have been taking on this cause, not to be liberal activists, but to say we are doctors. And when something's the number one cause of death among kids in your society, we ask, we exhort, we beg of you, the legislative lawmaking body in the state, to take a look at what we could do. Shouldn't we do something to lessen the deaths by the number one cause of death among kids in our state? 1/3 of handguns are kept unlocked and loaded, and states with safe storage laws see a huge drop, about 68%, fewer firearm suicides per capita than those without. This amendment, colleagues, I know certainly won't solve or prevent every tragedy. But if we can cease to have guns and unlocked loaded guns be the #1 cause of death among children, I stand before you and say that would be worth it. This amendment would ensure that gun owners are held accountable if a minor gains access to an unsecured firearm, with somewhat harsher penalties if injury or death occurs from that child's access to the gun. It is, however, just a misdemeanor, I would note, and I based this amendment on Texas law, hardly known as a state that is not pro-Second Amendment. If every gun owner here in Georgia securely stored their weapons, and by the way, that can be done in a way that is still very, very accessible, there are biometric safes where just like with your Apple, your iPhone, boom, you touch it and it opens up. With instant access. These gun-related accidental deaths and suicides among children could drop by 30-40%. And here's an issue. A lot of parents believe that their kids don't know where their guns are stored, but that is wrong. They actually do know where the guns are stored, and most kids report that they have even thought to handle them. So what we need to do is we need to act now. Let's show Georgians that we got the message after Appalachia, after that horrible school shooting. What our laws say, I would posit to you, distinguished senators, what our laws say is a reflection of our values. So in this way, we acknowledge that firearm deaths should not be the #1 cause of death of our kids, and we take a step towards aligning our culture and our values with responsible gun ownership. And that's what we're after, right? Aligning our values with responsible gun ownership, which actually protects the Second Amendment, because it loses support when folks think that people are just so ideologically dug in that things that can and should be done by legislative bodies to just make all of us safer and to encourage responsible gun ownership are not getting done. And that causes, and it's happening. It's happening all over our state. It's happening all over the country. Causes a lot of suburban moms, for example, to say, yeah, I am not for this. This is crazy. Failing to hold adults accountable means that we are implicitly saying there is nothing wrong with leaving a loaded handgun in your car console and running into your house because you forgot something, and when you got back, your 4-year-old has killed your 2-year-old. That happened just a couple years ago. We're saying by the fact that there's no safe storage law, our values are essentially saying through our law, that's okay. We ain't got no problem with you leaving your loaded firearm in your car console among your toddler. It's just an accident. That's the value. That's the message sent. Oh, nothing could have been done. It's just an accident. And I suggest to you that that's one of the problems we have, and that's why we have so many accidents of this nature and tragedies of this nature, because the message we're sending is don't look at yourself, don't change your actions, it's just an accident. And if we said, no, it is unsafe to have these weapons around kids, and we mean that, and if you do it, then there's a penalty. Not be locked up for years and years, but there's an actual penalty. We've actually made it illegal. And I would suggest that's what we need to do to have our citizens respond to the incentives set up in our law so that they behave in a manner that is safe and that we actually say we would expect them to. But we got nothing to actually say they need to do it or enforce that. We made a promise to act in the wake of the Appalachia tragedy. Here, I suggest to you we could keep that promise. Georgians are widely in support of safe storage laws for guns around children. So I ask for your support for Amendment 1, and I'm happy to answer any questions or take my seat, Mr. President.
You do have one question, Senator. Senator from 37th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the lady yield?
Of course.
First of all, thank you for raising the concerns we have of the tragedy that's happened within our state of lost lives. I think that's something that every one of the 56 members of this body, our hearts go out to those families. So I want to recognize that, and there's full stop. Having said that, in the context of your amendment, does the lady know the age at which young people are able to hunt on their own in Georgia in a hunting setting?
So I actually can't think of it off the top of my head, Senator, but so there are a number of exceptions lined out right here. You'll see it on line 4, and that's one of them. Antique firearms are another. With an adult is another. So yes, there are exceptions built in to take account of scenarios like that, Senator.
Correct. And in that context, to hunt as a 16-year-old in Georgia, isn't it true? You have to have a license. You have to have a hunting license. You're not under the oversight of your parents. You have your own hunting license at age 16, because what it contemplates is that 16-year-olds and older have to be licensed because they're going to be operating on their own without being under the direct supervision of an adult, discharging a firearm intentionally in accordance with our laws. Isn't that true?
Senator knows of what he speaks.
So I raised that question because in your bill, as you have it drafted, lines 10 through 11 of your bill says it is a per se violation. It's criminal negligence if you let a firearm in a place to which the person knew or should have known a child could gain access. Gaining access to 16 and 17-year-olds, or 16 and 17-year-olds gaining access to a firearm under your bill becomes a crime, whereas in our framework today, it is specifically allowed, and it's within the framework of hunting. So if we've got young people who get hunting licenses and are operating firearms around our state in a hunting context, why do we believe that 16 and 17-year-olds can under no circumstances ever have access to a firearm, such that parents commit a misdemeanor just by giving them access, much less charging them to go use it? How's that possibly consistent?
So under the way I've got this drafted, it only applies to folks 16 and younger. So that's one thing. And then the other is that hunting is, as I mentioned already, one of the exemptions.
Again, one further question for the lady.
Certainly.
I raised the question because we charge our 16 and 17-year-olds not only to get a hunting license and operate and use and discharge firearms safely. The idea that outside of a hunting context they can't manage firearms safely, I think, is just on its face nonsense.
Senator, what I would actually, do you mind if I respond briefly?
Please, sure.
So I think you're actually hitting on a point that I am trying to make, although I know I probably can't convince you of it right now. Essentially, you mentioned getting a hunting license, having requirements that go into that. That's kind of what I'm talking about here. In the law, we have it where you do these things, and then you get the license, and we feel that you have sort of passed the test, if you will, right? You have an understanding of why, through the licensing process and the other things that the senator just mentioned, this is a responsibility, right? And that's sort of what I'm saying with this bill that we do not have on parents with loaded handguns in particular around children. So I would agree with the senator. All I want is to sort of shift our expectation of citizens a little bit towards responsible gun ownership and safety. And I posit to you that part of what we need to do that is to have our law reflect our values, if indeed we do want them to be responsible.
But isn't it true this bill has a per se framework that says 16-year-olds that are giving access to a firearm, the parents commit a crime by giving them access?
No, that's actually not how it is because of the exemptions. Yeah.
I don't know that the members understand that the way
That
the
may be.
ladies framed
That may
it.
be. I'm answering your question.
So
But yes,
just
that's the.
have
that's
some
the-
concerns about
Certainly,
the.
certainly, I understand that. Yeah, that's the point of line 4. Thank you, Senator.
You have no more questions, Senator.
Thank you. I ask for your favorable consideration of, what's a really important topic and in Amendment 1, and I yield the well.
Senator from the 2nd, are you doing the minority report? Okay. Senator from the 31st, you'd like to speak to the bill?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say a couple things real quick because the irony and the just disgustability that we keep invoking Appalachia, especially after what we talked about earlier today, is just ridiculous. If you talk to Mrs. Aspinwall, I'm sure she'll tell you a whole different story than the senator who just came up here to the well in terms of her feelings of what happened that day. A box was not going to save her husband's life. Personal responsibility, what the parent was doing, and other aspects of what's happened that day is the only thing that would have changed that circumstance. Writing another law, telling parents or telling individuals to basically how to manage their house ain't going to change anything, because unless you're going to sit in that house and hold their hand and make sure they lock up that gun before they go to bed at night, isn't going to bring them back to life. So we can continue to take advantage of these tragic incidents in our own communities for this discussion, but it is absolutely disgusting. And if we're going to have a debate, we've already had many Second Amendment debates in this room. Let's just be mindful again that we have federal laws, we have state laws already on the books that touch on all these things. If the situation in Savannah, if we're going to blame the gun owner for a criminal breaking into their car or taking it off their person or whatever, then what kind of leadership is that we're going to not side on the citizen, but we're going to side on the criminal? Because that's what y'all are saying. So, Mr. President, I'm just going to finish by saying that, I hope we can get back to a more respectable place if we're going to invoke the tragedies that happen, because it's getting old, y'all. Mr. President, I'll yield if there's a question or two.
You have one question. Senator from the 30th.
Does my friend from the 31st yield?
Yes, sir.
Just kind of want to clear up what I think was some unintended misinformation. Is it not true that the leading death of children under the age of 17 is unintentional injuries such as car accidents? Is that not true?
That's true.
Is it also not drowning?
Senator knows what he speaks.
Are we not trying to outlaw cars and swimming pools at this time?
I haven't seen a bill.
And to go along that list, you got falls and poisoning, and sometimes to get to that gun violence threshold, you got to increase the age of a child to probably 19 so you can capture the gang violence that occurs throughout this country, and that's where a lot of your deaths are because of gang violence in some of these cities that we see across this land.
Senator knows that he speaks, and it's also for a minor to have possession of a weapons against the law. Mr. President, I yield the well.
Thank you, sir.
Recognize Senator from the 50th. Call the question. All right. Senator's moved to call the question. I'll call the senator from the 2nd to give the minority report, and then let the senator from the 53rd close.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise to deliver the minority report to Senate Bill 163 to my good friend from the 53rd. I want to echo the words of Dr. King in this chamber. Dr. King said you cannot legislate morality, you can only legislate behavior. And so what the city of Savannah did was to try to create some recourse to have folks just lock their vehicles if they were going to leave a loaded firearm in their vehicle. 266 guns were stolen in 2024 in the city of Savannah, and 228 of those came from unlocked vehicles. And in looking at how do you track those firearms that are stolen from vehicles, how do you protect the citizens, how do you protect tourists, and the city of Savannah came up with an ordinance to say we want to create a way for folks to think about where they leave their firearm, not to be just careless, because we understand that a firearm is a serious tool. And I spent a long time in the Boy Scouts, and I remember my old range officer, Mr. Bob. And Mr. Bob would say, you treat every gun as if it's loaded. You always keep it pointed downrange, and you keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to shoot. That was Mr. Bob. He said, you treat every gun as if it's loaded. And so even at camp, summer camp, many times we never left a loaded or unloaded firearm on the range. Why? Because if somebody came to pick it up, it was the assumption that every firearm was loaded, and the first thing you do would be to clear the barrel and make the inspection, never look down the barrel, but look downrange, clear the barrel, and do all of those things. What my city decided to do was say, look, in the state of Georgia, if you do take a firearm out of somebody's car, you don't get off scot-free. You face 1 to 10 years in prison. It is a felony in the state of Georgia. What my city decided to do was to try to curb the amount of people who would just knowingly leave their firearms in their vehicles unlocked and unattended. That's it. Because if you buy a firearm, I don't know about you, I own plenty of guns, and they're not cheap. Now, if some folks leave their guns unattended in their cars and somebody came and just pulled the door handle, kids are walking by pulling door handles, doing it all day long. If you don't believe me, you can see it on TikTok Reels. That's what young folks are doing. They're just going and pulling door handles, finding guns, and guess what? There are some people in the community that say, well, look, I'll give you, a pair of Jordans if you give me that gun. Go do this, go do that. That's all this bill was designed to do in the city of Savannah by an ordinance, was just to create an opportunity to ask for people to be responsible in a way that we could have them not leave their firearms unattended in their car. That's it. That's all the city tried to do. And so because we do understand that we have a rise in the epidemic of gang violence and those who wish to do harm, in this body we could talk about a lot of things, about what we could do to curb gun violence and what we could do. We hold everybody accountable. And so the senator from the 53rd made a comment about the individuals that did the Ellis Square shooting being out on bond. Well, and I know the senator from the 53rd supports the 8th Amendment that prohibits excessive bail. And so based on the nature of their original charges, they were granted bail because the severity of those charges probably was not to the point of the Ellis Square shooting. But I can guarantee you this, after the Ellis Square shooting, not one of those defendants was issued bond by the Superior Court judges in Chatham County, not one. And so we're not a county where lawlessness is just happening, running rampant, and crime is taking over our city. We're the number 2 state in the city for tourism, and we keep our tourists safe. We have robust law enforcement agencies, and they said, City Council, help us to curb the amount of unlocked firearms that are being stolen out of vehicles, and it's hard for us to track them because when we ask the gun owner what was the make, model, and the serial number, many don't have it, so we can't even determine if the firearm was stolen or not. That's just about personal responsibility. That's it. But if we wanted everybody to be responsible, like an automobile, we talked about that, look, you just require everybody to have insurance, right? And then I bet you we see how quick all the laws change because the insurance companies will come back up here and tell us, man, we're going to have to do something about these firearms because y'all are running the premium sky high. In fact, we would need a tort reform bill for firearms if it was required for you to have insurance. And so, colleagues, I'm excited to see that many of you, if you vote in favor of this bill today, would be supporting the ability to have a tort because just a couple weeks ago, you were anti-tort and it was bankrupting Georgia businesses and we're about to close. And so, Mr. President, as I close, I'm just reminded of, boy, you can sure do one thing and say another. And so to my colleagues, I hope that you will vote no on the bill, vote yes on the amendment. If you vote yes on the amendment, I'll probably vote yes on the bill. Just to leave a little opportunity out here, Mr. President, because I always think there's compromise and opportunity to make a deal. So maybe my colleagues will accept the amendment and I'll vote for the bill. And if not, if you don't accept the amendment, then of course I'm clearly not going to vote for the bill. And I just want everybody to know that when St. Patrick's Day comes, we'll have the safest city in the state. We'll will welcome many tourists and visitors to come to our city. We're not the wild, wild west out there. So I would just encourage us to be moderate in what we're talking about. My city only designed to create an ordinance to protect its citizens and its residents and to ensure that we had responsible gun ownership. That's it, Mr. President. You weren't going to jail. The fine was up to just only $1,000, and you can go to the recorder's court and they'd probably dismiss it for you, and as long as it wasn't a pattern of practice. But we don't know who's a habitual line stepper, Mr. President, because guess what? If you had done this 5 times and you keep leaving the gun in your car for it to get stolen and you had firearm insurance, maybe you were actually committing insurance fraud. But you know what? We don't track it, so we don't know. So I'm just going to ask you to vote no on the bill. But I left the deal on the table, Mr. President, and with that, I'll yield the well.
Did you say that in one breath? No. That was impressive. It really was. All right, we got one later on having amendment, and we've already had a motion to close debate, so we're going to read the amendment, let the author close debate, and then we're going to vote on this thing. So, Secretary, read the amendment.
Mr. President, Senator Albers of 56 and others offer the following Amendment 1A to amend Amendment 1 to the Senate Committee Substitute of Senate Bill 163 by replacing lines 1 through 13 with the following, by inserting between lines 7 and 8 the following. The General Assembly recognizes the importance of securing firearms for lawful purposes. Section 2. Mr. President, that completes the order.
So, Senator, we've already closed debate, so we're just going to call on the senator from the 53rd, but obviously your amendment is noted, and hopefully the senator will speak to it, whether or not he's for it or against it. Senator from the 53rd, close debate.
All right, Mr. President, I know we got a lot of other good bills to get to, so I'm going to be brief and short. You know, what the senator from the 2nd was referring to in his minority report and what his mayor had done is illegal. All right? It's already against the law, and this, my piece of legislation, 163, all it does is provide a means of enforcement of what is already illegal, and that is adopting ordinances that violate the supremacy of the Georgia General Assembly. And to the senator from the 44th, as she articulated her opinion about safe storage, I would ask her and others to Google the story of Merced, California, where a 16-year-old watched her family brutally murdered because she couldn't access a firearm in the safe as an intruder came in. Ultimately, a firearm in a safe is about as valuable as a hammer. You can't use it to protect your family or yourself. Senators, I ask that you vote favorably to Senate Bill 163 and vote against the amendments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senators yielded and closed debate. All right, now it's time for us to take up the 2 amendments, one authored by the Chair of Public Safety, Senator from the 56, Amendment 1A. Question is on the adoption of Amendment 1A. Is there objection? There is objection. All those in favor of Amendment 1A will vote yea. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator from 10th, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, considering the fact that debate had closed and you allowed this late arriving amendment, doesn't it defeat the purpose of this body where we can't even discuss this Amendment 1A?
Yeah, we've already closed debate, Senator. We're in the posture right now. We're voting on it. So it's either voted up or down at this point in time.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State
so
your
there's
inquiry.
no possibility of us having any kind of discussion whatsoever regarding this amendment?
Not at this point in time. Not at this point in time, Senator. We've discussed this enough. Senator from the 37th.
Parliamentary, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
In the opinion of the chair, what is the effect of Amendment 1A?
Amendment 1A would basically gut Amendment 1. That answer your questions?
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. All those in favor of Amendment 1A will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 53rd, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
State your
President.
inquiry.
Wouldn't it be wise to vote green on Amendment 1A?
Every senator can choose how they'd like to vote, his or her vote. Senator from the 41st, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that a red light will allow us to move forward and vote on safe storage? Isn't it true that red will help us vote on safe storage?
Senator is passionate about what she speaks. Oh, yes. On the adoption of Amendment 1A by the Senator from 56, the yeas are 33 and the nays are 23, and Amendment 1A is adopted. All right, now the question is on Amendment 1 as amended by the Senator from the 44th. Is there objection to this? Without objection, Amendment 1 as amended is adopted. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea, opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 33, the nays are 23. This bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed by substitute. Congratulations, Senator. All right, moving on to Senate Bill 255. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 255 by Senator Cowser of the 46th. The bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 28 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions regarding the General Assembly so as to codify a process for the authorization of statutory investigationary powers to certain committees of the General Assembly, to provide for oaths and subpoena powers related to such investigatory powers, to provide for confidentiality of certain materials, to explicitly preserve any authority, immunity, privilege, or power granted to or possessed by the General Assembly or its members, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Brass, Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
So we're on bill number 15 right now, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll just remind you that you know, the longer these things get debated, the quicker the day will be, and the fewer bills that will get out of here. So, recognize the senator from the 46.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll heed your advice and keep this snappy. It won't take long at all. This bill does one thing. It just codifies our legislative authority to investigate issues, to receive sworn testimony, to compel testimony via subpoena, and to subpoena documents, records, and papers to help us do our job. Passed unanimously in the Judiciary Committee. All members present agreed with it, and I would appreciate your support. Glad to take questions if anybody has any.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you. I yield the will.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 33, the nays are 23. This bill, having received a requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary reads Senate Bill 233.
Senate Bill 233 by Senator Brass of the 6th and other, the bill to be titled Act to amend Article 6 of Chapter 1 of Title 37 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to the Behavioral Health Reform and Innovation Commission so as to revise the subcommittees to extend the automatic repeal date to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 233, bill to be entitled Act to amend Article 6, Chapter 1 to Title 37 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to the Behavioral Health Reform and Innovation Commission so as to revise the composition of the commission, to revise the subcommittees, to extend the automatic repeal date, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleague, this bill simply takes the Behavioral Health Reform and Innovation Commission, adds 6 spots. 2 extra appointments for the governor, 2 extra for the lieutenant governor, and 2 extra for the speaker. I yield the will.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 4. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary reads Senate Bill 57.
Senate Bill 57 by Senator Tillery the 19th and others, bills to intend an act to amend Article 15 of Chapter 1 of Title 10 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to deceptive or unfair practices so as to protect the exercise of constitutional rights, to prohibit discrimination and the provision of essential services, to provide for public and private enforcement, to provide for definitions, to provide a short title, to provide for legislative findings and declarations, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland, Chairman. Mr. President, Senate Committee on Judiciary offers the following substitutes to Senate Bill 57, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 15 in Chapter 1 of Title 10 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to deceptive or unfair practices so as to protect the exercise of constitutional rights, to prohibit discrimination and the provision of essential services, to provide for public and private enforcement, to provide for definitions, to provide a short title, to provide legislative findings and declarations, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senator who's number one on that? Senator Summers of the 13th offers the following amendment number 1 to amend the Senate Committee on Judiciary substitutes to Senate Bill 57 by replacing $1 billion on lines 49 and 52 with $100 billion. Mr. President, Senator Cowser of the 46th offers the following amendment number 2 to amend the Senate Committee on Judiciary substitutes to Senate Bill 57 by replacing $1 billion on lines 49 and 52 with $25 billion. Mr. President, Senator Kennedy of the 18th offers the following amendment number 3 to amend the Senate Committee on Judiciary substitutes to Senate Bill 57 by removing and private enforcement on lines 3 and 4 and placing it with enforcement to provide for penalties and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senator Tillery the 19th offers the following amendment 3A to amend the Senate Committee to amend Amendment 3 to the Senate Committee substitute of Senate Bill 57 by striking lines 1 through 3, striking lines 27 through 29, and inserting before line 30 and for other purposes. Inserting line 30 by inserting after A on line 105, if the Attorney General has not brought an action or filed a report pursuant to OCGA section 10-1-439.3D within 90 days, being presented such matter in writing. Mr. President, Senator Tillery the 19th and others offer the following Amendment 3B to amend Amendment 3 to the Senate Committee substitute of Senate Bill 57 by removing on line 1, striking lines 2 and 3, striking lines 26 through 29, inserting above line 30 by replacing A on line 105 with the following. If the Attorney General has not brought an action or filed a report pursuant to subsection D of the Code section 10-1-439.3 within 90 days of being presented such matter in writing, A. Mr. President, Senator Anvertarte of the 31st and others offer the following amendment number 4 to amend the Senate Committee on Judiciary substitute to Senate Bill 57 by replacing $1 billion on lines 49 and 52 with $10 billion. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 19th. Speak to the bill.
Hey, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members of the Senate. I'm bringing before you now Senate Bill 57, passed out of the Senate Judiciary Committee earlier this year and is now here for your consideration. The title calls it the Freedom of Speech and Belief Act. I think that's what it does. It tries to protect speech. It tries to protect beliefs. It tries to protect you, as long as what you're otherwise doing is legal in our state. It goes a little bit further, though. Make sure that we're more clear and says that if you're doing something that's protected under the First Amendment of the Constitution, the Second Amendment of the Constitution, the first 10 amendments of the Constitution, it spells out protections for folks who are doing those things as well. Some folks have called it the debanking bill. Maybe it is. It's the ban on debanking bill. Maybe that's a fair name. I'll stick with the Freedom of Speech and Belief Act. because it's about more than just banking. It's about speech. It's about the Constitution. You see, the First Amendment and the protections of the content of your speech should be absolutely and without question protected. I can hate what you say. I can vehemently disagree with it. But you absolutely have the right to say it. Where are we as a nation if you can lose your banking privileges, your electricity, your water, your sewer, your broadband, just because you exercised your rights under the first 10 amendments to the Constitution? Just because you were expressing thoughts or speech or selling items that were otherwise legal. And for those who say it doesn't happen, well, that's just not so. It does. In our nation and in our state. You've heard about it. I brought a book and laid it on your desk today. Melania. What's this book about? It's the First Lady's book. And if you turn to page 170, she'll tell you it happened to her. Let's just read it. The cancel mob now includes corporations, traditional media, influential social media, and cultural institutions. Each of you have a copy if you want to follow along. And I was shocked and dismayed to learn, we're skipping around a little bit, that my longtime bank decided to terminate my account and deny my son the opportunity to open a new account simply because of decisions that were rooted in political affiliation. She goes on, a month later, after lengthy negotiations, the CEO of a multinational investment bank decided to terminate discussions about a proposed deal that they were going to enter into. While the senior management team recognized the mutual commercial potential, they were unable to proceed because the CEO didn't endorse it. The First Lady goes further. Recently, a contract that we had with an email distribution service, the provider we had was abruptly canceled without notice or explanation. This forced us to reevaluate our processes, and we have since taken the initiative to manage our email distributions internally. The cancellation continues. The attitude by businesses, both big and small, that never ceases to surprise me. Ironically, that business acumen is criticized, mine, while other former government officials' political or business acumen is well received. Other folks had this happen as well. You know this. I think his name was John Eastman. He was debanked for defending the president in court. Mike Lindell, the My Pillow guy, he's a little much for me at times. But he was debanked from a community bank that he had used for decades, all because he expressed an opinion they didn't like. But we have other examples locally, too. In the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing, we heard from a Georgia business owner who owns a gun manufacturer, Marty Daniel Defense. He said that here in Georgia, all he does is sells guns. He came up with a part one time that he made, started selling it, turned into a contract with others to sell guns, and eventually ended up with a large manufacturer of weapons, of guns. That's protected under the Second Amendment. Yet Marty was debanked not once in Georgia, but twice for the crime that he had. He made firearms. All the examples I've given you, none of them are examples of terrorists or of drug dealers or criminals. They're just regular citizens relying on the promises that were made to them under the Constitution of the United States. I hit the banking part hard and first because it's what we're hearing the most about. But this bill addresses a heck of a lot more than banking. Senate Bill 57 says in its meat on lines 46 and 47, on lines 98 through 103, that an essential services provider shall not discriminate in the provision of essential services against a person that has an established business relationship with such provider. Well, what does that mean? Let's break that down. An essential services provider. Who would those be? Well, this bill defines it. It defines it on line 43 and 44, sorry. They're folks that are giving power, electricity. They're folks who are giving water, sewer, your utilities. And we think it's also important to include banks because now in the current environment, if you don't have a banking relationship or a credit card or some type of cash app, mobile app, you can't buy things at all. If you're an essential services provider under this bill, you can't discriminate in the provision of essential services against someone who has a business relationship with you. Well, what does it mean to discriminate in the provision of essential services? Well, we define that too. We don't want to leave it to ambiguity. It's on line 38. Discriminating in the provision of essential services means directly or indirectly restricting or terminating the provision of essential services to a person based on their social credit score or based on such person's exercise of any constitutional right protected by the first 10 amendments to the United States Constitution. And we spell out, including and without limitation, such person's speech, their association, their religious exercise, and their ownership of firearms. You've heard a lot of talk today about banks, and it's about banks, but it's about essential services overall. And those essential services, as I've already told you, include more than banks. They include power, water, sewer. When we started talking about this bill, I talked to the banks. I talked to the power companies too. Carried them a copy of this bill as well. Asked them, hey, do you have any trouble at all with anything that's in this bill? And they said, nah, man, we don't do this. There's a couple of power companies, right? You have MEAGs, you have EMCs, Georgia Power. Carried it to the other power companies. Said, hey, do you have a problem with anything I'm doing in this bill? No, Senator, we don't do this. We don't de-utilitize people. Talk to some of the private water companies. I'm like, hey, does this hurt you? No, Senator, your Senate Bill 57 isn't even on our radar. The only group that has had an issue with this, that's why it's become called the debanking bill, have been the banks. And I present to you that the reason that they've had an issue with it is because of the examples that I just gave you. Turn to page 170. Read about it. Read about it for a lady. Read about it for her son. Read about it for other people that we've mentioned. But maybe you don't like reading. Then all you had to do is go to our Senate Judiciary hearing and hear it from a Georgian themselves. It happened to him. It happened twice. And both times it happened, it cost him over $1 million. Senators, I present to you that you're not getting texts from other entities that are covered by this bill because they don't do it. They don't debank their electricity customers. They don't debank their water customers. But we have tangible examples here in our country and here in our state where we know it happens here. Some of the questions that have come up have been about enforcement of this bill. You see, we can stand up here and pass a bill through the House, through the Senate, get it signed by the governor, and give citizens no remedy to enforce that right. And at those times, we've given them nothing. We've given them paper they can hang on their wall to say, yeah, you got shafted. That's not what this bill does. This bill says if an essential services provider doesn't provide you the service, discriminates against you, then you have the ability to bring a case under the Georgia Fair Business Practices Act. And that act, I believe, allows you to recover like $150,000 per instance and some other things. We tried to go below that here. You see on line 112, if someone was debanked or deutilitized, they could bring an action to recover. They have to prove that it happened to them. They have to prove that it happened for a reason that was protected by the first 10 amendments to the U.S. Constitution. And if they're able to prove that, they can recover their actual damages. In other words, in Mr. Daniels' case, the $1 million it took him to move accounts and hire attorneys to make that move happen. They also can recover $50,000. That's the penalty in this case. Some folks have said, but these things can stack up on each other. They could be more than $50,000. That's right. If you cancel more than one person, you could end up paying more than $50,000. My hope is, though, that a penalty such as this gets someone's attention to actually pay attention, to realize that association, speech, selling something that's otherwise legal, well, that's not a reason to cancel somebody. At least not a reason to cancel somebody on something as significant as the utilities they need to operate in everyday life and run a business. There are a lot of amendments that have been proposed. Well, before I get to the amendments, I do want to talk about the other steps of the bill. It's a Senate committee sub, and those of you who've been in the Senate for more than 4 hours know that a Senate committee sub means somebody took changes, right? I didn't walk in here with my bill and try to shove it down everybody's throat and say, this is what it's going to be. I shared it with folks. Again, I told you the power companies, the water companies, those folks, you sewer companies, they didn't have any issue. The banks did have an issue. And their concern was if you have someone who's applying to me for a loan for the first time and they're simply not credit worthy, and I turn them down, Senator, can they now sue me using your bill as protection and therefore force me to offer them a loan I should not offer them otherwise? Well, a couple of things there. The bill clearly says that you can continue to do the things you need to do to evaluate whether an account you should be having an account or a loan to begin with. But further, I went further and I said, hey, listen, I'm not trying to go after the people coming to your bank for the first time. I'm trying to go after the people who are already your customers, who you already have an established business relationship with, who because of a change in tides based on culture, you've decided that they should be tossed to the side. Those are the folks I think we should protect. Not trying to make you make any association to begin with, but once you choose to make that association, then you can't cancel them because they're exercising their constitutional rights as well. And that's where the Senate committee sub comes in. If you look at lines 46 and 47, we had to add a definition, and that definition is the established business relationship definition. It's done for utilities and for banks. We don't want a power company, somebody saying, hey, the reason that I can't provide you power and the reason that, Georgia Power is not providing power to the senator from the 5th is because, of X, Y, or Z, and that Senator X, Y, or Z, or Senator from the 5th says, well, X, Y, or Z is a protected reason. We didn't want that to come up. But we did say if the senator from the 5th is already getting power from Georgia Power, is already getting his banking from Truist Bank, well, the senator from the 5th's accounts can't be closed simply because of his speech, his association, his religious exercise, him owning a firearm. The Senate committee sub took in the thoughts of others and tried to incorporate them. There are a lot of other amendments now, and there are a lot of folks who are for and or against this. I know you're getting the text, I'm getting the tweets too. I present to you that the folks in the hall who are against the bill are against the bill because of its protections, I believe, for the Second Amendment. I present to you the folks who are for the bill are supporting the bill because I believe their protections that they feel fall for the First and the Second Amendment. You have to make hard decisions in this building every day. And I know this one will be a hard one for some. But it's not going to be a hard one for me. If someone has an established business relationship, they shouldn't be canceled because of them exercising a right that's protected otherwise in the Constitution of the United States. I ask your favorable consideration, Senators, of Senate Bill 57 as it came out of the Judiciary Committee with the amendment that we took from the banking community on essential services. There was also another tweak in there that I didn't point out to you. It was a tweak on the definition of broadband. The folks who do broadband asked for that, and then otherwise we're okay with our amendment or with our bill. The amendments that have come out, I'm going to go ahead and speak to now. I think that saves time later on. Amendment number 1 purports to take the threshold amount of a bank that would be covered by this bill from $1 billion to $100 billion. Let's talk about why that matters. In Georgia, I think there are more than 250 banks. That's just a Google search. I'm dealing with these amendments as they come across the desk too. The move to set the threshold at $1 billion, according to the testimony in the Senate committee, covers 61 banks. That's it. That's it. Roughly 25%. If we take it to $100 billion, a quick Google search will show you, it covers 1. My suggestion would be if we want to pass Amendment 1, we should just pull out the dollar amount altogether and name the one bank that we think ought not do this. I would ask you to oppose Amendment 1. Amendment number 2. It takes the $1 billion out and replaces it with $25 billion. I do not know how many banks would be covered at $25 billion. I know that, again, 61 banks are larger than $1 billion. I believe the testimony was that 4 banks are larger than $10 billion. At $25 billion, you're going to be somewhere between 1 and 4. I would ask you to oppose Amendment number 2. Amendment number 3 does substantially more. Amendment number 3 takes the private right of action and strips it out. In the testimony in the Senate committee, Mr. Daniels sat and said, when he was debanked not once but twice, he carried the matter to the Attorney General's office, and he was told those times they could not proceed with a case on his behalf. I've been asked subsequently, did they present it to him in the Attorney General in writing? Did they send him an email? Send him a text message or a smoke signal? I do not know. But I can tell you that the testimony in the Senate committee from a guy that I believe was telling the truth was that he presented his debanked issues to the office of the Attorney General, and they were not able to help him with those. That's why we crafted Senate Bill 57 to allow a private right of action in that case. So Amendment 3 takes out that private right of action and says instead you have to go back to the Attorney General, and the Attorney General can bring this claim if you think you've been denied essential services based on the reasons we discussed before. It also raises the civil penalties considerably. I'm not going to get into the debating of that, but I'm going to offer you a proposal. You see, you'll see Amendment 3A and 3B. 3A is my handwriting. 3B is the exact same thing cleaned up by Legislative Council. So 3A will probably fall off and you'll deal with 3B, but 3A and 3B say the same thing. It amends Amendment 3. The proposal from the senators in Amendment 3 to allow the Attorney General to be the sole and exclusive remedy to enforcing this action, Amendment 3A comes in that and says, maybe we can work a middle ground here. It says we're willing to let the Attorney General bring the action first, Amendment 3 also says that if the Attorney General doesn't bring the action, he has to give some type of a written report and tell why. Amendment 3A says, hey, if the Attorney General doesn't bring that action or doesn't file that report within 90 days, then the private cause of action, the right for that individual to go hire his or her own attorney and bring the action themselves, well, that comes back into play. If Amendment 3A passes, I will support Amendment 3. Amendment 4 goes back to the issue we talked about earlier about moving dollars and threshold amounts for banks that are covered. I know many of you may have got calls from your home community banks. The $1 billion threshold, again, is set to only affect 61 banks. Why 61? Why would you not cover them all? Our majority leader, the senator from the 51st, in committee actually asked that question. Why would we not just take that threshold out completely? And that's fair. If someone wants to offer that amendment, I will accept it as friendly. But the bill I drafted, the deal I thought that I made with the Senate Judiciary Committee was at $1 billion. That covers 61. If you go and accept amendment number 4 at $10 billion, you're now only going to cover 4 banks. I ask you not to accept amendments 1, 2, or 4, because if we stick at least at the $1 billion level, we know that's roughly 1 per every 3 counties. Banks are centralized. It's not going to cover. It's not going to really be 1 per every 3 counties of Georgia. But if we take, what's that? Oh, I got some more to talk about. If the senator from the 8th doesn't mind, we're just going to rename this the Trees Act. The $10 billion threshold, again, would only cover 4 banks. If we stick at the $1 billion threshold, we cover 61 banks. It allows for a geographic spread that I think is a little bit better than going to these much higher numbers. Amendment number 1A takes the $100 billion on Amendment 1 and changes it to $2 billion. I could accept $2 billion. I want somebody, while the rest of you are speaking, to help me search and see how many that would cover. That may be accepted as friendly. And then Amendment 5 also takes and replaces the $1 billion with $2 billion, so they essentially do the exact same thing. With the amendments flying around, I know this is going to get confusing. My request of you would be this. Don't defang the bill. If we're going to pass a bill, let's let it have substance. Let's not put the threshold at so high of an amount that no one really can get coverage. Let's not take out the rights of action that allow folks to proceed should the Attorney General's office not proceed on a case. And lastly, let's not table this bill. I know when things get confusing, that's a move that some people in this building want to take. I hope I've earned from you the right for just an up or down vote. If you need to oppose it, I understand. You have different reasons and different constituencies back home that may require that. But what I'm asking for at the end is an up or down vote on a bill that at the most has a $2 billion threshold, that has a way that if the government doesn't take its actions and proceed against folks that are violating other folks' constitutional rights, that you could seek out your own attorney with your own money and seek that remedy yourself. And that gives us an opportunity to vote yes or no on whether we think that policy should be supported in this state. Mr. President, thank you for the time. Members, thank you for allowing me to go ahead and address the amendments. And if there are no questions, I'll yield the will.
You do have a few questions. Senator from 10th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the senator yield?
Yes, sir.
To the Appropriations Chairman. I am really trying to understand this bill, but I'm having a problem with some of the definitions in it.
Sure.
On the line 38, you mentioned financial services. what institutions, or is it limited only to banks, or is it credit unions or other type of lenders to include finance departments, financial institutions that just loan direct to customers? I'm trying to understand what's included in
Yes,
those
sir.
financial services.
I think it's on 48. You may, on the Senate Committee Substitute. Financial institution means a bank or credit union that has more than $1 billion in assets and any affiliate or subsidiary of such bank or credit union, or the payment processor, credit card company, et cetera.
Yeah, those
Remember,
are the ones
we had that happen when there was a protest in Canada, of all places, not the United States. And what we saw is that a lot of folks from the United States thought that that protest was worth going to. When they went up there, they found out that their debit cards were canceled. We found out also that they started looking out to see where the donations to support those groups who were going to have that, what again, otherwise was a legal, peaceful assembly, even in Canada. And those donations had come from California, they'd come from New York, they'd come from the state of Washington. And we then started going after those people. That's not right. Just because folks were exercising a right they had under the Constitution, they shouldn't be worried about their debit card getting canceled.
Senator Further Yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator, how do you define social credit score?
I couldn't hear your...
How do you define social credit score?
Yes, sir. It's actually defined in this bill as well.
Yeah, I saw the definition of it, but I'm not sure I understand the definition that's listed in here.
Remember, at a period of time, it was in vogue in this country to develop ratings based on folks' exercise of their constitutional rights, of their inclusion in other programs that may exist. Also, at one point in time, it went heavy after the ag industry. It said, hey, listen, the methane that comes from cows, flatulence, is contributing to the CO2. And that is further dropping someone's social credit score. I don't think that that's things we should look at when we're deciding whether or not we should be giving out an ag loan.
Senator Further Yield, Senator, I understand what could potentially impact the social credit score. I'm just trying to understand what is and how do I determine what my, as an example, social credit score would be.
Yes, sir. If a company is developing a rating that's based on the things that appear in lines 61 through 69, sorry, going down a little bit further, through 71, 75, then that'd be the definition of a social credit score.
Senator Further Yield?
Yes, sir.
Is there a range of social credit score? Is it a numerical value, or is it something that's just qualitative?
I think it's something that you'd have to ask the companies that were employing it. But if they were employing that, saying, hey, we want you to use electric leaf blowers, not gas leaf blowers. They were using that to say whether or not the lawn care company's social credit score was high enough to be chosen for that contract. I guess they can do it for the contract, but we don't think they should be able to do it for utility services.
Senator, just here for one final question. I'm still confused about how do you calculate a social credit score, and how does it being used in this particular legislation?
Right.
I don't know if it's quantitative. I don't know if it's qualitative. I understand a regular person's, and I've not heard the term social credit score before, so I'm trying to understand it.
I think different companies were doing it different ways. Again, the state of Georgia does not have a social credit score, and I think that's a good thing. I think that's something that the members of this body would support. But I think we had companies that were employing a social credit score for determining whether or not they were going to offer services.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Mr.
Senator,
President, I got a red light. You want me to leave or stand?
No, you got one more question you
Okay.
need to take. Recognize the pro tem.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is the Senator Yield?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thanks. I want to follow up. I had two, like the senator from the 10th, have some questions. So, first of all, the social credit score, that phraseology, where did you come up with that?
Yeah, it came up originally with a Senator Todd Jones bill that passed last year that came over this chamber and didn't have enough time to get through. So that language originally came from that draft of that bill is where it originally came. We adopted it in this bill for the reasons that you may ask me. Go ahead.
Do I understand that bill did not pass? Is that what you said?
It passed the House. It did not come over before, I don't think it came over before crossover.
Okay. Senator, further yield?
Yes, sir.
Do you know where that House member got social credit score?
I think that he got it in the discussions with him about things relating to farming, ag, and the attacks on using combustion engines. See, we had at the time, there, you may or may not remember, there were some companies who said, hey, we want you to only use electric stoves, not natural gas stoves. We had a bill in this chamber about only using electric, not being forced to only use electric leaf blowers. I think it was carried by the senator from the 48th.
Yeah.
That's where the social credit score number came in.
And so sort of to the questions that the senator from the 10th was asking, so it sounds like if the source of social credit score was a bill that came from the House that we didn't pass, then without specific reference to the source of how this phraseology even came from, the definition of social credit score has to be only what you've got in this bill. Agreed?
It is what's defined in this bill, yes, sir.
Right. But there's not some other source that we can look to that's generally accepted as social credit score is defined this way or means X. You've defined it in here.
Yes, sir, we did
Right.
define it in here.
Okay.
I don't think
I
that's
know-
the meat of the bill.
No, I understand that,
do
but
think
it's important because of
It is important.
this. So as I read line 59, social credit score means a score or rating determined by an analysis or evaluation of one or more of the following. And it talks about the exercise of constitutional rights, a person's failure or refusal to do certain things, a person's failure or refusal to facilitate and assist employees. My question is, who makes that analysis?
The analysis is made by the company. So the company that's deciding they do not want to offer the service. If they're saying we don't want to offer the service to you based upon your exercise of your constitutional rights, that would go into a social credit score. You're not willing to discuss or limit your emissions of greenhouse gases, that would go to your social credit score. Your failure or refusal to engage in any racial diversity or gender audit, that would go to your social credit score. Your failure to facilitate or assist employees in obtaining abortions, that would go to the social credit score.
So are you assuming that the company that was engaged in this conduct is going to write all this down and document it so that it can later be determined, or that they are maintaining somebody's social credit score internally? Is that the assumption that you've baked into this?
Senator, that would be the assumption based into this, but it's not just assumption, it's actually known. You can see with a quick Google search that companies were deciding that they did not want to associate with other companies simply because those companies said, hey, we don't think abortions should be considered and legal in our business. Hey,
Senator,
we don't.
I appreciate that. That's not my question. My question is not whether or not it happens. My question is, how does someone later on determine the analysis and evaluation that the company did or did not engage in to produce a social credit score? Because it strikes me that no company is going to say, hey, let's have a social credit score file on customer X, especially under the light of the way you say this has come to light. So that's one of the concerns I have, bootstrapping off the senator from the 10th, of who's going to make that determination and analysis or evaluation.
Well, Senator, I'll tell you that we did have companies that were saying, here's your social credit score. But the cool thing about it, which should possibly put your mind at ease, is that if a company is not that deliberate in the new environment that I think we've faced since the election in 2024, then they have no reason to potentially, or no ability to run afoul of that legislation or that language.
That assumes that someone would look at it in retrospect and there would be no such determination or evaluation, right? Which gets me back to my question, who's making the determination and evaluation in retrospect of how the company behaved?
The company's making that decision at the front end. We had companies at the front end who were saying, based upon your social credit score, your failure and refusal to engage in DEI practices, your failure or refusal to otherwise curb your greenhouse gases, we are no longer going to bank you. We are no longer going to provide essential services to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I think my time's expired. Senator, members of the Senate, thank you so much for hearing me today, and I appreciate you indulging me and letting me go ahead and talk about the amendments. I yield the well.
All right, we have a number of amendments, but before I go through the amendments, I see our former leader, Ms. Gloria Butler, is here today. But everybody give Senator Butler there. It is good to see you, Senator. Good to see you looking well in retirement. Looking well in retirement. Great to have you here today. All right, we have several amendments here. The Secretary needs to read a few late arriving amendments. Secretary, read amendments that we have not read already.
Mr. President, Senator Hatch of the 50th and Strickland of the 42nd offer the following amendment number 5 to amend the Senate Committee substitute of Senate Bill 57 by replacing $1 billion on lines 49 and 52 with $2 billion. Mr. President, Senator Hatch of the 50th and Strickland of the 42nd offer the following Amendment 1A to amend Amendment 1 to the Senate Committee substitute of Senate Bill 57 by replacing $100 billion on line 2 with $2 billion. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Senator from the 13th, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, once again, I come down here and ask you, is anybody here confused? I am. And I'm really confused about one thing, and one thing that really bothers me. How many times do we hear the word banking used in this bill? How many times do you hear the word bank? Bank, banking, bank, banking, bank, banking. How many times? Almost every 2 or 3 words. This bill did not come to my committee. And I'm chairman of banks and banking and financial institutions. This bill would certainly have had a committee sub had it come to my committee. Now, I wonder why it didn't come to my committee. It's about banking. I'm just concerned about that. However, let me explain to you what I've done. Since it didn't come to my committee, I thought, well, I'm going to find out what's going on in this bill a little bit. And I cannot tell you the things that the Senator from the 19th said one way or the other. I know he's very prepared, does a great job. I understand he has motivation for making sure things are done correctly. But I want to make sure they're done correctly too. I want to tell you something about why these bills, when you get more amendments than pages on the bill, something's wrong. Can I get an amen? More amendments than pages than the darn bill, something's wrong. Okay, now having said that, let's talk about that for just a minute. Now, I put an amendment out. My amendment is very, very, very simple, and it uses a big, big, big number called $100 billion. No, I'm not Warren Buffett, and I'm not Elon Musk. We're talking $100 billion. Why did I put $100 billion on that? Well, I'll tell you why. First, I want you to understand this. There's several amendments here. One for $2 billion, one for $10 billion, one for $25 billion, and of course my amendment for $100 billion. Now, why did I put $100 billion out there? Because Florida and Tennessee, who are our neighboring states and contiguous to us, all have $100 million on their bill, on their thing. $100 million. Now, if you say it real fast, $100 billion ain't no money. But let me tell you what happens. If you pass this bill the way it is written, without these amendments, without making $100 billion, your local banks are not going to make you loans, in my opinion. They're going to dry up on the loans. They're going to be scared to death to make a loan because they're going to get sued if they turn somebody down. Now, I want to make something else clear. I check with banks. I want to make sure I tell things right because I like to try to be as accurate as humanly possible. And I've checked, and it says if a account is closed for a violation of the Bank Secrecy Act, a bank is prohibited from telling the customer why, and that would be considered an illegal or illicit activity. So the bank doesn't have a lot of choice in this. But I'm going to give you the numbers here to make sure we're on the same sheet of music that I have gotten exactly from the banks of what this bill would affect. 61 banks, as the senator from the 19th says, 61 banks are currently in Georgia covered by the $1 billion asset. Well, here's the way it breaks down. 46 of those banks are state chartered banks, our banks, Georgia banks. 15 of them are federally chartered banks. 9 of those 61 banks have $100 billion of assets or more. 9 have $100 billion of assets or more. 5 banks have $50 billion to $100 billion of assets or more. 7 banks have $25 billion to $50 billion of assets or more. 5 banks have a $10 billion to a $25 billion total assets or more. And 35 banks have an asset between $1 billion and $10 billion. Now, I called my local banker, whom I'm proud to say I don't owe any money. So it's a very, very, when I solicited his information, I used to owe him money. I don't owe him money anymore. But I asked him point blank about this bill. He said, I would be afraid to loan people money because if I turned them down or if they walked in my office for any reason, for some wild scheme or some kind of deal, and I didn't bank them, they would immediately be able to sue me. And I said, I don't know if I understand that, but I believe you understand it. And so the reality here, folks, is we've got a lot of amendments on the table. You want to pass this thing? You put $100 billion out there like Florida and Tennessee has, and you secure our banks, and we do not throw our banks under the bus, and we dang sure don't back the bus over them when we throw them under the bus. Once again, had this bill come through banks and banking, we'd have had a different bill, I assure you. Mr. President, I won't talk about the rest of the amendments, and I won't even go into the bill. But I want people to know where we're at on exactly our banks and how much our banks are chartered and how much our 46 state chartered banks mean to Georgia. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
All right, Senator. Senator's yielded. So what we're going to do right now, I know there's people signed up to talk, but we're going to go with the folks who have offered amendments and let them speak for their amendments. Senator from the 50, you're up, but you say you pass, you waive, okay. Senator from the 46, would you like to speak to your amendment? Senator from the 46 is the author of Amendment 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I support Amendment 1 that limits it to institutions over $100 billion. That is the 9 major national banks that are all doing business in Georgia. They have the economic power to fund these large businesses, to shut them down, to give them loans, to open or close their checking accounts. When I look at the other banks, though, you are attacking your own community banks here. If you go with 1A and you apply this to $1 or $2 billion banks, you're knocking out our lifeblood of our local community that fears so badly all these lawsuits. They're already under enormous rules and regulations, federal rules and regulations as to privacy, et cetera. They're going to be put in between violating those or violating our law. I offered Amendment 2 as an alternative because we don't know yet. We're about to make this policy decision. What amount of money does the financial institution have to qualify to be sued, basically? Is it $1 billion? Is it $2 billion? Is it $100 billion? I support 1 at $100 billion, but I've offered an alternative. Amendment 2 puts that level at $25 billion. That would exempt 40 of our 61 banks and still leave 21 banks subject to this law, the 21 largest that have over $25 billion in assets. But I wanted to point one other thing out while I had an opportunity. Sometimes when you've been here a while, you have a little historical recollection or historical knowledge, and we have been through gun bills on and off over the years and made some very tough votes, some very strong votes to support the Second Amendment. We agreed to allow guns to be carried on campus. We did away, essentially, with the requirement to have a carry permit and allow anybody constitutional carry just last year. But back in 2017, as this was evolving, we fought this same battle here in the legislature. And there was a House bill. I actually pulled up a copy of it, House Bill 292, which dealt with where you could carry firearms. In this case, it was if you had a carry permit. There were other provisions in the bill. It was pretty comprehensive. It was an 11-page bill, went through a lot. But on the second page of the bill, we passed, this is in the law today, the Georgia Firearms Industry Non-Discrimination Act. It is in our code. Banks are prohibited from doing what this bill attempts to attack. All this bill does is it gives new remedies that subject banks to much harsher financial penalties, civil lawsuits, attorney's fees defending them, and minimum penalties of $50,000 per violation. Back in 2017, the current law that is in place that passed directly applied to financial services, including any service or product offered to the consumers or business market by a bank, any loan, any checking accounts, any of these services. It made it an unlawful discrimination to discriminate based on whether somebody produced firearms or ammunition products. It gave the enforcement remedy to the Attorney General of the state of Georgia and gave him the power, if anybody made a written request to him or on his own initiative, to investigate this type of discrimination. He could obtain a declaratory judgment, he could enjoin any act or practice that violated this, and he can recover civil penalties up to $10,000 per violation. I think that's an adequate remedy. It's in the law today. We have protected gun manufacturers and ammunition manufacturers through this bill. I don't think we have to go farther. If we do, please consider Amendment 2 so that you can protect your community banks and only attack the large financial institutions doing business here. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from the 18th, Pro Tem, meant for Amendment 3.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, a lot of amendments, a lot of questions, a lot of wonderment about what this is really all about. I think the senator from the 10th began with some really good questions about what is a social credit score, and we find out it's not really defined anywhere. It's located in a bill that a House member came up with last year that we didn't vote on. And I think there's serious questions as to exactly who would determine and do the analysis or evaluation if you start looking at lines 59 and go forward. But the problem, folks, is this is a bill that has some good ideas, but it's looking for a place to land, and it does so in a really, really bad way. It does so because of the damage that it causes and the exposure to our banking folks. You know, banks have their own risk management policies and things that they follow, their own internal policies. They've got state law they have to follow. They've got state regs, state banking regs. They've got federal regs that they have to follow. They've got bank secrecy acts that they have to follow. They have to file SARs, suspicious activity reports, and they have to make judgment calls all the time on these kind of accounts. The problem is, one of the problems is, passage of this bill puts banks in a horrible position. Because, as the bankers have said, 9 times out of 10, when they choose to either not bank somebody or sever a relationship with a client, they can't talk about, under federal regulations, why they made the decision that they made. So this puts them in a horrible position of not being able to explain the decision that was made, but yet leaves them fully exposed to being sued about it. If you look at the meat of the bill, and it gets over to the portion
involving lines 98 through 103, and talks about essential providers. And by the way, if you're wondering why this part of the bill or the bill talks about entities and utility carriers and broadband providers and your water service people and all these people that the author of the bill says they don't have a problem with it, they're not engaged in it, and there's not been any discussion of it, well, it kind of makes you wonder why they're in here. But it answers the question of why the banks are so concerned about the language, and here's why. And this was glossed over by the author when he talked about the fines that could be $50,000. No, if you read a close reading of the bill, the damages that a plaintiff can obtain against a bank are his actual damages or $50,000, whichever is greater. Not whichever is less, whichever is greater. So what does that mean where the rubber meets the road? That means that a bank who engaged accidentally and unintentionally, because that's the unintentional portion, and made a mistake in doing something that is construed as having violated this portion, one incident, because if you look at how the definitions are run, one violation of any aspect of this bill is a minimum $50,000 fine. Now, how would you like to go to work every day and run your business knowing that an unintentional, technical, minor violation of a law is a $50,000 fine? And each time it's done, it's 50 more, 50 more, 50 more. Now, if you look down to the intentional provisions, well, it's a lot more. And philosophically, I don't have so much of a problem with that, making it the distinction, but it's $150,000 for an intentional violation. But you don't need to go beyond the $50,000 unintentional violation portion of this to realize why this is a really bad bill. It may be a good idea, and the kind of conduct that the senator from the 19th has talked about trying to prohibit, listen, I agree with that. I agree that no company, but let's talk about banks because that's what this is about, should be engaged in the kind of behavior that he's given a few instances of. But the question is, how do we fashion a remedy here? What do we say to the banks? Well, what's the normal thing that we do when you have a statute and you want to incentivize the ability of someone to sue if you're going to give them that? Well, they get their attorney's fees. Well, that's in here too. They get attorney's fees. There's also a provision that says that they can get injunctive relief to stop the bank from doing those things. But folks, when you're talking about a $50,000 minimal fine of something that small, that amount, of course, that's why the banks are deeply concerned. You know, we talked about the problems of social credit score. Where does that come from? How does one define it? It's defined in the bill, but it doesn't say who at the time defines it. Well, let me tell you the answer when I asked the author of the bill, well, tell me how that's resolved. Well, it would be resolved litigation, litigation, litigation. The lawyers are going to fight over that, whether or not, did the company have a social credit score? Did they keep records? Well, if they didn't keep records, maybe they knew that they were doing something wrong, and that's why there's no records on the social credit score. So we're going to deconstruct it and just impose. Well, what do you impose? You impose your latent judgment and assumptions about things that happened. Again, just more problems. You know, lines 59 through 61 supposedly would give us some guidance, but I would encourage you to read those lines and you'll realize, just as others that have, that you really don't know how this would work, other than, of course, our Georgia-based businesses and our banks, rather, are concerned about a $50,000 minimum fine for one instance of an unintentional act. That's not reasonable. So, let's talk about amendment number 3, which is what I have proposed. What it does is it takes out the private cause of action so that it's not, let's call it what it would be, a plaintiff's lawyer's bonanza to go sue banks all the time, knowing they're going to get their attorney's fees and they're going to get $50,000 for any and every time there's a minor violation. This says, no, wait a minute. Let's handle this the way this is usually handled, which is you have the Attorney General do it. If you look at line 9 on amendment number 3, it says, in an action brought pursuant to this code section for a violation, and I'm paraphrasing here, notwithstanding paragraph 3, the Attorney General shall seek to recover $10,000 in civil penalties for the first violation, $50,000 for the second, and $250,000 for the third and subsequent violation. That the Attorney General may also bring the action without providing notice to the party he's going after, and may also refer the violator to the Department of Banking and Finance for further investigation. That's the kind of mechanism we need that doesn't send a shockwave throughout our community banks of being worried of yet this being another tort lawsuit bonanza, giving lawyers a chance to go make a bunch of money on minor violations because that's how this is structured. And here's the other reason that I oppose the bill the way it's written. Again, the idea of making sure that our businesses ought not be discriminated against based on their political beliefs and the other things set forth in the bill, I agree with. I told the author of the bill that very thing in the committee hearing. But it's the mechanism that he's used of an elephant gun to go after an unintentional violation in a way that clearly is not fair or appropriate. And I think maybe we'll have someone else come up that will speak from a banking perspective that will tell you, and this is also the reason I oppose the measure, not the measure, I oppose the way the bill is written, because it is drafted in a way that really hurts and could hurt and will hurt conservative businesses, and it's for this reason. For those conservative businesses that want to have a relationship with a new bank, maybe because, for whatever reason, banks are going to be more concerned and less likely to bank someone knowing that they're going to be subject to a lawsuit if they need to sever the relationship for legitimate banking reasons, but they can't defend themselves and talk about those legitimate banking reasons because of the federal regulations. So it's going to have the opposite effect. Again, I'm going to close here. I know it's late, but you know, when we've got this many amendments floating around trying to figure out what this is about and correct it, that lets us know this measure needs a lot of work. But I would tell you that if you think you want to vote for this bill, at a minimum, vote for the Third Amendment. I won't speak to the others. I'm supportive, but I'll leave that to the authors of those amendments that have already spoken. But this measure does not address what it's supposed to be trying to fix. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
All right, senators yielded the well, and now we're going down the amendment list here, and the author of the Amendment 3B is the senator from the 19th. Senator from the 19th, do you want to speak to your amendment, or you just want to wait till you close? All right, good. Senator from the 14th, for what purpose do you rise? State your inquiry.
Is this on? There we go. Parliament inquiry. Is it not true the minority party finally understands what it's like for the majority party during floor debate? Is that not true, Mr. President?
During what now? I'm sorry?
That the minority party finally understands what the majority party feels like during the average floor debate, Mr. President.
Yeah. Senator knows what he speaks. All right, Senator from the author of the Amendment number 4, Senator from the 31st, would you like to speak to your amendment? The floor is yours. Be brief, brother, be brief. Let's get on with this.
So just very briefly, as the President alluded to, thank you, Mr. President, for the great reminder. The one group of folks that has not been talked about are credit unions. I don't know if the author knows, but there's 77 chartered credit unions in Georgia, and where I come from, credit unions are usually the ones that are setting up, for example, my kids' bank accounts at a young age. And at $1 billion, there's only 8 covered. I think the other thing, just as a reminder, is that whether you're Daniel Defense or you're Glock or those organizations, I'm not aware of a credit union that banks them. And if that's factually not true, I'm sure somebody will talk about it or let me know. The other thing, too, going back to the original intent of why debanking is highly political, is because of the work that U.S. Senator Tim Scott is doing in Washington, leading on this effort, my friend Tim, because of what we saw under Operation Choke Point 2.0 under the Biden administration. He and Senator Kramer introduced a bill that has 39 endorsers from the Republican conference in the U.S. Senate, and I believe there's a bill also introduced in the U.S. House from a congressman from Kentucky whose threshold is $50 billion. The Fair Access to Banking Act that Senator Kramer is doing is based on the President Trump's Fair Access Rule. So as we talk about, $100 billion here, $2 billion there, $1 billion, I advocate and ask that this body adopt $10 billion, because what's going to happen through all this confusion that the senator from the 19th, no offense, you've created, the 10 billion number may be what gets passed in the law, because our leaders in Washington, they don't get much right, but I will give Senator Scott credit for leading on this effort that 10 billion is the right number, and we don't harm those hardworking credit unions that are in our blue-collar communities setting up these smaller accounts, helping our families. 10 billion is also, I know there was an NRA letter on the desk about this bill. The NRA also endorsed 10 billion with the federal bill, so don't be misled by that. And so I just ask you, friends, adopt Amendment 4, unless you adopt one of the other ones. I know my amendment will probably be gone. But, don't be fooled by the politics going on. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Senator. Senators yielded well. Now move to Amendment number 5. Senator from the 50th. Senator from the 50th. Would you waive? Okay. Senator from the 50th waives, and that is all the amendments for right now. Senator from the 27th, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I move the previous question.
Senators move for the previous question. Is there objection? All right. Now it's time for the senator from the 19th to close debate.
Thank you so much for all the debate. I do want to respond to a few things. The comments about secrecy, the comments about the Patriot Act, the comments about banks can't tell you things. Well, guess what? That all deals with money laundering. Turns out, money laundering is not protected in the U.S. Constitution. As far as I know, it doesn't go in anybody's social credit score either. That does not apply. But let's proceed and just pretend that it did. If it did, lines 82 through 87 say, hey, bank, if you can't tell them why you canceled their account for these reasons protected by federal law, then you are fine. You are okay. There's a way to not get sued on this. They said it's become the debanking bill instead of the deutilitizing bill. That's probably true. The way to stay protected, don't cancel somebody's account because they're using something that's further protected by their constitutional rights. There was a comment about this as an attack on banks. It's not an attack on banks. It's a protection of constitutional rights. There was a comment about why are other utilities in here? If it's just about banks, they're not complaining. Begs the question why they're in here. Because guess what? The things we're debating on this floor right now, we did not think we would be debating 10, 5, 1 year ago. We need to go ahead and protect those industries now and protect individuals who are exercising their constitutional rights if they could potentially lose those vital resources that keep their homes, their families, and their businesses operating. The comments about this can be a $50,000 fine for an unintentional act. Remember that that $50,000 is a maximum that is reduced by the amount that somebody came out of pocket because they got debanked anyway. They got moved. Marty Daniel told you for him that was $1 million. And the reason why we can't simply set aside and let this matter go to the Attorney General's office is because of the testimony of someone who already has a business in Georgia that they did that, and it did not work. There's folks who are for this bill. You already heard the NRA. The National Shooting Sports Foundation's for it. Turning Point something is for it. The Georgia Chamber's against it. But they say it's because it would create confusion. You know what's confusing? What's confusing is being a company that your power, your water, or God forbid, your banking gets canceled because you were doing something that was already otherwise legal. That's what's confusing. When we vote on this bill today, I'm going to ask you to support Amendment 1A. Amendment 1A. I know this is going to be a Christmas tree for you, so get out your pencils. There's a lot of amendments. I would ask you support Amendment 1A. If Amendment 1A passes, I would ask you support Amendment 1. If Amendment 1 passes, I believe Amendment 2 fails because it now amends something that's no longer there, but we'll see. If on Amendment 3, there's Amendment 3A. It says the Attorney General should have a right in this. They should have a place in this. But if they don't take their step, you should still be able to go hire your own lawyer to take that step. If Amendment 3A passes, I will ask you to vote favorably for Amendment 3. I ask you to vote favorably for Amendment 3A. If Amendment 3A passes, I ask you to vote favorably for Amendment 3. I ask you let all the other amendments die, and then that you vote favorably on the bill. Because I know this will get confusing. I will make points of order on how I think the bill should go, and if you wish to vote with me, I would really be thankful if you did so. Thank you so much for your time today. Thank you for hearing me on what I think is an important issue for not just protecting now and Georgia businesses now, but protecting Georgia businesses and Georgia families and their constitutional rights in the future. Mr. President, I yield the will.
All right, Senator's yielded. And the Senator has now closed debate. So we will take up the amendments at this point in time. We'll start with Amendment 1A. Amendment 1A. There is objection. Amendment 1A is authored by the Senator from the 50th. We have objection from the Senator from the 46th. So we'll go ahead and take up Amendment 1A. All those in favor of Amendment 1A will vote yea. All opposed to the amendment will vote nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the adoption of Amendment 1A, the yeas are 32 and the nays are 22. So Amendment 1A has been adopted. Now, with Amendment 1A being adopted, it pretty much nullifies Amendment 1, 2, 4, and 5. One is amended. Yeah, I'm sorry.
We still need to take up one.
Okay, I'm sorry. We need to take up one. I apologize. So Amendment 1, is there obviously, and then Amendment 1 will be attached to Amendment 1A. Objection. All right, so all those in favor of Amendment 1 will vote yea. All opposed will vote nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the adoption of Amendment 1 as amended, the yeas are 49 and the nays are 7, and this amendment has prevailed. All right, so now we're at the posture where, with Amendment 1 as amended, Amendments 2, 4, and 5 are moot. So now we'll take up Amendments 3A. Well, what we have left is 3A, B, and Amendment 3. So now we're on to Amendment 3A. Senator from the 19th, for what purpose? You're right.
Thank you, Mr. President. Due to a drafting error, I'd like to withdraw Amendment 3A as long as I'm assured that the vote will now be on 3B. It is? Okay. And I would urge favorable
Is there
consideration.
objection to Senator from the 19th? All right, without objection, withdraw. Do you object? We do have objection.
No, to the withdrawal, so he's withdrawing.
All right, now we're on to 3B. 3B from the senator from the 19th. Is there objection to 3B? There is objection to 3B. All those in favor of Amendment 3B will vote yea. All opposed, nays. Secretary, lock the machine. On the adoption of Amendment 3B, the yeas are 33 and the nays are 22, and Amendment 3B has been adopted. Now on to last amendment, Amendment number 3, authored by the Pro Tem. Is there objection to Amendment number 3 as amended? No objection? All right, it's adopted. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none, therefore the committee is agreed to. Question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea, opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 13, the nays are 43, and this bill has not received the requisite constitutional majority to pass, so it fails. All right, moving on. Recognize, Ms. Secretary Reed, Senate Bill 291.
Senate Bill 291 by Senator Gooch to the 51st and others, bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 40-2-86.1 of the official code of Georgia annotated related to special license plates promoting or supporting certain worthy agencies, funds, or nonprofit corporations and qualified motor vehicles or drivers with proceeds deposited into the general fund, so as to establish in America First specialty license plate, to provide for conditions for the production of such license plates, to provide for discontinuing the manufacture of such license plates in certain instances, to provide for the disposition of funds to the general fund, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Public Safety recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Albers, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Public Safety offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 291, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 40-2-86.1 of the official code of Georgia annotated related to special license plates promoting or supporting certain worthy agencies, funds, or nonprofit corporations, qualified motor vehicles, or drivers with proceeds deposited into the general fund, so as to establish an America First specialty license plate, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the Majority Leader. Speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, I'm going to bring another book to the chamber next week to present to the senator from the 19th. It's called The Art of the Deal. So I'll be bringing that to you next week. It's not signed yet, but maybe we'll get it to you. Senators, this bill is a simple bill. We've seen it here before. We saw it last year. It creates 2 license plates this year, not 1, but 2. The first one is an image of the American flag. If you're a patriot and you love America, you're going to want to vote for this bill. And the second portion of the bill is language that you saw earlier this year from the senator from the 56th. It is a organ donor license plate. So by voting yes for this bill, you get to purchase either a license plate with the American flag or a license plate with organ donors. So, Mr. President, I'm happy to take questions. I'll yield the will.
You have one question, Senator. Recognize Senator from the 14th.
Does the senator yield? Thanks, Mr. President.
I will for you, Mr. Senator.
Senator, last year you had a similar piece of legislation to this one, although you've added some stuff this year. I wanted to work with you in the off season about maybe amending this legislation to make it better. If I were to offer a friendly amendment today to improve this legislation, do you think you would be open to hearing it this year?
You know, we've just been through hours and hours of debate on other things with lots of amendments. Let's just get through this evening and we'll take this bill on over to the House and we'll continue to perfect it as we get through the
Okay,
day 40.
not the answer I was hoping for. I'm still going to try to
I appreciate your spirit and your love for your country.
Thank you, Mr. Senator.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, we have a couple of amendments. Secretary, read the amendments.
Mr. President, Senator McLaurin, the 14th, and others offer the following Amendment 1 to amend the Senate Committee substitute to Senate Bill 291 by replacing America on line 19 with Donald Trump and on line 4. Mr. President, Senator McLaurin, the 14th, offers the following Amendment 1A to amend Amendment 1 to the Senate Committee substitute to Senate Bill 291 by adding J between Donald and Trump on line 3. Mr. President, that completes the order.
All right, recognize the Senator from the 14th. Speak to his amendment.
Hey, everybody. I certainly don't want to take any more of your time today. This is a very simple amendment. It just replaces the word America in the legislation with the words Donald Trump. Now, when I drafted that amendment, I forgot, unfortunately, that the way that the license plate, probably a lot of the voters will want it to look, is to have a J in between Donald and Trump. So I would ask your unanimous support of Amendment 1A to add J between Donald and Trump, and then I would ask your support for Amendment 1 to put Donald Trump in the bill. I'm very grateful to the 2 senators back here, the Rules Chairman and the senator from the 27th, for joining me on this amendment. We have very different reasons for signing the amendment. But the unity in our purpose is this, that we think the bill should reflect its true purpose as clearly as possible. And so in that spirit of bipartisan compromise, let's put the issue before the body that's really at stake, and let's vote on the true intent of the bill. I'll yield for any questions, or I'll yield the well, Mr. President.
You do have one question, Senator from 51st.
Will you yield?
I will.
If we were to pass this amendment, would you consider this amendment a beautiful amendment?
Well, it is probably there's many people are saying it's the best amendment, and I will say that even though I don't support the underlying legislation, I know other senators might. That's really the beauty of bipartisan compromise, is to agree where you can, Senator.
But this is your amendment, correct?
It is my amendment, and like I said, two roads diverged in the wood, and I chose no.
See, there is. Well, I appreciate your spirit of cooperation and bipartisanship for our country.
Thank you, Senator. If there are no other questions, Mr. President, I will yield the well.
Yeah, there's no other questions. He's coming around, y'all. He's coming around. He couldn't even speak his name last year. Now he's offering amendments for him. All right. Senator, you want to close the debate? You want? Yeah, okay, all right.
Now, I know some of you Democrats out there are confused right now. You're wondering which way are we going to vote on this important piece of legislation. But let me just clear this up. America First is not about a person, and it's not about an entity or an organization. It is about our country. It is about the love for our country. It's about those 11 million people in Georgia that have a choice when they go to buy their tag. Do they want a standard tag? Do they want a veterans tag? Do they want an organ donor tag? Or do they want an American First tag with our beautiful American flag on it? So you decide how you want to vote on this. I'm going to vote no on the amendment because I want to make this about America first, not some other person or another organization first. I yield the well.
All right, let's go. Let's get rolling here. We're going to take up amendment. Question is on amendment number 1A. Amendment number 1A. Which is just a correction for amendment number 1, but amendment number 1A. Is there objection, amendment number 1A? There is objection, all right. All those in favor of amendment number 1A will vote yea, all opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 25th, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Does it mean if you vote for this amendment, you're voting for Donald Trump for president?
That's for each and every senator to decide, Senator. On the adoption of Amendment 1A, the yeas are 34 and the nays are 22, so this amendment is adopted. All right. Question is on Amendment 1, authored by the MAGA man himself from the 14th. As amended, is there objection? There is objection. All right. On the adoption of the amendment, those in favor of 1 is amended will vote yea. Those opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Recognize Senator from the 56th.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
State your
President.
inquiry.
Isn't it true it's important we vote no to keep America first and make sure we get an important organ donation license plate for the state of Georgia to save lives?
The senator is wise beyond his years. Recognize Senator from the 31st. What?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that Vice President J.D. Vance would approve of the senator from the 14th amendment?
Senator knows what he speaks. Recognize Senator from the 53rd. What
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
State
President.
inquiry.
Isn't it true, as Donald Trump's floor leader, I'll be voting no on this amendment because I believe in America first, not an all-powerful king?
Senator has that right. On the adoption of Amendment 1 as amended, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 32, and so this amendment has failed. All right, on to the underlying bill. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. Senator from the 47th, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, isn't it not true that everybody should have a really great sign that they share so that we can make America great again? There you go, Mr. President.
Senators knows what he speaks. Recognize Senator from the 27th. For what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, you said the senator from the 14th wouldn't say his name last year, but suddenly has found his rebirth. Isn't it true that a lot of members of our party wouldn't even say his name last year, but suddenly seem to be big fans of the president?
Oh, wow. Senator has a strong opinion of himself. Recognize Senator from the 26th. Waive it, I'm sorry. All the passages of the bill, the yeas are 33, the nays are 23. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. All right, moving on to Senate Bill 293. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 293 by Senator Anderson of the 24th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 4-2-85.1 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to license plates for certain veterans so as to increase the number of free license plates issued to certain veterans to provide for related matters to repeal conflicting laws and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Public Safety recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Albers, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 24th. The Chairman of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. President. I bring you Senate Bill 293. This is a simple bill, but a good bill. This is for the people that put their lives on the line for us to live in a free country. Our veterans. This bill, all it is, right now they can currently get one tag free. This one makes it to where they can get up to 4 tags free. I ask you to vote green. Thank you. Yield it well.
All right. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. Previous question is ordered. Is there objection to the agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is, all those in favor of the bill will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 56 and nays are 0. This bill, having received requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. We have a very special guest here, right here. Look at him. Come on, bring him up here. Bring him up. This is our fine Commissioner of Agriculture, the thriller from Osceola, right here. This is Commissioner Tyler Harper here. Give him a round of applause. Hey. Say a few words.
All right. Well, good afternoon. It's good to see y'all. I know y'all are working hard, and I know y'all have only got to a very few bills in the last 4 or 5 hours, so I'm going to be very brief. Thank you for what you do. God bless you. Keep plowing. We look forward to continuing to work with you. God bless you. Y'all have a great day. Thank you.
Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Stay right here. Always good to have the Commissioner here with us. He's a dear friend. He and I got elected together in this body several years ago. You still look young. I don't look so young. All right, Senate Bill 27. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 27 by Senator Albers of 56 and others, bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 7, Chapter 5 of Title 16 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to stalking, so as to provide for the offense of doxing, to provide for penalties, to provide for a protective order, to provide for civil action, to provide for a venue, to provide for definitions, to provide for statutory construction, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland, Chairman. Mr. President, Senate Committee on Judiciary offers the following substitutes: Senate Bill 27, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 3, Chapter 11, Title 16 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to invasion of privacy, so as to provide for the offenses of doxing and aggravated doxing, to provide for penalties, to provide for definitions, to provide for construction, to provide for a short title, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date and applicability, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
All right. I recognize Chairman of Public Safety, Senator from 56.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, I stand before you with Senate Bill 27, the Georgia Anti-Doxing Act. Doxing is a contemporary and pernicious form of harassment involving publicizing private information of individuals on the internet, usually with malicious intent. It's a gross violation of your privacy, resulting in emotional distress, reputational damage, and in many cases, physical harm. With the increase of digitization in all of our lives, we need to address this issue head-on as it becomes more urgent and necessary. I want to thank the senator from the 39 who worked on this bill for several years and has been a big part of it, as well as the senator from the 42nd, distinguished chairman of the Judiciary Committee, for helping us perfect this language. The bill is going to combat doxing and create a criminal act for those that commit this heinous act. This legislation recognizes the punishment should fit the crime, but also assures that we do not infringe on free speech, which is specifically outlined in lines 72 to 77. This bill takes a step in the right direction towards securing the digital safety of all Georgia citizens and sends a clear message that Georgia will not tolerate online harassment, is committed to protecting the privacy of our citizens. It also acknowledges the changing landscape of our digital age and takes robust steps to protect and uphold privacy of our fellow citizens. In conclusion, this is a comprehensive, balanced, and necessary piece of legislation to address the pressing issue to our citizens. It's a practical solution to a modern-day problem. I'd ask for your favorable consideration. If there are no questions, I will yield the well.
Questions, Senator?
Thank you.
Recognize Senator from the 39th. Let's speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I rise today in support of SB 27 because no one, whether a public servant, private citizen, or business owner, should have to live in fear that their personal information will be weaponized against them. As you heard, really, truly, what sets doxing apart from existing cyber stalking laws is the methodical collection of personal data and the calculated decision on what information to release, on which platform, and through which means. Once this sensitive information infiltrates public domains, it becomes nearly impossible to retract it, and it leaves victims vulnerable and exposed. Working with defense attorneys, prosecuting attorneys, this legislation strikes that delicate balance of safeguarding freedom of speech while acknowledging the seriousness of the crime and increases its offenses upon subsequent convictions. This bill is one of those rare ones that has support from across the spectrum, including the Anti-Defamation League and Frontline. I urge you to vote yes in support of it, and I yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. Report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. All right, we got one more bill we're going to do, and then we're going to break for dinner. And so, Secretary, read the caption. Senate Bill 82.
Senate Bill 82 by Senator Dixon of the 45th and others. Bill to be entitled Act to amend Article 31 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated the Charter Schools Act of 1998 so as to enact the Local Charter School Authorization and Support Act of 2025 to provide for local boards of education to reconsider the denial of local charter school petitions, to require the Office of Charter School Compliance to prepare guidelines for local boards of education for the evaluation of charter school petitions, to revise reporting, to provide for related matters, to provide for legislative findings and intent, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hickman, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth offers the following substitutes. Senate Bill 82, a bill to be entitled Act to amend Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to education so as to enact the Local Charter School Authorization and Support Act of 2025 to provide for the State Charter Schools Commission to establish a program for the purposes of promoting and supporting the approval of new local charter school petitions by local boards of education, and to provide incentive grants to local boards of education that approve new local charter school petitions, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 45th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 82, colleagues, has to do with access to charter schools across our state. Currently, there's 96 charter schools throughout the state of Georgia, and with about 65,000 students that attend. And what Senate Bill 82 does, it addresses the state charter school access issue by incentivizing local districts to approve more charter schools, and it also holds districts accountable for repeatedly denying high-quality charter school petitions. This bill is needed because there are currently 21,000 students on charter school waiting lists throughout Georgia, yet local districts are not approving charter school petitions. In the past 5 years, only one charter school has been approved locally in the state of Georgia. During that same time, the state charter school board has approved over 30 charter schools, which most of those were initially denied by the local districts. And what this bill does, as far as incentives, there's two financial incentives for local school districts. In Section 3, the district who acquire additional capital outlay entitlement credits in the years that they approve a charter school. In Section 5, this allows districts to earn $250,000 per year for a period of 3 years for every year that a new charter school is approved in their district. As far as accountability, that would be in Section 4. And for districts that enroll 10 to 60,000 students, if the district denies 2 charter school petitions within that year and they are laterally approved by the state, the district would be no longer eligible to renew its flexibility contract with the State Board of Education. And for districts that have over 60,000 students, it would be 3 denials before that would happen. Mr. President, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Senator for the 38th, would you like to speak to the measure?
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise today in support of Senate Bill 82. Many folks would be surprised to learn that a Democrat, in fact, was the president who started charter schools in the United States. President Clinton is the president who signed the charter schools law to make it allowable in the United States. One thing that I wanted to share, I was actually going to offer a friendly amendment to this bill because I was receiving calls about fairness. And I was able to check with the State Charter Schools Commission and confirm that, in fact, the same petition that is given to a local district is given to the State Charter Schools Commission, and that is the decision, that is what they will base their decision upon to determine if they will approve that charter school. Currently, there are over 20,000 kids, many of whom look like me, that are on waiting lists for charter schools. So that tells us that there is an issue in terms of the level of the amount of approvals that are occurring across the state. And so I believe that this bill strikes the right balance. It gives some incentives to our local districts to approve charter schools. I am not only a former charter school principal, but I am also a dad of a former charter school student. My son graduated from a local charter school. He was actually zoned for a very good local high school, but that school was not working out for him. And my son, as a result of attending that charter school, got a full ride scholarship and is now getting ready to graduate from Tennessee State University. So I strongly support Senate Bill 82 and encourage my colleagues to join me. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
All right, sounds like we've got a school choice guy. So recognize the senator for the 35th.
Colleagues, I rise as a former school board member in support of SB 82. I am a supporter of real school choice, so I want to commend my colleagues in this chamber for talking about choice when it comes to public schools, because the reality is that 90% of children in Georgia attend public schools. So if you want to provide families with real options, if you want to provide families with innovative programming for their students, then we should be focused on doing that in our public schools, which is why I am in support of a bill like this. I want to remind you, though, that the vast majority of parents want to see innovation in their schools, but they also support their neighborhood schools. This strikes a good balance. I'm not a fan of using a stick, using some of the penalties that are in this bill, but at the same time, I do appreciate the incentives that are in this bill, and I also like the fact that we are informing parents about what each school system is doing around school choice. Providing parents with that type of information at their hands, at their fingertips, is something that parents desire. At the same time, there's a reason we have to provide school districts with incentives. As my colleague from the 26th always reminds us, it's all about the money. And some districts are not approving charter schools because of the money, the cost. So I'd like to remind my colleagues that we have to update the QBE formula, a formula that is 40 years old. It relates to this very issue. We haven't touched it in our school districts, whether you're in rural Georgia or metro Atlanta, school districts are feeling it. So if we really want to continue this conversation around school choice in our schools, colleagues, let's talk about the money. With that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Senators yielded. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Anyone object to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. Previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 44, the nays are 9. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Recognizes the majority leader for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate table the remaining bills and resolutions on the rules calendar.
Senators move. Is there objection? Without objection, they're tabled. You better not. The rules on the table. Okay. Recognize the pro tem for announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're about to break for dinner. Just want to let you know we've got some good country cooking, vegetables, and all that kind of stuff to sustain us through the evening. It's going to be down in the under the stairwell, the Secretary's Annex that way, but it's fried chicken and lots of good vegetables. So ready for round 2. Hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
All right. We should move faster. We're going to stand at ease, have dinner, and we should be rolling pretty well after we come back from dinner. Probably come back around 7:15 or so, something like that. So, all right. Stand at ease. Senator from the 6th, come to the roster.